Alex Jones, and I'm here to tell you folks, the world has fallen. The fascist globalist overlords, they're implementing the Great Reset. You don't believe me? I've seen the tapes. Watch it, folks. Watch as these pot-bellied Zoomer goblins work with the Illuminati to pit us against each other. I promise I'd be a good boy. I'm a good boy. There's only one cure, folks, and that's liberty. And there's no better channel to find freedom than Fabian Liberty. Anarchy is order. Government is civil war.
I just got three things to say. God bless our troops. God bless America. And gentlemen, start your engine!
I got you, sir. I got you, sir.
Let me get my shoes. Hold on, get ready.
So we gotta move to the front.
That's not only do you have a micro penis, which is an important point, but on top of that, you refuse to share your Pokemon cards, and that's not nice.
So first of all, a 2-inch penis is not a micro penis, okay? And for your second point, my Pokemon cards are all mine, and I don't have to share them if I don't want to. I work super hard together, and they're really special to me, so I'll keep them.
No, you don't understand. You can't continue to play with us if you refuse to share your
Not fair.
I'm Ukrainian, and this is my bridge. I'm Ukrainian, and this is my gas station. I'm Ukrainian, and this is my school.
2 seconds earlier.
Would you let a Jew work out in your gym without paying if he claimed that the membership was promised to him by God 4,000 years ago?
No. Bro, you are fucking...
That's a good question.
Yo, you're fucking funny. No, I mean, everyone pays.
What if he tried bombing you for that?
Bro, that would be like some crazy crime. Some acted, I don't even know, there, I don't know.
Are you taking a political stance right now?
Is found in my house. And that's called a bird grasshopper. I'm gonna eat him.
He's not been transparent. I mean, there may be...
They are making routine announcements about the things they are finding, and they are inviting questions about the things they are finding every single day.
But by definition, he's not being transparent. They're not providing data for the things that they say they have found evidence of. They just aren't.
The White House has provided...
You can make announcements, and you also did admit that he actually...
So you just don't believe it. I mean, they are providing information. You just choose not to believe that it's true.
We're seeing about 13 months for these brain and spine MRIs. Cool. Canada, where healthcare is free, but only if you can afford to wait.
Step 10, states must publish their own map and allow internal challenges to their own map. So the government has published a map. They have invited the states to challenge the map. Then states have submitted initial proposals, and they then have to publish their own map and allow challenges.
Wait, who's challenging it within the state?
Well, organized interest groups, environmental groups, I don't know who specifically, but literally anybody. This is, right. I want to say something because it's very important I say this. This is the Biden administration's process for its own bill. They wanted this to happen. This is how liberal government works now.
This is something they instituted for this bill.
For their bill. This is a bill passed by Democrats with a regulatory structure written by Democratic administration. Okay.
Right.
Step 11.
Ideological subversion is the slow process which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country.
For our most tricky disagreements, seeking the truth and seeking to convince others of the truth might not be the right place to start. In fact, our reverence for the truth might be a distraction that's getting in the way of finding common ground and getting things done.
free fries when you get vaccinated? I got vaccinated. You're saying I could get this, these delicious fries? Wait a minute. But there's also a burger element to this? Let me check with Bill Neathart. Is it too early in the day to eat a burger? No. This could be breakfast? Okay. I want you to look at this and think about, again, some people love hamburgers, some don't. Really want to respect all ways of life. But if this is appealing to you, just think of this when you think of vaccination. Vaccination. I'm getting a very good feeling about vaccination right this moment. Thank you.
When I win, I will immediately bring prices down starting on day one.
Men to woman, or woman to men.
Man to woman.
From penis to vagina.
In the shower, on a walk, the Dylan hour. Feeling sweet, feeling sour. I feel nothing. The Dylan hour.
Hello and welcome to Wales. We understand being a refugee isn't easy. They're going through so much. Fleeing your country is difficult, but Wales wants to help you feel welcome. The Welsh Refugee Council is here to help you.
Tell me you love me. Say it like you mean it. Say it like you mean it. You message one other guy ever again whether we're together or not. You understand me?
But if you're a man who's stuck with a woman and you don't even get along with each other and it's a show marriage and you have to be together and you argue all the time and you're sexually repressed and you're being promised in secret that you can go to an island and finally be pleasured and satisfied, no one's ever going to find out, that's how you end up on the island. So this whole monogamy garbage that's being pushed by the West, especially amongst our elites, is the reason we have the biggest problem with pedophilia, and they don't have this problem in South America.
The whole point of this is for me to begin to reintroduce myself. I'm doing this both personally for me, but in a professional capacity. Moving forward, the majority of what you will see will be me speaking in a professional capacity. My goal is to continue to help give a voice.
Arguing with them, hey guys, if no one pays taxes, then who's going to stop the fires? Who's going to stop all the violent crime? Dummies. And then the LA fire happened, and the fire department didn't stop the fire because I guess they ran out of budget for water, and the police didn't stop the looting because I guess they didn't want to get near the fire, and so I guess I lost that argument. My bad.
There we go. Oh, boys. Oh, let me get some music going. Hold on. All right, there we go. Why's my chat not showing up? There we go. Oh, rough start. Rough start after a long break, huh? I've been sick. Been very, very sick. I'm happy to be back. Still not fully recovered, but it's all right. I've got pre-workout and vitamin C and coffee and all the wonderful things. It's going to get me through it and get me back into the grind. So for those of you that are new or don't know, it's most likely just a few returning people, and it'll be a while before people come back and be like, oh shit, he's online again? I thought he disappeared. He's been sick for a couple weeks. No, I'm not discussing dolphin law either. That's not what's happening right now. Let me switch to Oops. I'm sure some of you guys' stuff isn't getting through. What's with the music in the background? It's making you hard to... Why is this so loud? There we go. My bad. There we go. My bad. My bad, boys. I did an update on my computer and I didn't realize that the volume on Pretzel Rocks had reset. Because I don't use that shit unless I'm streaming. I'll go with chill idiom. So what about dolphin law? I'm telling you, we're not doing dolphin law, all right? There is no dolphin law. Dolphin law is the same law as human law. Assuming that, that species is a moral actor, which I don't believe most are. but I do enjoy the memes. My bad. But yeah, dude, so for those of you that are either new or don't know, like I got a lot of medical problems, right? Like I have a connective tissue disorder, rare degenerative, like disease in all my joints. And apparently I also have an autoimmune disorder. And I now understand why like Michaela Peterson, Jordan Peterson went hardcore carnivore. Because I've been doing an elimination diet, trying to figure out what the fuck my triggers are. And thus far, I have found that my triggers are all alliums, so that's garlic, leeks, onions, etc. Chives, right? Gluten, rice, recently discovered quinoa, potentially too much dairy or too much like I had like too much candy, and that might have fucked me up at one point too. And by candy I mean like just like a regular fucking chocolate bar and none of the bullshit. I've been carnivore over the past year and I've experienced 0 depression symptoms. That's dope. But I understand why they did that shit, because I was dropping my kids off this weekend and I was cleaning out my car. Yeah, when you don't know which food you can eat, it's torture. So I was cleaning out my car to drop the kids off. And, you know, it's a summer day. So I stopped by a place to clean my car out with the kids in the car. And, like, there was a Dairy Queen right there. So that way I could distract them with ice cream while I clean out my car. Can I have couscous? Because that shit is bomb. Couscous sucks. I mean, I know it's the rice so nice they named it twice, but couscous sucks. And so I got a small Dairy Queen French fry. I ate about half of it, maybe a little more than half, and I vomited outside. Oh, it's a wheat pasta, so no. I vomited outside of my car, like at a gas station where the vacuums are, before going into the car wash, and then I was like sick for a good solid 3 days. Like swelling everywhere, no energy, extreme joint pain, lightheaded, headaches, right? And I was like, what the fuck is going on? Turns out I just discovered, because you wouldn't know these things unless you Google them. I just discovered that some places use rice flour because they're not poaching their fucking potatoes to make crispy French fries. To make them crispy, they just coat them in rice flour, which is essentially concentrated thing I can't have. Why would I know? Like, in my mind, I was like, yeah, French fries. I can have potatoes. Potatoes are good. Yeah, maybe the oil they're cooked in sucks or whatever, but it's not a trigger. Yeah, dude, I was fucked. So wait, what is it exactly you can't eat? Well, so far it's too much dairy. Anything with garlic, onions, alliums, any wheat, any form of actually rice vinegar seems fine. So rice. What exactly can I eat? It ain't anything processed. I can eat meat and eggs, and I'm fine with yogurt. I'm fine with potatoes. And also we had polenta, like grits, and that probably fucked me up too. Cheese is fine. What do you mean you can't eat? I can't have gluten. Any form of bread, any breaded things, soy sauce, none of that shit. No pasta. I've been having chickpea pasta, and that's been okay. Also, it's got like a serving size is like 20 grams of protein, so kind of doesn't taste good, but you know. If polenta fucked you up, then so do corn tortilla chips. Well, I don't know. I had a bunch of candy that day, so I don't know. And the corn chips didn't seem to be fucking me up before, nor the tortillas. But, you know, it's hard to tell because I don't have an allergic reaction. I just have like a reaction. And sometimes it can happen. Sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it's dosage. Yeah, at this point, like I told Mark the other day, I was like, yeah, It's probably just going to be a carnivore thing from here on out. They're in, maybe you're just autistic. What is it with, why does everyone, what about fermented foods? Why would you ask me that? I gave you an entire breakdown of me, a human being, on camera to the world. But I've been sick, so to 15 people. But nevertheless, publicly available. Told you all of the things I can and that I have attempted and tried in an elimination diet. And you're like, what about these other things? Don't you think I would have told you? I gave you a breakdown, dude. What do you mean? I've been sick. That's what we were discussing, Crod. I've been sick as fuck, but it's okay. It's an empowering kind of sick because I've figured out what makes me sick. And so every experimentation just knocks me out for 3 fucking days. But at this point, I really am just about to go carnivore. I figured if it was fermented, it'd be okay, as fermentation could break down the chemicals that cause illness. Oh my fucking God, I hate you so much. I don't hate you. I'm sorry. With my autoimmune disease, I'm not going to soak bread in vinegar until I think it's safe. That's not how that works anyways, but if it did, that'd be cool, I guess. Then I could have pickled bread. Scott, will you join the American Party if it has enough ANCAP beliefs? I'm not joining any fucking political party after I've been burned by the LP so many times. I'm looking at a fucking candidate. I don't give a fuck about a party. I'll look at a candidate. And there is a very rare candidate that I believe will reduce the size and scope of the state. But if there is one that I believe will reduce the size and scope of the state, then I'll support that candidate. And sometimes I'll be wrong. But, you know, that's how I feel about it. Chris, I don't need an explanation of your attempts to help me. Like, what is it? Like WebMD me from the chat. I was just letting you guys know what's going on. Little window into how I've been feeling lately and where I've been. I'm good. I got this. I've been experimenting. I've been doing the things I need to do to figure out what makes me sick. Scott, have you tried cooking your foods before eating them? Did you know that germs can be killed if it goes above a certain temperature? I'm not WebMDing. I'm just autistic. Okay, that's fair. I'm the asshole now. So you fuckers know that I have an autistic son, and I feel like you play with my heartstrings. Y'all be playing that fucking I'm autistic card maybe a little too much. I don't know. I don't know which of you guys are or aren't. I'm bullying neurodivergence. What's up? Not much. Just catching up, getting back. You know, recovering from being sick. It's good. No, I legit am. Oh my god. Oh my god. The fact that you answered that question that way is probably evidence that you are autistic. I don't know why you guys are always calling me autistic. I'm not autistic. So what will the debate be about? Who will be on it? Veronote, every Monday, you know, barring me doing something else or being sick or something, I go on Prime Guys and we do a panel. And that panel has usual suspects on it. Where am I at on this stupid topic? I mean, you know, we got a couple hours. We got like probably 4 hours before the actual topic starts. Grid. I go on this panel. There's some usual suspects that you'll get used to. And then there tends to be people that you might not have seen that like come in and out. And we do like an open discussion thing, which usually turns into some type of debate. And Dylan, I have been sick, not streaming basically for 2 weeks. My numbers are lower than they've been in months because of this. And out of fucking nowhere, you show up? You show up and just meme with Trump 2028? What did the fucking universe do to me that the day I come back to like half or a third of my normal audience, Dylan fucking Burns shows up with the Trump 2028 meme? 25 XP for a little chat. Yeah, Dylan Burns is farming XP in chats. He's like, I don't know if I can cash this in one day, but if there is a way, I'm doing it. What's up, man? How have you been? Dylan Burns, I don't know if you guys know him. I mean, obviously he's way more famous than I am. But if you like hate watching left-wing streamers, then you probably wouldn't know who he is, because he's not the one that people love to make fun of, like Destiny or San or whatever. But he's like a I don't know, like a typical neoliberal, right? Who's done a lot of coverage on Ukraine. But before he did that, he ran Hippy Dippy. He ran one of the best debate panels on the internet for a very long time. I used to do a lot of debates there back in the day. He's pretty good. He can be fun. I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you, Dylan. I don't watch your content, but I don't watch a lot of left wing. I don't watch a lot of content in general, much less a lot of left wing content. Like every now and then, I'll pop in on like David Pakman just to like see what the left is thinking, and then it's like like Raiders of the Lost Ark. I start melting from my eyes, and I'm like, I got to step out. I got to get back into my cozy echo chamber. Is Dylan Burns the trans dude? I don't think so. No. Like, stream, be altruistic. Yeah, I appreciate it, guys. I do feel like ANCAP does have a lot of autistics, like us tists, like other socialists or ANCAP, no in between. Yeah, I mean, so the thing about anarcho-capitalism is that anarcho-capitalism is a descriptive legal philosophy. So I think that in and of itself appeals, one, because it requires a little higher IQ than the typical ideology to understand. Marxism does as well, but there's a lot of entry-level Marxists because it's in vogue. So there's a lot of Marxists that don't understand Marxism, where it's a lot harder to be an ANCAP and not understand anarcho-capitalism, because there's no popularity to like say you're an ANCAP. And so it requires a little bit of a higher IQ, and it also requires a very detail-orientated person that like can very mathematically look at morality. And then I think that appeals to a lot of neurodivergent people as well. So for sure, you're going to have a higher percentage of libertarians that are autistic. Well, republicanism and liberalism are contradictory, so they don't have any fucking consistency. But I feel what you're saying. That white guy that I just destroyed in previous Prime Cause debates? Maybe. I don't know that I've done a ton of Prime Cause with Dylan, though. There's pretty much no women in this movement. Okay, boys, I have recently upgraded. My viewership has now gone up to 5% women, according to YouTube's analytics. So, fucking 1 in 20 is pretty good, boys. 5 fucking percent. All right, 1 in 20. Yeah. So how you think about those apples? I like them apples, boys. I told you I have a superpower. That's just 2 women, though. Like, fuck you. I get more views than the current live streaming views right now. Like, fuck off. I get YouTube Shorts views and things like that. And that's probably where it is like women in YouTube Shorts being like, oh, what the fuck is this? I didn't want this. Next. It's probably just an accident sent through the YouTube Shorts. Like, oh, what? This dude seems like an asshole. I don't know how to even react to the Trump spending bill to think it's a good thing or bad. It's totally a bad thing. It's first of all, it's watered down from what he wanted originally anyways. Secondly, the cuts are minimal. Third, it's an increase in spending, full of 1,100 pages of pork. It's one of the worst fucking bills ever. It's an omnibus bill that isn't the traditional omnibus bill. It's wild. Like it is. It's just a whole extra amount of pork and spending increases. Rhino. I mean, I guess you could call Trump a rhino, but like, I feel like rhino applies to like Speaker Mike Johnson, right? Like I feel like rhino applies to people that call themselves, that like ride on the coattails of the name of I'm a Republican, right? I think Trump came in as a populist, and just kind of ran on the Republican ticket. So I don't know that I would necessarily call Trump, or I don't think rhino really fits him well. Like I understand what you mean, and that he's not fiscally conservative. He's not. But I just don't know that rhino applies. Trump is a Nazi, bro. Trust. Trump's not a Nazi. He's a populist and a bit of a tool, and he's a corrupt populist tool. He's not a Nazi. Besides law, being ANCAP also requires quite detailed understanding of economics. I disagree. I'll finish reading your statement. There have been so many socialists I've seen who have never formally studied the field. It's hilarious. I completely disagree. I think if you're going to hang out in ANCAP circles, you're going to get waterboarded with, Austrian economic like discussion and theory, and so you'll eventually kind of learn it by proxy. And I think a lot of people discover libertarianism through economics or through Austrian economics. But there's nothing about anarcho-capitalism that requires you to know anything about economics. You could be it's unlikely, but you could be a complete idiot with no understanding of economic theory and still be an ANCAP and still be a self-professed ANCAP. But you're probably not going to remain economically illiterate for very long unless you're just like a lurker. Like if you engage in online conversation with ANCAPs, you're going to like absorb a lot of like at least the fundamentals of like Austrian economic theory. But Austrian economic theory is hard to understand, so I feel like there's probably a lot of people that do consider themselves ANCAPs, but probably just don't know the economic theory very well. Oh, shut up, Shrek Oz. I'm just saying, like, it's not necessary, but there is a high correlation. If we are never going to balance a budget and Congress's high time preference, might as well take short-term tax cuts while we can. I don't know. It's hard to say, like, I mean, because like the way that I look at taxation, right, is like a tax cut sounds nice, but at the end of the day, the more appropriate way to look at taxation is first and foremost, how much is the government spending? Because if the government spends money, it came from somewhere in the economy, either through devaluation of the dollar or tariffs or, income tax or sales tax or property tax or, capital gains or, the billion different taxes that we have. It came out of the economy somewhere. And so like, yeah, it can sound nice to be like, oh, we got a tax cut. And like, I'm pro tax cut. But if we raise the debt ceiling with a tax cut and then we just spend the money anyways, then on paper, in the immediacy, it looks like you got a tax cut, like you get to take home more money. But somewhere the economy is being negatively impacted by the increase in spending, right? Like either someone else's taxes went up, which means wages are going to stagnate or prices are going to increase, or there's going to be less jobs available, your hours are going to get cut. You're going to feel it somewhere if someone else's taxes went up in a different sector of the economy. Or no one's taxes went up, and you could have an increase in productivity, but unlikely if you're getting, there is Laffer's curve, etc. Setting that aside, right? What's most likely scenario is you're getting devaluation of the dollar, which is just inflation, which is just price increase, right? And so it's like, I don't know that the tax cut is really doing anything at all for you beneficially, if it's not coming with a spending cut. A reduction in spending seems impossible at this point, and an increase in taxation is unpopular. Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, a decrease in taxes is essentially meaningless if it doesn't come with spending decreases, unless we're being overtaxed, and therefore we can increase productivity by reducing taxation, and by increasing productivity we have more economic transactions, and therefore tax revenue goes up because of the tax decrease. That's about the only time that you're going to see like any positive effect from, yeah, it's Laffer curve. Like, it's the only time you're going to see a positive effect from a tax cut without also getting some type of spending cut. And so I don't want to say that it's like, oh, tax cut is meaningless, but like as a whole, while we're spinning in debt and increasing our deficit spending, it kind of is right now. Like, we are overtaxed, but we're also overspending. Yeah, I mean, roughly, what is it? About 75% of the budget is just welfare, and then it's welfare and spending, paying off debt, right? Like paying out bonds, paying off loans through other services, things of that nature, right? So when we're talking about taxation and we're talking about government spending, we're really talking 75% is just welfare. It's like it's 3/4 of our budget is Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, corporate welfare, subsidies to corporations, grants, things like that. This isn't infrastructure. It's not military. It's not education. It's just money given to people for whatever. The government spending as a percentage of national income is roughly 44%, so our economy is half fake. I mean, like, there is some productivity in government jobs. It's just, it comes at a negative because the money that is used to create that productivity is taken out of the economy and given to a less productive job. But it is important to note that, like, just because a government job is doing something doesn't mean that that is completely unproductive labor. It's just less productive than if that money would have been in the economy. So I don't think it's fair when it's like, when you look at like percentage of GDP that is like, government spending, and then being like, oh, well, that's all of that is like fake. It's like, no, it's like maybe it's 60, maybe it's 70, maybe it's 80% as productive as it would be if that was in the economy. Police are very unproductive. I mean, in some ways, yeah. Guys, remember when Doge was supposed to cut $2 trillion in government spending? I mean, I think if Doge would have been allowed to, if you had like a true libertarian president, and then Elon Musk was in there in Doge, I think you would have found $2 trillion in spending cuts for sure. Right? Like, there is well over $2 trillion in a 10-year period, right? So 200 billion per year in wasteful spending in our government. But waste is, there is no definitive definition, for lack of a better word, of like what is or isn't considered waste. So like, if you can find fraud, then like absolutely that is a thing. But fraud takes money to get rid of, and sometimes it costs more money to get rid of the fraud than you're actually getting rid of. We saw this with like drug testing for food stamps in Tennessee. Tennessee implemented a program maybe a decade ago where they were like, we're going to drug test people so they can get welfare. And then and what they found is that like, once people knew that they were going to get drug tested, some of them dropped out of the welfare program. Good. But it also found that like overwhelmingly people aren't doing drugs that are on welfare. And so the amount of money they spent testing people for drugs, they could have just like cost them more money than they saved. So there's fraud in that, but to investigate, find, and cut that fraud can sometimes cost more money than the fraud itself. And so it's like, who fucking knows the right answer there other than to just gut programs that are unnecessary welfare? You know, like Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid is waste, but you wouldn't hear Republicans call the entire Social Security program a waste. You wouldn't. I'd work. Libertarians should get together somewhere for gaming together where we can get to know each other beyond our subtle ethical differences. You know, I'd work has a channel. I've been sick. I haven't hung out, but he does have a channel for that he's been pimping with that. I don't know who gets invited and who doesn't, but I'd work. Just join my Discord if you're not already in my Discord, and just like post in general if you want people to join. I'd be more than happy to see people just gaming together. Malay could throw a dart at any department and hit waste. The only true correct libertarian position is anarcho-objectivism. I disagree. As someone that has recently adopted the label of anarcho-objectivist, I don't think being an ANCAP is incorrect. I don't think being a, like, I don't again, it's like apples to oranges. Like that doesn't make sense to me. Unfortunately, the best one can do is keep Social Security as a current in order to preserve party status. Pretty much, yeah. Why can't fruits be compared? Fucking, you throwing Lil Dicky at me right now? Which is, it's like anarcho-capitalism doesn't make prescriptive claims. So it's like, it's not an incorrect, it's an incomplete. It's incomplete to say that it is a full philosophy of how we ought act in the world or how we ought govern ourselves or how many things ought be done. Oranges have higher calcium? True. Bananas and green bell peppers, though, have good calcium and it's more bioavailable. All right, let's get around to fucking around. Why not anarcho-orthodoxy? Disavow. So, I heard that this was fucking hilarious. So, I want to pull this up because I heard this is hilarious. I've seen a clip of it, but apparently Dean Withers, who I'm guessing now isn't getting Democrat money. I don't know if he is or isn't, but I heard that he called for the doxing and to take the children away of a caller because they said that children are incapable of consent and thus they shouldn't have transgender people flinging their dicks in front of them or, like, you know, be groomed in queer theory ways. And then this shocked him, and so he on air called for the doxing of this person. I need to watch the full clip in context, but that's what I've heard. And fucking what the fuck? Yeah, he's one of these people who like was 110% getting paid by the Kamala campaign I don't know that for a fact. I know some people were getting paid and he was doing all these events and it seemed like he was getting paid. And I know a bunch of TikTok influencers are getting paid. I don't know if 100% he's if that was him, but let's be honest, it was him. And I don't know what happened. He like disappeared after the campaign, and then like he came out with this new show. And the only thing I've seen from him since is like he smokes a weed vape or something, and then he's like, "It's a fucking anxiety pin! Ah, how dare you!" And so he gets super fucking triggered and freaks the fuck out. But he's really, really popular with like young left wing people. And I just think if it's true that what everyone is saying is true, which, trust but verify, he might be the most retarded person out there right now. And this just seems hilarious to me. He was also a Tate bro before DNC money. Yeah, he was. And he was like, I changed though. And then like apparently he said the N-word at some point on like some call somewhere, and he did like a giant mea culpa. And I was like, I don't care that a fucking 16-year-old, like I grew up with fucking Xbox Live chat. Like, I don't care that you said a bad word when you were a fucking teenager. Like, shut up.
Agree that even if there wasn't from any of the teenagers, that that's still wrong because teens can't consent to that? But can we agree that even if there wasn't from any of the teenagers, that that's still wrong because teens can't consent to that?
You ever know that you can tell that somebody's politics are bad and they're stupid just by the tonal quality of their voice? Like when you hear that California uptick and they're not a Californian surfer, you know, like you immediately know, like, oof, I'm gonna hear some dumb woke shit. Like I just turned it up. Just quit being weird.
But can we agree that even if there wasn't from any of the teenagers, that that's still wrong because teens can't consent to that?
Teens can't consent to that? Huh? Scott, you literally talk like that, you hypocrite? No, I don't.
You're going to tell me that the parents of the teenagers aren't there either? I mean, I wouldn't send my kid to a pageant by themselves.
Do you think that a parent...
Okay, hold on, Slenzer. Was that this guy or was that another one? Because I feel like the other one, I think it was like a different guy, not this one. I think it was like Harry Sisson or like one of those other ones, not him. Maybe it was him and I'm misremembering. But if I remember correctly, like I looked into it when it happened and it was a little, and it was like, it was just him lying to women to get nudes. And, I don't know that that's sexual harassment or anything, you know, like Scott has a big boy voice. You can tell Scott is big by the sound of his voice. That feels like a really nice way of calling me a fat ass. I'm not going to lie. Like, you know, cool, I guess, but, Scott has a dad bod? Yeah, pretty much. Well, I've been in... Dad bod is a meaningless term. Dad bod is a completely meaningless term. I know because I have seen women on the internet describe dad bod in the most insane ways. And I have multiple times... I have a picture of... was it Hapfjord Bjornsson or whatever, the greatest strongman athlete the world and history has ever known during a bulk phase, and I'll send it to him and be like, is this a dad bod? And they're like, yeah, that's a dad bod. Like, that's a decent dad bod, but it's a dad bod. And when I say that, I mean the man who was the Mountain in Game of Thrones and who was right, and who has won like Mr. Universe multiple times and is the only person in history to win like Mr. Universe and the strongman at the same time. Like these people are just like dad bod means nothing. Dad bod is just a phrase that women use to mean you're not skinny and I think you're hot. That's all that means. Dad bod is a meaningless term. I don't have a dad bod. I have the body of a father, not a daddy or a dad bod. I have the body of a father.
I wouldn't send my kid to a pageant by themselves.
Do you think that a parent can consent to a teenager being perved on by an old man?
If they were telling me that's the whole point of a beauty pageant is people looking at teenagers clammed up, dude. I don't know what else to tell you. I think they're weird in the first place.
So you're
he's like, oh.
So you're a father.
You're glorifying young women and children in the first place.
So you're a father of a young daughter. Do you think you have the right?
I'm not.
Is that a young son?
Yes.
Do you think that you have the right, as the father of that son, to consent to having?
Grok, is the man on screen autistic? We talking about me, or we talking about this guy, or we talking about this guy?
Older people think that you have the right, as the.
Also, for the record, is there a way to get like an AI chatbot in your YouTube chat? Because like, hold on, that would be awesome. Can I get a chatbot that fucking prompts like Chat GPT shit so people can be like, at Charles, is this true? Hold on. This might be a thing. because I think it would be hilarious to clown on the results as well as like just to have that in chat. That'd be so much fun. And the chat engagement would be off the charts. Though I might get flagged by YouTube as like having botters in my chat because there's just a chat bot going hard.
Do you think that you have the right, as the father of that son, to consent to having older people take pictures of your son while your son is naked?
If I was dumb enough to send my kid in, it's no different than a baby commercial for diapers.
Can you answer my question? Do you think that you have the right to consent to 65-year-old men looking at your son while he's naked?
What this is so cringe.
I wouldn't allow it.
Do you think that you have the right? Do you think that you have the right to allow it? Do you think?
I mean, he just said like, yeah, like that's what a baby diaper commercial is.
If you did allow it, that you would be violating the consent of your child?
They have no choice in the matter what's.
I heard, Dylan, I heard that this was hilarious, so I'm watching it. And it seems like Dean Withers might be the biggest retard on the left.
Whatsoever, it's my decision as the parent. And I wouldn't put my kid in that situation. That's why I think pageants are weird in the first place. I would never.
Oh, I love the TikTok. Like, this is a very like Gen Z TikTok thing, right? Like the hand over mouth, like overacting thing. I think it's I just think it is just a habit that's picked up from like short form content, because I mean, like you need the sensational catching thing. And then so if you're doing a long stream, it's going to be the most overacted, over animated, over the top portions of your stream are going to be the things that tend to be from a long stream in TikTok. And if you're making short form content, there's so much overacting. But like, it's so funny to watch and be like, like this feigned shock. And yeah, it's so performative, but it's just funny to me. Oh, okay. What happened? What occurred? Do I have to refresh?
From any of the teenagers that's still wrong?
Enough to send my.
Answer my question. Do you think that you have the right in at your son? You have letting the.
I have no choice in the matter whatsoever. I was.
Older people take pictures of your son while your son is naked.
If I was dumb enough to send my kid in, it's no different than a baby commercial for diapers.
Can you answer my question? Do you think that you have the right to consent to 65-year-old?
I have city-owned ISP. No, I don't. I have Xfinity.
I wouldn't allow it.
Do you think that you have the
gigabit
right,
internet?
Do you think that you have the right to allow it? Do you think if you did allow it, that you would be violating the consent of your child?
They have no choice in the matter whatsoever. It's my decision as the
Dean
parent.
is small bicep male socialist. I think I saw some picture of him at some point where he was like supposedly jacked, but also I think he's like 5'4" or something. And so he did like at some point he was a gym bro that did like a decent cut and some roids and was able to get like, a decent body. But like I'm not really one for the body shaming here.
And put my kid in that situation. That's why I think pageants are weird in the first place. I would never.
Look at him. Look at. He's really drunk. Why is it pausing here? Oh no. What is happening? It just doesn't like that part of the video.
Amen. Okay. So here's what we're going to do.
Okay.
I think that you don't deserve to have any custodial rights of your child. So for those watching, the handle is goatman91096.
I don't even know if I can play this.
It's going to be their handle. If there happens to be anybody in here that's good at has like facial recognition.
For the record, I disavow his doxing.
Software.
You can find me. It's fine. Nothing I said was wrong.
Okay,
I just said that the kid doesn't get to make the decision.
What's your name?
I would never put them in that situation.
Okay, what's your name?
And why are you trying to dox people, dude? That's weird.
Because I want to find who you are so I could call CPS and have them take your child away from you.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure you would like to.
This is. I almost feel like this is a bit at this. Like it's so over the top that it feels like a bit, but I can't tell if it's. I mean, I guess. This feels less like the left wing kind of sounds like the guy is trolling. I don't Dean is pretty retarded consistently. So I don't know, like it feels like a bit to me. But it also what it feels more like is the struggle for, like, Dean was well known and getting a lot of money. And again, I think he was probably paid by the DNC, as like one of those groups of like TikTok people. And then he had that failed attempt of doing like a tour. And then kind of like Destiny was coming after him. So he like ducked from Destiny. And so I think he's like trying to drum up controversy, and he's in that mindset, right? Like I've seen this with a lot of creators where they get clicks from like some crazy, thing that happened in their stream, or some like, awesome moment. And so they're constantly chasing that dragon because their audience is not there. Like my audience, for example, you guys are here because you're really into this community and you're into libertarianism and you're into philosophy, and some of you are into watching debates, but you're here because you like seeing anarchism or libertarianism or objectivism. It's because of the tism. Yeah, maybe. All of the different isms and tisms. That's why you guys are here. And so I didn't garner like a large audience in a short period of time because I like drama farmed something. And when you do that, that audience is fickle. They're not there for you. There isn't like a built kind of parasocial relationship and community and like, foundation where we all share similar beliefs. And so we're like working out those beliefs kind of like collectively through my stream. Instead, you would be here just for like whatever drama is currently occurring. Right. And if you fail to deliver on the promise of outrage and drama and crazy moments, then you lose your audience, you lose your money, you lose your clout. And so I've seen a lot of people, you see it with Destiny, for example. Destiny's a great example. Destiny has gotten increasingly more unhinged over the last few years. And damn having any respect, because he's had a lot of controversies and he's had a lot of people dislike him. And so, and then he really went out there with like, and I'm sure he has some personal shit going on, whatever. But just speaking in terms of his content, right? Not speaking in terms of like his life or whatever drama things. You can see like with this, like you could see that he needs, his audience needs him to be quote unquote based. And so he needs to drum up controversy and hate for engagement to keep the train going. And so you see it like ethical CP Goldilocks zone Destiny screenshot. Yeah. But I mean, like he's been, it's a game that he plays, right? He waits for a big political thing to happen. And if the big political thing is a tragedy, then he tries to say the most vile, fucked up shit he can in the hopes that a bunch of people will be offended. And then he can be like, look at how you're a triggered snowflake. Ha ha ha. Oh, jokes aren't funny anymore. You want cancel culture? And then his whole audience is like, oh, fucking based, right? Or it's like a new political thing like, Kyle Rittenhouse or Israel-Palestine. And so like what he does is he tries to find the position that he knows might be the controversial position on the left and then studies up Wikipedia really hardcore on it so that he can then, be based and, pretend to be like the reasonable person. And so like those are the kind of the two games he plays. And then he mixes that in with some drama from like some random girl. But the thing is that his audience expects those things. So if a tragedy happens, Destiny can't not be a piece of shit. He has to be a piece of shit. If he wants to maintain his clout, if he wants to maintain his brand, he has to perform the brand. And so that's why when we saw this Texas flooding, that has really nothing to do with politics, he put out a series of tweets like blaming Trump or making fun of the dead children, saying that the children there, weren't ready for camping if they don't know how to swim, right? Just trying to offend so that he can maintain this brand. Yeah, like he's made like a NordVPN joke about it. Exactly, right? Like he just says things in the hopes of drumming up. This is kind of what that feels like. That feels like he needs like a based moment. And so he's just searching for something constantly, which puts him in this like almost anxious, reactive state where he's performatively freaking out for no fucking reason. And he's so into it that he doesn't realize how much of a retard he looks like right now.
Try to do that.
Yes, I would. So
they would never even do it. That's the best part.
Okay.
Because I would take the part, and I have a witness sitting here who's heard me say I would never put my child in that situation.
Okay. So what's your name?
So don't worry. Move the goalpost too, by the way.
So you said that you think that parents have every.
I mean, this isn't really a goalpost shift. This is just him. This is like something entirely different. This is way beyond the realm of like your typical fallacious argumentation, and this is just him doing a performance, right? Like this is not really a goalpost shift. I mean, I guess you could kind of say it is, but it's to an extreme degree that it's something else. Mentis Wave has an Asian wife. I thought he had a trans wife or husband or whatever. She ain't trans. I mean, I feel like Mentis Wave like admitted it, or maybe he was just leaning into the bit. I don't really care either way.
Right to exploit and traffic their children. So
no, that's not what I said.
So I'm not going to debate it with you. That is what you said.
Wait, what did he claim?
Their children.
Too, by the way.
So you said that you think that parents have every right to exploit and traffic their children.
Yeah, it's exactly what he said. He totally said that parents have every right to sex traffic kids. That's definitely what he said.
So
no, that's not what I said.
So I'm not going to debate it with you. That is what you said.
I would agree with you, Scott, but you have to remember Dean's audience is all 48-year-old divorced white women, so the performance plays really well with them and gets him paid. Well, yeah, I mean but that's what I'm saying is that like it's high time preference when you engage in drama farming. So you're right. In the short term, it helps him with his audience and it plays well. And it gets him a lot of negative engagement, which gets him new eyes, which gets him money, which gets him clout. But the problem is that you gain your audience based off of this drug. And in order to maintain that audience, you have to keep feeding them this drug. And they build up a tolerance to this drug. And the drug in question is overreactions and drama. And so what that means is in order to maintain your audience and grow your audience, you need worse and worse controversies, worse and worse drama, and more overacting. And so with that clout, that money, that recognition, you also lose any and all respect. And eventually you can no longer, eventually you go off of a cliff where it becomes so crazy that everyone kind of wakes up. Right? People, much like a drug addict, they hit rock bottom and then they leave you. Or this person is going to do something, maybe this is it, maybe this isn't it, that's so dumb and so ridiculous that every time their name is brought up, everyone just laughs at you. And it's that chasing the dragon of like a drug addict, but in terms of like rage baiting and drama farming.
So I just putting this out there for anybody. Feel free to take his profile picture. Maybe you could go on tiktok.com/his handle. You could save his profile picture, run it through some reverse image search. Maybe it will link back to a Facebook or something where you could find his name.
This man is doing everything he can to explain how to dox. He's not just saying, hey, dox this guy. He's going, hey, audience, here's how you dox people. Like this is insane.
And if you do find said information, that's public, by the way.
You're more than welcome to.
Feel free to take that information and report it to CPS. Feel free to take that information and report it to
I mean, this dude is probably freaking out because a famous person is actively doxing him, and he's trying to play it cool because he doesn't want to make it seem like he's afraid of being called a pedo because he knows he has nothing to hide. But the appropriate answer here should have just been yeah, okay, keep going. All right, awesome. You're going to be hearing from my lawyer. What you did is highly illegal, and I appreciate your time and consideration. But your money is about to be my money, and I'm going to ruin you. So expect contact from my attorney.
Law authorities in his area. Feel free to take that information and report it to maybe his local CPS, etc. Child Protective Care, Child Protective Services. Feel free to do that. I'll go ahead and leave him on the live for around another 20 or 30 seconds here before we kick him, just so you guys, anybody that's interested in trying to do this, can grab his profile picture. Also,
how are you going to farm chuds, right? Because that a large part of his content is trying to find people that he thinks are dumb conservatives that he can own, because he doesn't like actively debate anybody competent. He just debates like random randos on the internet that like don't have clout, so that he can try and like, because I mean you see him say things that are just wrong constantly, that like any competent conservative would be like, what? That's stupid. Here's why that's stupid. And so like, how is he going to get, like, he's going to lose a lot of chuds, like, you know what I mean? Like, he's going to lose a big, because anybody now knows that this guy, if it will just misinterpret what you're saying aggressively and then attempt to dox you and ruin your life on air and use the power of the internet to get you killed.
Anybody, by the way, this is all screen recorded over on the YouTube stream. This is all screen recorded over on the YouTube stream. So I'll leave him up here for a little bit longer so you guys can get his profile picture, get his name. Goatman, feel free to unmute. Is there any information, maybe even like his following list here? Is there any information that you'd like to give us about yourself? Maybe what state you live in, what your name?
At least his audience knows is retarded.
Is any information?
I mean, that is true that like his audience can't figure out how to use Google Lens. Yeah, that has to be explicitly spelled out to them, how to use programs that's on everybody's phone in the last 5 years that doesn't have an iPhone.
Like that.
Oh yeah, I live in Wisconsin. I have my kid. You're not going to do what you think you're going to do. I don't know what your intent is here.
Okay.
That's him hitting his anxiety pin, by the way. Whatever the fuck that is. I'm pretty sure it's just a weed vape. This dude is off the rails.
What's your name?
My name's Thomas.
So Thomas from Wisconsin. What's your last name?
You're not entitled to that.
Okay, so Thomas from Wisconsin. That's a really good start. So he's from Wisconsin.
Yep.
I feel like there's probably like 100,000 Thomases in Wisconsin, but fair enough.
Is your name Thomas or Nicholas?
No.
You can hear the dude. Like, I think he might have actually gotten his real name.
Your name is not Nicholas?
So hang on. So you said that I.
Okay. So his name is Nicholas.
Oh, okay. So he actually did live dox him.
Okay, great. So you guys have now gotten everything that you need. Just know that like I am totally fine with you guys making that report. I mean, I think that we can all agree here that we care about children's safety.
Including the dude you're talking to, by the way, more so than you, because the entire argument is about not letting your kids around. Actually, I think from context, it was about whether or not, it was talking about Donald Trump walking in, supposedly, I don't know if he did or didn't, on like Miss Teen pageants or whatever.
And that was a father that said that he believes he has every right to exploit and traffic his child.
What is smunk? What is that supposed to be? Smoke, but like avoiding the key words? Like, what is this Gen Z lingo I'm unaware of?
The child has no say. So I don't mind if you guys take that information. Now, don't post this on the internet. Keep this information with the authorities. Don't post this information on the internet. Use any information.
Oh, so now we get to the point where he's like, don't, we're gonna dox him, but don't dox him. Like now that he's gone, he's saying he's not gonna dox him.
You're able to find to go to the authorities. I fully support that. I don't support turning around and posting it on the internet. Take it to the authorities.
I don't support posting on the internet. But anyways, I want you guys all on the internet to collectively work together to gather this person's information to report them to the police and try and get their children taken away. I mean, like, that feels like a pretty big loophole, doesn't it? You know what I mean? Like, that's a pretty big loophole. If it's not doxing, we're going to dox, but only in our cloistered order of people who are committed to ruining this person's life.
And anybody in the chat who says that was too far, I very strongly and staunchly disagree with you. I don't think that that's too far. I think that is a responsible obligation that any good person in society would have to do. We have an obligation.
Any good person in society would have to dox and harass and try and take the children away from someone who understands basic philosophy.
To look out for our children. We really do. We really do, you guys. So we're going to move on to the next guest now. But once again, don't take that information and post it on the internet. Don't take that information.
Take another
and
anxiety
spam it.
hit right there with you.
take that
This is my
information and use
anxiety
it to
pin
your
now.
source.
It's not.
So
It's
I
not a
really hope that
nicotine
at least one person
vape.
watching
It's
right
an
now
anxiety
that
pin.
has the the technical know-how, the ability, and the skill to find that information, and the desire to then turn around and take it to the authorities.
You just
can
took
also find
3
the person
anxiety
who
hits.
has the right to exploit his child off of my YouTube stream. And yeah, we look out for children here. We're gonna move on to the next guest.
We look out for children here. Sure thing, buddy.
Everybody, just give us a minute here while we're getting the next guest Scrappy up in the live, y'all. And make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen in the meantime. Everybody, do just be patient while we're getting the next guest up here. All right, we're gonna move on to the next.
Make sure we're double tapping on that. So basically, make sure we're liking. I love how he's like so serious, right? He's so like, oh, we gotta look out for the kids, okay? We gotta make sure we're doing all the good things. Anyways, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Oh fuck, that was funny. I had been informed it was funny. It was funnier than I thought it would be. Yeah, take the kids away to be with the strangers from the state. Yeah, let's not look up the fucking the abuse rates in the foster care system. Don't do that if you want to have a good day. If you want, or look up what percentage of the homeless population spent time in foster care. Don't do that either. Neither of those numbers will make you very confident. Yeah. Like Dean, like I don't support you making that information publicly, but let me explain to you exactly how to find that information and then share it amongst yourselves and then use that information as you will. All right. You guys want to see somebody crazier than Dean? Oh, I'm sure he's on the lookout for children. Hey, Political Chad. I appreciate it, brother. Yeah, don't forget, for you guys here, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Also, I always answer super chats. There's 36 of you watching, only 16 likes, so put some likes in there. If you don't have any money, I totally understand. If you want to support the channel, $3.99 a month, get your membership, get you a little badge, get you some emotes, things like that. I appreciate you. I've been sick lately. Today we're going to be doing a debate here in a little while, or a debate panel here in about 50 minutes. Tomorrow will be a late stream. I don't have 100% confirmation as of right now. Let me check just to make sure. But I have confirmed, but I don't have the guests confirmed, their names or anything. Probably have to check that out in the morning because of the time zone difference. And what I'll be doing tomorrow at 9 p.m. is I'll be interviewing 2 representatives from the Libertarian Party of India, because the Indians are going libertarian, boys. They're trying now. The Libertarian Party of India has set themselves up. They've been making some cool little videos. We'll probably watch some of their like little TikTok videos about roads and drainage and things like that. And and before we talk to them, and I just I want to get their information in the morning so I can know more about what it is that they're doing, and I have to do some more research. But I'm really interested to see where they're at, what inroads they're making, what unique challenges for a country that has so many different cultures and languages and differences between inner cities and rural areas and places that are really, really far behind the modern era and places that are essentially first world, kind of all in one area. And it should be a lot of fun, and I think that'd be a fun conversation. But again, because 9 p.m. is 6:30 in the morning, IST, it's gonna be a little bit later than the typical. Normally, the content here starts around like 7 or 8. It's gonna be starting at 9. I'll probably start stream around like 7, and we'll get in, we'll watch some videos, fuck around for a little while. But the interview will be a little bit later at night, and that's 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Wouldn't that make them the most base libertarians? Never met a people so consistently subordinate to authority than Indians. I mean, I feel like that's a good conversation topic for tomorrow. So I take it we can't make an Indian jokes the whole time? I would really prefer if you're not making fucking racist Indian jokes in my chat while I'm interviewing Libertarian Party representatives from India. Yeah, I'd appreciate that. Also curb your collectivism. You know, I'm just throwing that out there, you know. I would appreciate that. All right. So here's somebody even more mentally ill. I saw this shit today and I was like, holy fuck. This is so good. I've never seen a more perfect example of why therapy has become a religion for women and is no longer helpful. So what you are looking at is a LPC application pending. So what that means is licensed practitioner, counselor, depends on the state. But in most states, you have to go through, after you graduate to be a counselor, you have to go through a period of time, like basically like an internship, like doctors go through, right? Where they're a resident counselor. But pre-licensed application pending is just the terminology for their state, I'm assuming. So this is Cade Elliott therapy. So this person is going to help you with your mental health problems. You're in waiting. You wanted to pick my brain for a few minutes. Let me go over this funny meme of a real thing, and then I'll hop in. Hi, my name is Cade Elliott. Can I zoom in anymore? I can't zoom in unless I open in another tab, and I don't feel like doing that right now, so we're just going to deal with it. MS, NCC, and I use he, they pronouns. I am a pre-licensed LPC application pending therapist with 3 years of experience. I am a fat. Not I am fat. I am a fat. I'm one of the fats. Control plus scroll? No, it's blown up. God damn it, you fucking people. Right? It only works if you open image in new tab. Then you can control plus scroll. I did that. It doesn't work on Twitter when you click it and it blows up. I am a fat, white, trans mask, and non-binary individual that works full-time as a counselor at an LGBTQ plus youth center. I'm autistic, in recovery, and have a hearing disability. Intersectionality and continuing education on anti-racist therapeutic practices are important in my work and in my life. I feel like this is having a horseshoe effect. No, she's not in recovery of autism, or they aren't in recovery of autism. What they are is they are in recovery and autistic. So what they're letting you know is, I'm super, super woke and indoctrinated with leftist ideology, and I want to indoctrinate your children with left-wing queer ideology, and I want to trans your children. Also, I'm autistic. Also, I can't hear at all, so I need you to yell at me during therapy because I won't ever be able to hear your vulnerable moments if you're quiet. Also, I used to be a drug-addicted person, but I'm in recovery, so hopefully I'm stable throughout this. Oh, and by the way, I'm one of the fats. This is a horseshoe effect of therapy because I feel more confident and I feel like I'm less of like a head case and more mentally fit just by reading this bio. Like, this is making me feel better about myself. It's giving me the confidence that I need to go out in the world and be secure in my mental health and reducing my anxiety and my neuroticism to whatever degrees that they are just by reading this. I'm in the same group as Cade Elliott. I'm a fat. Fuck you. Out of every child you've ever seen, have you ever met any of them that were normal? Hank Hill to a special ed teacher. Queer and trans owned. Sliding scale available with priority to BIPOC individuals. So they're letting you know on top of that that they discriminate against whites. Experience with people living with HIV. How much experience? Are you positive? Are you positive you can deal with these HIV clients? Kink allied. So, of course, you're going to find mental health through engaging in your sexual deviancies and kinks. Disability allied. I mean, I feel like that was less of a choice and more of a circumstance of your life. Polyamory and other relationship styles. So of course they're going to heal you by engaging in deviant, unhealthy behavior. Grief and intimate partner violence. Those are just things. I'm assuming. Oh, experience with. Okay, my bad. I got separated and forgot English for a minute. Can you put this in your Discord? Yeah, sure. I mean, it's already in the Discord. It's just in a channel you guys can't see because that's where I pull my shit from. There you go. TFCBT certified experience with DBT, MI, IFS. So this trauma-focused cognitive behavioral therapy, dialectical behavioral therapy. I don't know what MI or IFS stands for. Like if I saw it written out, I might know, but I mean, like maybe MI has something to do with mindfulness, and I don't know what the fuck IFS is. I'm kind of curious now. Oh, internal family systems. Yeah, it's sociology bullshit and systems theory added to therapy. All right, so I'm gonna hop in this Discord real quick. Somebody said they wanted to pick my brain, and I mean I have some funny things we could watch or whatever, but whatever. I appreciate you guys. It's been a while. If you're gonna hop in, we'll chit chat for a little bit before I have to go. So let me see what's up. What's up, brother? Is your camera on? No, it's just if your camera's not on, then I don't have to like switch my cameras around to put it in Discord. No, it's fine. What's up? Oh, hold on. I forgot I did a Windows update, so I got to go to audio. Where's that? Voice and video. Oh no, it's in my fucking... Nope, it's in the other one. Where is this? That's the chat thing. Give me a second. Oh, is it not in this one? Oh, fuck. All right, say something for me.
What's up?
Dude, speak.
Hello?
Yeah, there we go. Okay. All right, you can hear now. For some reason, okay. in my sources, one of the things got deleted. I'll have to fix that later.
All right, well.
So what did you want to ask me about?
So I wanted to throw my argument on privatizing airport security. I mean,
ANCAP,
so
everything should be privatized. What do you mean?
So no. So well, I honestly, I'll we could jump into that in a second. Here's my honest first question: what is your when it comes to forming the ANCAP society or moving into that direction? What's the one aspect of the state that you think will be the most difficult to privatize?
National defense.
Okay, that's what I would have figured.
I mean, like so the real answer, right, is that there is no one thing that's going to be the hardest thing to do. I think the biggest problem is going to be shifting the philosophy and the culture towards moving away from socialism and moving towards privatization and deregulation. I feel like it's kind of a domino effect. Once we can get a culture of people that recognize that socialism is bad, that we need less regulation, we need more privatization, there's going to be some hurdles and some fuck ups because we do things in a wrong order and it causes backlash. But like, once you can start to see programs, the economy do better, programs be more successful, etc., then I think it's kind of like a domino, like that meme where it's like a small domino and a bigger one and a bigger one and a bigger one, right? So like some of the things that are probably the hardest are actually probably the easiest. And but the only way that it'll effectively occur is after a bunch of other things have occurred first, right? Like it's a really fucking hard sell to say we should abolish the FBI and we should abolish, the military. Like that's a really fucking hard sell. But I don't think it's that hard of a sell to say we should get rid of our local cops and replace them with a private security firm, but maintain like the state troopers and the FBI. And then when those things do really well, all of a sudden, if this did so well in small towns, other small towns do it. And then eventually it's like, well, why do we have state troopers when we could just use a private firm to do this? Right. And then all of a sudden it becomes easier to conceptualize the idea that like, yeah, we don't need a fucking FBI. Right. So it's just like, I think the harder things are actually the easier things intuitively speaking, but that really the hardest thing is to start that process, and that those things have to be started with small things.
Fascinating. I might have to come and disagree on the process. My vision of this is being a lot more
who fucking knows?
top down than bottom.
Yeah,
well,
I can't tell the future.
Yeah, and it's always it's fun to imagine that the process go down as smoothly as possible.
Yeah, I mean, the truth is it'll probably be some place like Prospera or something like that succeeds while everything else fails.
Yeah,
it'll probably happen like Ayn Rand in Atlas Shrugged, right? Like it'll probably be some pocket somewhere that survives, that survives the downfall that the rest of us are headed towards. My goal really is to create enough philosophers so that place has enough people to survive when it happens.
Yeah,
Tehran, Tehran's an okay example, but they're anarcho-mutualists and indigenismo, so they're like different. They're lefties. Still good anarchists, though.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, no, it's that's what made the book fascinating to me was for some reason I thought of Hong Kong and Singapore. Or just thinking like the islands of ultra, successful places. Although I wouldn't necessarily
like Rothschild Island in Antarctica that you're not allowed to fly over because of the Jews. Continue. I'm joking.
That one, yes.
It just means indigenous, Chris. It just means indigenous form of government. But it's based upon like old ritual magic with like some fucking mountain cliff they have there.
Yeah, well,
Toronto has like brujos in it and shit. Like there's some weird shit that goes down there.
No, those uncontracted tribes, I think, also could be a fun little ANCAP study, but who knows? They're uncontacted, so how are you supposed to study them? It's kind of weird. But
drones.
Yeah,
so what's your
that's
question?
Nope. That's a fascinating take on how the state would kind of at least cease to exist in some of the more difficult parts. I mean, obviously, yeah, it's a lot easier to get rid of some of the administrative welfare systems than it is to get rid of the actual. I guess the next question is, what do you do with the nuclear weapons? How do we handle?
That's a really long
conversation. Yeah, well, I mean, like, or even just like with the basic military infrastructure, is that to be agreed upon not to be used, or is it privately owned by sort of like peace
corporations
that just don't use them, or like?
So So private arms, okay? So you have to go all the way down to the concept of what is aggression, right? And what constitutes aggression. So obviously physical acts, behavior constitutes aggression, okay? But behavior can also be words that you say, right? If I walk into a room and I say, you know, I'm going to rape you to death right now and there's nothing you can do about it. Obviously, you don't need to wait for me to start before you can defend yourself, right? Because it's a very actionable threat. I'm there. I'm on your property. I am saying that I'm going to commit this act. And it constitutes the same thing as raising the firearm up to you, but not actually pulling the trigger, right? So with nuclear weapons, owning nuclear weapons, what are you communicating by owning nuclear weapons? Because if you have enriched uranium at like 20% or something, right, or 14%, whatever that cutoff is, then that's not nuclear grade. That's not weapons tech grade uranium. And so if you're using that for energy, right? But the moment you start creating, you start going over the 60% threshold, you've made it clear that your goal is to create a weapon that can destroy cities. And so is that an actionable threat, the same as saying I'm going to kill you? Well, it's not, right? But it is the same as being at a party and pulling out a loaded gun. The moment someone pulls out a loaded gun where there's alcohol involved at a party, you don't have the right to like murder them. But it is the appropriate time to go, hey, what the fuck are you doing? What's going on here? Why do you have a loaded gun at a party? There's alcohol involved. Someone's going to get hurt if you have an accident. Like, are you being safe? Right? And then all of a sudden, now we have a conversation about whether or not what you're doing is safe, or whether or not you're being, this is where I wait for the response and they're like, yeehaw! And they grab the gun. Well, all of a sudden, yeah, it's time to take the gun away from them. Right? And so a nuclear weapon is that, but just on a much larger scale. And so it would be very difficult to justify non-aggression by owning a nuclear weapon. They're very, like, in order to own a nuclear weapon, you would be just owning it with no press release, no insurance or no nothing, just kind of having one because like, I wanted one, is very similar to an alcoholic at a party playing with a loaded gun. Right? And so I would say that the only way I would say that under most pretexts, you could kill someone simply for owning a nuclear weapon. As the technology downscales, that becomes less and less relevant, right? I wouldn't say the same thing about a missile, right? But if they arm the missile, point the missile in the sky, right, you can take that out before they actually fire said missile, right? And so as the armaments get bigger, the more and more you are playing with a dangerous weapon, you know, like a drunk at a party, playing with a loaded gun. And so I would say that there are instances where private ownership of nuclear weapons is not only allowed but necessary, but it would need to be like a highly insured private military contractor that's never aggressed upon anybody, that has like a mission statement that describes their commitment to like peace. You know what I mean? That it's only for defensive measures, against like asteroids or some shit. Like they would need to have like an incredibly consistent, track record of both behavior, insurance, what they're communicating and everything. So that it is the same thing as a man shows up to the party who is armed, who is not drinking, who is like a police officer who is saying, hey, I need you guys to keep the noise down. Like there needs to be all of these levels of insurances in multiple ways before it wouldn't constitute an act of aggression. Small armaments is not the same. You don't need all of that shit because you're already communicating your responsible behavior simply by having it holstered and having the fire, right? Like this is, but having a weapon that at any moment could go off or you could send off that can level an entire city, is in many ways the same as having a loaded gun with your finger in the trigger and pointing it at somebody.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I'd like. I mean, that'd be a fun, deep debate to get into about.
Yeah, Casimir has better
the
arguments on this than
non-aggression.
Casimir has really good
Yeah.
arguments on this if you want to talk to him about it.
He would be fun to talk to about the NAP because I mean I think there are some certain points at when I think intent obviously matters. I can have a gun, conceal it, but have full intention of using it.
here-
I think the issue is
key
when
here
I
is
use it,
ethics
who I
in
use
general.
it on.
The key here is that ethics in general is about what is intersubjectively communicated, right? And so that's what defines property, and that's what defines what is yours, and that is kind of like what defines your actions and behavior. So, for example, if I go to Vietnam and I go homestead some property in the jungle, and I put up one sign on the main access road that's only in English that says no trespassing, I haven't effectively communicated that that's my property. But if I was in America, I've effectively communicated that that's my property. There's one road into the establishment. Everybody here has fucking cars, right? It's in English. It's in the language that we all speak, and it says no trespassing. I've communicated this is my property. But in Vietnam, what percentage of the population? I don't know what percentage it is. Maybe they all speak English and I'm retarded. But assuming they don't, right? Like I haven't effectively communicated that this is my property. And so it's not an aggressive act for them to then trespass on my property because I have failed to communicate that this property is indeed mine. And so it can't necessarily be recognized in a system of ethics as my property. That's the key when we're talking about aggression and acts of aggression, especially when we're talking about threats, which is like what is being communicated by your behavior and by your words.
Yeah.
For the record, behavior always trumps words because behavior is proven true, whereas words can be lies.
Yeah, very true. I would say though, it's very easy, at least on the surface, to conceal intentions. And I mean, at least from the way we don't have to get into the Ukraine conflict, but at least what shocks me, at least to this day about it, is the fact that Putin, I mean, for a long time, had the world believe that he wasn't a dictator, that he wasn't, quite as authoritarian as he ended up being, and as aggressive internationally as he certainly ended up being. So, in certain ways,
I mean, did he, or were people just retarded? Because I mean, like I remember when 9/11 happened, and everyone was like, "Why did they bomb us?" And then like everyone had to be like, "Because we've been bombing them since the '60s." And then they were like, "What?" You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Is it that the world convinced that he was, not dictatorial because like all of the signs were there in his actions very clearly, right? Like, I mean, with the oligarchs that he had set up, with like, the corruption, with the way that PMCs that he used, in different regions. I mean, like he engaged in a lot of, long before Ukraine invasion, you had freedom of speech in Russia, insofar as you could protest so long as you were by yourself and not part of a protest group. And then the police would come and pretend to be a protester. So then all of a sudden you were a part of a group so that they could beat you half to death, throw you in a paddy wagon and throw you in a gulag, and you wouldn't get a trial for a year or two later because you broke the law because the police made you break the law.
I just don't think people, I think
people
we're still
know
looking
about
at it
that.
hindsight.
Because like Americans were fine. They were like, my cheeseburgers are cheap cheeseburgers.
Yeah. That's a tough one. I don't know. I just use that as the example of just how you can sort of create the
people can trick you into believing that they're a good person. Like, yeah, of course.
Oh yeah, 100%.
But you don't get to act off of an intuition that they might be a bad person. You know what I mean? Like they have to communicate in their behavior and their words in some way that they're aggressive. Unfortunately, that means some bad people will be able to aggress and surprise people, but you can't have a system of ethics that like goes after the potential bads.
Yeah, because I was honestly just about to ask, like, okay, so what was the Obama administration supposed to do? Were they supposed to take this hawkish stance on Russia to stop, this from ever happening? But you're basically saying no. I mean, people essentially can trick you, and they will, and that does.
I mean, one thing he could have done is like not use the CIA to stage a coup in Ukraine. I mean, one thing he could have done.
Yeah, I think that.
You know what I mean? Like, maybe not literally quote poke the bear. Like fucking.
Well, I have a pretty. I don't know. I have a pretty wild opinion on that. I personally don't really think that Russia's international policy matters, and what they want even really matters. And to even consider what they want, in my opinion, is a bit silly on our side. So I don't necessarily think it was a good idea, but I don't really care that Russia was upset about it. I just don't care that I don't really like the Russian state. I'd certainly prefer it less than the one I live in. So
yeah, I mean I don't like most states.
Yeah, so the way I see it is I don't really. You say poke the bear. I look at it as I think Russia sees itself as a powerful country when it's not, and I think
I don't know enough. I don't know enough of like about. I just don't know enough about those.
I think they try to
say like I don't know enough to get into the mind of Russian politicians and their beliefs. Right, like there's a fog of war. There's cultural difference. I don't even speak the language. You know what I mean? Like I'm not going to pretend to know to what degree they think of themselves as the big bad bully, and to what degree I don't know.
Yeah, sure. I also
I'm comfortable being like, yeah, I don't fucking know. I'm not an expert on the Russian foreign policy.
Yeah, I mean, I at least try to stay consistent. I feel the same way about China. Like what China wants in Taiwan, I think matters to them, but it shouldn't matter to us. We should. I mean, we should consider it, but that doesn't mean we should, just give in. And just say, well, it's it is their territory. It's like, well, sure, but that's honestly not in our interests. I mean, but there's differences there. But,
I don't know. I'm not following that, but okay. Like, seems like you're saying we shouldn't care what other countries want, and it's like, well, obviously we should. I don't know. I'm not getting what you're putting down.
Well, I just believe the U.S. is the dominant world power. And I think one of the biggest policy mistakes that at least the Obama administration made is it tried to put us on even footing with other powers in the world. Not saying you flex your muscles, but I'm saying you keep them sharp, right? You re-engage with the idea in the world that we're the world leader. But I don't know, kind of weird for someone who's trying to get into ANCAP.
America's never tried to be the world leader. It's a myth. It's a total myth. America has never attempted to be the world leader, right? Like we kind of attempted it a little bit with Mogadishu. We kind of attempted it a little bit with, some failures of the UN's like UN policing, where we thought maybe we could do something like that. A little bit with, Operation Provide Comfort, which was a success. Yeah. But predominantly what America has tried to do has been to destabilize countries that don't play the game with Saudi Arabia of selling oil in US dollars to protect our economy, right? Like that's why we do this shit. Like it usually just comes down to the petrodollar. Like remember when Darfur was a big thing and then we didn't do shit? We didn't do shit because it didn't benefit the petrodollar. We weren't worried about a destabilized country selling a bunch of oil to China or Russia or Europe in a currency other than the US dollar, right? Like it really is that simple. Obviously we use the International Monetary Fund, but that is just kind of like an extension of the petrodollar, right? It's to force US dollar currency via IMF and things like that in developing nations, right? Both of we're not trying to be the world police. We're just trying to make sure that there are trillions of US dollars that are outside of the United States so that we can export our inflation to the rest of the world, and so that we can have a fake service economy that sells tech and sells financing and banking, as opposed to a country that manufactures shit.
Yeah.
Right? Like it's not
no,
like
I-
we're really
I don't-
trying to like police nations' behavior. We're only policing nations' behavior insofar as they're willing to play the game that we're playing in that
Right.
regard. So I mean, I guess you could
Yeah,
call
I-
that world policing, but it's not like anyone genuinely believes that we care about the stability of nations, or that we're like trying to maintain peace or anything like that. We're just trying to maintain the US dollar. And that requires us to be a superpower. And the moment that the Belt and Road Initiative beats us, assuming that's possible, or the moment that a bunch of countries like Iran or Syria or Iraq, right, start selling, because Iraq was trying to sell oil to Europe in euros, not in US dollars. And, you know, Iran has been consistently selling oil and things like that to China, and Syria has consistently been selling oil and doing pipeline treaties and things like that with Russia. Is the moment that the US dollar's ability to export inflation goes away. And so when we cause all this inflation, we can no longer export it, and then trillions of dollars come back into the US economy and we get monetary inflation and we can't export it, the US economy collapses because we don't fucking make anything. We just buy shit and we do banking. So it's like, yeah, that's kind of how that works. IMF stands for International Monetary Fund. It was set up by a communist spy from Moscow in the U.S. State Department, known as Dexter White, who's the second in command of the State Department and was a legit spy for Moscow. And Truman set him up to set up the IMF so that he could get rid of him, because, you know, people like McCarthy and other people like, you know, and House Un-American Activity Committee and the FBI were trying to get rid of communist spies in our government. That sounds like a conspiracy theory. That sounds crazy, but you can look it up, and everything I just said is 100% confirmed and true.
no, I'll totally look into it. I mean, I'm pretty conspiracy on the Federal Reserve. Was it Jekyll Island or whatever that they?
The Monster on Jekyll Island is a really good book. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm totally. I mean, don't central banking 100%. I do kind of contend a little bit with some of the general narrative about like just not manufacturing. I certainly, yeah, like the economy's moved in that direction. Generally speaking,
Yeah, I'm not saying we don't manufacture anything literally. It's a generalization. I'm just talking about like our trade deficit, right? In terms of material goods, our trade deficit is like one of the worst in the world, right? We export software solutions and we export banking. Like that's what we export. And so we don't have a trade deficit. We actually have it's actually the opposite, but
no, there's a total.
We're able to do that because the entire world runs on the US dollar.
Yeah, and I've even like looked into some of the systems, and this is like a general problem you see in like English speaking nations. Obviously like high cost of living, housing prices, where people are just basically trying to make a living. Take Airbnb, for example, off of just assets. They're not actually working. They're not actually, like you said, making things, producing things like we used to. People are just buying shit as investments, as assets.
I mean, that's fine. That's
hoping
fine.
they appreciate.
Yeah,
Well,
I mean,
it's good in the sense, but yeah, it's good for GDP. But buying up Airbnbs and renting those out is not. Well, yeah, but we can't all be doing
right. Like if you pull out the government, right, and you pull out regulation and you pull out like asset inflation that's caused by quantitative easing and things like that, and you're just talking about a free market economy, right? Buying up housing for Airbnbs, for vacation homes that sit empty, what does that do? That increases the value of housing because it lowers the supply. Okay, well, if the price of that goes up and there's an ever increasing demand for housing because more people are being bought, well, that stimulates the construction industry, and that stimulates the housing market, the real estate development,
Right.
all of that good stuff. That's all productive, right? It's productive
No.
to buy investments. The problem is all that other fake shit, right? So it's not people buying up Airbnbs as investment properties, hoping that they'll become more valuable. It's the fact that they do become more valuable to such a degree because the economy is built around boomers that own a bunch of property, and it's built around artificially inflating the price of housing, artificially lowering the supply with regulations, and a whole host of other problems. And fraud, like New York real estate is like all fucking money laundering. Like there's a lot of problems.
I'm not
like
saying
building
it
out,
can't stimulate construction. I was just saying it. I think the problem then becomes is where are those construction materials being produced, and are those materials primarily being imported? And I think that's kind of to the greater macroeconomic problem that people can buy Airbnbs and rent them out, but as a percentage of the economy, you have to have a good chunk of your population simply in productive workforce. They cannot all be owning Airbnbs and renting them out to each other. And I think that's the problem. Is it sort of feels like this has become somewhat of a big sort of aspiring career for people, is to just not actually get out there and work. And I think that's kind of more so the cultural issue, but kind of fascinating. I don't know. I don't want to take up all the time. It's your stream. I'll let you get back to.
I'm
to
literally
watching
like
stuff.
I don't have time to watch anything at this point, so it's kind of just.
Oh, okay.
It's
cool.
fine.
I was just gonna bring up the privatizing the. This is kind of the general what got me into ANCAP. I mean, a lot of things have, but this is where I tend to go with things. Under the current system, I just obviously hate the TSA. They suck. They're the complete opposite of customer service. So what do you think of this idea? If we privatized airport security, it would be better in every imaginable way. Not only would they not take your water, they would probably give you water while you're waiting in line, and say, hey, while you're sitting here waiting, while we check your bag, would you want some water while you're waiting? And, why don't you just stand over here and, we have some free sodas and stuff, other, free beer. Because the incentive, I'm 27.
Okay. So
how old did you think I was?
When do you think the TSA was made?
I honestly, from what I don't remember 9/11. So I don't remember 9/11, but people told me that airport security was kind of happening a little bit before that, but it just got really crazy after 9/11.
Right. So before 2001, before 2001, all airport security was private. Now, granted, there was some regulations from the state because the airports have always been subsidized by the state to a certain degree. And with that comes air traffic control regulations are pretty fucking strict. Airplanes themselves are pretty regulated. Airport security was fairly regulated. But everything you're describing is just pre-2001 airports. You used to be able to get through airport security in 20 minutes. And and nobody cared if you brought drinks around. There was no terrorist attacks on planes were not fucking. They were there was fucking DB Cooper, and then there was 2 other attempted attacks since him. Right. And the only reason anybody remembers DB Cooper is because he fucking was hijacking, and he had a bunch of money and it mysteriously disappeared. Everything you're describing is just before the government ran it. You don't have to imagine if you're over the age of 30. If you're over the age of 30, you flew at any point, you remember going through airports, nobody took off your shoes. Since TSA has been in charge, they've done studies where FBI agents go through with firearms. And TSA doesn't find any of them. Not one. Just a dedicated FBI agent that has a little bit of skills and a little gift of gab can get through airports. The airport security is completely useless. All of the rules that
Oh,
they
yeah.
do they just make people feel safe by inconvenience. It is a total waste of money. I don't need to imagine this because this was just a thing throughout the 1990s and it was fine. And we didn't have any terrorist attacks, plane hijackings. People got through. They were allowed to bring whatever drinks they wanted. If you wanted to bring a fucking thermos of soup, you know what happened? They'd open it up and go, "Yep, that's soup," and then they'd close it and they go, "Go on, buddy." That's it. That's all that was. Like, it was fine. We don't need to imagine a world. You know what I mean? It's like, it's literally just, are you over 30? Remember how shit was better then? I want to go back to that and stop wasting money.
Yeah, no, it's honestly kind of shitty to just say the least. Like, when you hear these stories as like a Gen Z, man, you literally, honestly, and this is what's got me, to 9/11 conspiracy, because you begin to think like, how,
Careful.
like, how
I'm on
could
YouTube.
people? I know, I'm just saying, man, like, it's pretty wild. You begin to wonder. Let me just say that. I mean, you begin to wonder how. Let me at least say this: how the people put up with it. Why the people put up with it. I understand they were afraid. I understand they were scared. But man, I mean, the way you describe it, it's just like, why would you trade that away? I mean, why exchange that lax environment?
Because boomers and Gen X didn't care about anything. They've only recently started to care about anything. Boomers were financially secure, so who gives a fuck if they give up freedoms or anything? They have money and they can go play with it. That's it. And your generation were not aware of anything, right? My generation were just getting into the market. So that's it. And as Mark points out, women women will trade security will trade money and taxes for safety and security anyways, because they tend to be the primary beneficiaries of all those programs. So it doesn't really affect them.
Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree, but I'll tell you what's odd though is I can describe to you kind of the basic libertarian argument as to how it's an infringement on your rights, and how the TSA goes too far. You bring up the FBI cases in which police have gone through just to test and see how secure things are. It's not, and people totally will be very receptive. Obviously, we're very far away from 9/11 now, so I think people are willing to listen to this a bit more, and they've also been through the line of the TSA and see how shitty it is and how anti-customer service oriented the scope of the job is. I
get all that. Okay.
So people will listen, but then they're just, we got to have it. We got to have this nonsense of security theater where they look through my bag and never find anything.
Yeah, I mean,
and it's
this is the biggest problem. This is the biggest problem with libertarians right here. You have identified the biggest problem with libertarians is that they have this intense need they have this overabundance of logos, right? I make all these logical arguments. People agree with all the logical arguments. And then 30 minutes later, it's like we never had that conversation. I don't understand. And it's like, yeah, that's it. People are barely better than goldfish. Like, human beings of average intellect are barely better than goldfish. They have already been programmed that the state will take care of these things. And then if the state takes care of them, you have to spend some money, but you don't have to worry about it anymore. And then they go, I don't have to worry about that. I can go back to doing whatever it was I was doing. And they like the idea of some company or something, but they don't have any trust in a what if institution. They know that generally speaking, they live in a safe, secure society because of the hotshot fallacy, right? which is, a basketball player makes 10 shots in a row, so everyone assumes the 11th shot goes in the basket, even though the probability of them missing a basket is always the same, regardless of how many times they made it or missed before. So everything's good now. I have a house, I have a job, I can go buy my fucking bullshit candy at the grocery store across the street. Why would I fuck up all of that? Like, I get what you're saying. It could be better, but a bird in the hand is worth more than two in the bush. And because everything's good now, they assume it's going to be good in the future. And so you can make all these intellectual arguments and get them in that moment to think that. But when it comes time to election day, radically getting rid of all of the things that make the lights cut on sounds crazy and insane and scary. And it's why democracy is retarded, because it puts the everyday man collectively in charge of aspects of our society or our infrastructure or our engineering or our military or whatever that nobody knows anything about except subject matter experts. Like, the smartest biologist with an IQ of 150 is too retarded to vote. And he's too retarded to vote because he doesn't know shit about military, and he doesn't know shit about business, and he doesn't know shit about how to build bridges. He doesn't know shit about every other facet of what the government is doing. In his one domain, he's really smart, and he knows more than everybody else here. And it's retarded that I, and my opinion matters as much as his does on the CDC or on vaccines or on fucking, the FDA, because that guy knows way more than I do about those things. It's stupid that I have a say on that, despite how smart I am. And it's stupid that that guy has a say on anything else. But at the end of the day, these systems kind of work, and people assume they'll continue.
Yeah,
and so that's it. It's just comfort.
I don't want to I mean, I don't know if you've ever. I was gonna say.
Wrap it up.
See the time. No, time's up, man. That was fun. Thanks for letting me come on and chat.
Yeah, of course. I'm not always free, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, no. Well, hope you're feeling better and have fun debating.
I'm feeling a little better. I'm still a little swollen and fucked up, but I'm on the up. I'm on the mend. All right, I'll be there in a second. All right, peace. Let's cut that off. Let's go to center. StreamYard. That's not what I meant to click. There we go. Oh my fucking God. Oh my God. I forgot that I have to fucking... grab this one. Oh my God. I hate all of this, by the way. What is happening? Are you guys seeing this? There's no drop-down menu. I guess it doesn't really matter because I don't use my mic here anyways. What? No, the browser has blocked your mic and camera. Oh my God. Settings. Privacy and security. Allowed camera. What? StreamYard, allowed camera. What is going on? All right, whatever. There we go. Let's try this again. Audio is kind of louder than normal. It doesn't look like it's louder than normal. And whose audio do you mean? Oh, I'm not logged in. All right. Hold on. There we go. All right. Oh my God, I can't hear.
Our friend Scott, who's got a problem with me, but now it's Corey.
I have a problem with you? What?
I usually it'll be you, but now Corey says he's got a problem with me, and he wants to sell it.
No, I fucking every time I update Windows, there's like every program or everything has an issue. I can't get StreamYard's audio to work, but that's fine because we're not using it, so we're good. But it was just other things.
It'll probably work out better for you if it doesn't. Fuck, I was gonna say something, but yeah, Corey.
So I was, somewhat litigating the panel last week, and obviously there was this moment where I was, trying to make a point and maybe poorly articulating myself and making comparisons between certain biological systems and
I remember this.
say cars. And so,
sorry for setting all that up, guys. I'm
here.
back and I'm paying attention to chat again.
But, I sort of expect
like,
the
share,
pushback from
subscribe,
because,
donate some money, become a member for $3.99. I've been sick. I'm back.
You were talking.
Gonna talk to the LP party of India tomorrow. It's gonna be a great time. Let me put an ad in the Discord.
Elon sort of talks and analyzes things of like
not
understanding
Absolutely.
and appreciating the biological.
Kids, stay out of this.
I was here for all this. I saw it.
Where okay, I was bringing up issues of like human efficiency, and horse efficiency, and making comparisons to cars and other things. And you were understandably calling my analogies dumb, which is that might be a fair criticism, and I might very well be dumb. But what I would say, is I'd say many things, but one of them is I would say, just like with lactoid, I think it reflects, let's say, a lack of knowledge or ignorance of what biological systems are doing, just as analogously of like
the stream, boys.
Elon,
what are you doing?
In my opinion, does not understand what biological systems
there are at least
solving
14 of you here who are watching and haven't even liked the stream.
He's hitting a wall when it comes to Tesla.
I don't really beg for money, but I will beg for likes.
He's going to hit a wall,
it's just
and
a
it's already hitting a wall in terms of Neuralink, in terms of how do you power something? How do you power something with a battery that doesn't overheat and that can actually maintain the same thermals of the brain? Because if it goes above 50 degrees Celsius, you start burning tissue. And so, can you actually replicate that?
I've been in and out. What's this nerd fucking talking about?
Well,
probably didn't understand Corey last week.
Set aside 3 hours and watch last week's panel, and then you'll be up to date. Where Elon, just like Elon in his analysis, it's like, oh well, humans see with eyes, and that's just visual stuff. So you just need 8 cameras on a car, and then you're good to go. And then I think you're seeing it play out in terms of like, it's nowhere close in terms of being ready for full self-driving. Of like, yes, Waymo appears to be much more advanced, but they have to actually map out like an entire city.
Agreed. Elon's a moron. Why did you compare me to him?
I compared you to him because you dismissed my horse analogy.
Elon's a moron?
Yeah, absolutely.
No.
Talk about it later.
That's fucking retarded.
We'll talk about it later. Thank you.
Please, God, not again.
Because I don't think you appreciate the biological system that is a horse, just as Elon does not appreciate the biological system that is a brain, or what your eyes are doing and what your eyes are doing in conjunction with the brain. Of like, you dismiss the efficiency of the horse. I don't think you actually know what's going on there in terms of what the horse is actually doing in terms of problem solving and its energy efficiency, just as Lacto doesn't know of what the human body efficiency is.
I don't know how efficient a horse is, but I do know that I watched a TikTok the other day, and there was a lot of fucking snow on the ground. And this horse was just getting it. And I was like, oh, shit. with a bunch of snow on the ground, the horse has no fucking problem getting through town. Whereas all these cars were just like fucking up. And I was like, damn, maybe we should have kept a backup horse for the snowed in conditions. Cause the horse is just like, yeah, I just don't step on the fucked up parts. And like, I don't slip on ice. I have 4 legs. Like, what are you doing? Like the horse was fine. And I was just like, the cars are not built for this.
What
Okay.
point are you trying to, is that it? Is that you just seems to be repeating your point from last week?
I would say your dismissal, and also maybe in conjunction with my poor explanation or not getting my point across properly, is like pretty much, in my mind, in the same vein of Elon dismissing of what it takes to actually replicate what eyes and brains are doing when it comes to cars, when it comes to Neuralink. Because you said a car is better, as in you explicitly said, if I remember correctly, you said, well, a car is better. And I pushed back on that. A car is not better.
Car's absolutely better.
Yeah, well, exactly. See, and so you're still sticking to that point. Just like Elon's going to say, well,
The
8
correct
cameras.
point.
8
No,
cameras
wait a minute, hold
better.
on, not just like Elon. Wait a minute, come on, pull back, right? I don't. Elon thinks that a car. The visual detection system of a car should work, right? It has to work like a human eye, right? He is underestimating the capabilities of the human eye, right? And also the capabilities of the brain that is processing that visual data. And he is saying that like he can, with today's technology, maybe someday in the future, with today's technology, replicate that with simple visual cameras instead of LiDAR and radar and all the other like sensors that are built into like other
Tesla.
Right. That
they're talking past each other again already.
Hold on. Stop, please. Let me do this. Thank you. I appreciate that. He wants to use visual detection systems where the other ones have like a whole suite of sensors that simply aren't in the Tesla model. So he is trying to, with insufficient technology, replicate something that's ultra complex, right? When I was comparing a horse to a car, it's not that I said these things replicate each other perfectly, right? Of course they don't. The horse, as our friend Scott was saying previously, has advantages, right? In certain situations. But I'm saying overall, as a matter of utility, the car brings far more of that. Far more utility, far more efficiency of energy, right? Especially when traveling extremely long distances, horses simply cannot replicate that, right? Like we will ask our colonial forefathers, right, or genocidal colonial forefathers about how easy it was to use a horse to get from point A, being the east coast or the northeast, to the southeast, right? Like it was a very difficult task that took months to happen. So no, these things aren't. Yeah, like yes, the horse has some,
but yeah,
the horse has some
peak horse efficiency.
Examples, right? Some advantages, right? Clear advantages. Like for instance, going up like rough terrain, right? But that doesn't mean that. I'm not saying that the car has those same advantages. I'm saying, like, all in all, if you compare the two, yes, cars are simply, without a doubt, better. There you go.
Once again, y'all are talking past each
I agree with you, James. We're probably
Let's talk
talking
past each other. That's okay.
Because and here is where I pretty much use, I think, your direct language. I think Elon is dismissing something, and I think you're dismissing something, and that's why I push back on you saying that the horse is pretty much however it is that you measure it. You are not taking, just as Elon is not taking everything into account in terms of what the visual system is doing. In conjunction with your.
But I am taking.
Why are you repeating this?
What? Yeah.
In
why?
summation, let me repeat my entire argument over again. This sounds like when I. This sounds. I don't care. That's why I didn't listen. This sounds like when I try and fucking. Yeah, exactly.
You literally said, you start out saying I'm lost.
It's boring.
So
it's boring. It's super fucking boring.
I'm not here to entertain you. I'm not here to entertain you.
Well, you're here to entertain an audience as well.
What you say is boring to me. Do I intervene when you speak and just say it's boring?
Well, you usually just farm the content.
Exactly. I farm the content?
Yes.
Depending on the lack of content. What?
That's what I mean. You all, if you are bored, you just sit there and be like, all right, well, I'll let these other people entertain. I was about to say, it sounds like me trying to explain the difference between a contradiction and a contrary to people. It's just not important. It's not.
I never said it was. Well,
you're bringing up old shit. You're bringing up old shit, and other people are here listening to you rehash old shit. That's really what I'm talking about.
You rehash old stuff all the time.
Right, and then he was like, and then Prime was like, okay, well, I'm done. And then you were like, but anyways, let me re-summarize my entire argument again. And both me and
I didn't finish.
Oh,
you just interrupted. I wasn't done.
Yes,
as if you've
I was
never
bored.
as
I interrupted.
As if you've never rehashed or repeated yourself. Like you arguably repeat yourself on a weekly basis. Like,
yeah, but I'm badass. I can do that.
Yeah, according to you, an N of 1.
I just want to say,
Yeah,
I just let me get here. I think part of what's happening here is, one, last week, I think we wanted to trying to talk about like the meta combo, and we got kind of bogged down in what we're like. This is a pretty technical combo, and so I think what's happening right now is like, yes, Prime is right about like, hey, it's more efficient in one aspect, the going places aspect, but what Corey's really talking about here, that I think we're kind of missing, is the overall like energy aspect, right? Like, if I take a bag of grain, I can feed a horse, and I can go millions of miles, and not only is it doing the distance, but it's biologically suited to like do all these other things, right?
How much grain you would give a horse to go millions of miles?
Somebody clearly didn't play Dungeons and Dragons and have to manage their grain on a cart.
Sure.
All right.
All right. You know, I mean, I can get a couple bags of grain. We can go across the United States, right? Here's what it's not
a lot more than that. A lot more than that.
Sure. Okay. All right. So but here's my point. Right. So grain, not that much to produce. It takes photosynthesis to light. The grain grows.
You're on the right track, Gibbs. You're on the right track.
Yeah. Right. So it's easy. It goes. The energy output, not that hard. Now the horse, as an engine,
but we need
does
cars
all these things.
for war.
Right. Hold on.
Blood makes the grass
I got it.
grow, which feeds the horses.
Horses feeds the horses, right? They'll put the horses over here. They think they got the brain aspect, and not only is this like computer brain running all the biological processes of a horse, which is like all these different things, which is the stomach, which is digestion, which is the walking, which is all these things. Yeah, the car might be more efficient in one way, but we look at the energy output. There's like a cap, like of level of tech right now, and this is kind of why I was asking Corey last week, like, what is that cap? Like, why don't we see like tech advancing past this cap, right? And then we kind of got bogged down, and we never got into that, but we really stuck on this part where y'all were like, yeah, but the horse can't go 10,000 miles on a tank of gas, but you know, if we put this special electric engine here, we can. But there's like so much like a heat variable.
Hold on, that's not. We didn't get bogged down on that part at all. No, we didn't get bogged down on that.
That's
right?
literally what we're doing right now.
I do understand. Hold on, no, I understand. Corey was also trying to say that, yes, when you look at the whole the infrastructure, right, used to make cars go, and like compared to like what is necessary to make a horse go, right? Well, yeah, there's a smaller footprint there, right? Like, so he said you're not taking into account this. He said last week. You're not taking account, the energy like to dig out that oil, to process that oil, and then we got to create the roads and all that, and then comparing that to the simplicity of a horse. He didn't use exactly those words, but that was the sentiment. Correct? Yeah. So so I understood all that. I understood he said that. We weren't talking past each other. I got that part. I'm saying that one in your calculation for the consumer on the other end, like that stuff is irrelevant. I didn't say that this last week, but I'll say it now. That stuff is irrelevant. That like when you're
at that point for the consumer, like
yeah, okay, great. So
Moore's Law is dead. Horses are cool, and it takes a long time to learn how to horseback ride. Got it.
And yeah, so you can have a certain level of infrastructure. You need a certain level of infrastructure to use cars more efficiently. Like, I mean, you could have actually.
We
less
need to scale down
right?
socialism, and so instead of giving out Obama phones, we give out like, horses to
the best. Oh my God! Please. In any case, I'm
just trolling the fuck out of you guys. My bad. I'll shut up.
Sure, no problem. I take all that into account, and I'm saying in the calculation of most people, right, for most uses, yes, the car is far more efficient, especially since it's already that infrastructure has already been built. It's there, right? It's part of the environment, right? Just like pastures are part of the environment. You lead your horse to a pasture, well, then it'll feed itself, right? I bet your car can't do that. Can't fill itself with a tank of gas, but can it, right? Well, I mean, it can in China.
Unless it's solar powered, but we we all know the Jews stopped us from getting those.
If it's electric, cars can actually do that in China, right? But in any case, it's already built in. But yeah, I'm understanding all the things that you said. Yes, the car is more efficient.
Yeah, so I agree with you from a consumer perspective. All of those things, well,
Wow.
all those things pretty much
This
like
cat. My God.
don't matter. But that's again not the point that I was trying to make. But maybe, or obviously, I'm not articulating it properly. I was using that example and others, also in human efficiency, to hopefully demonstrate a gap between our current technology and what we're trying to engineer, and what biological.
We're not trying to engineer a horse, though. But we're not trying to engineer.
I know,
horse,
but
right?
even getting close to whatever horse is actually.
But we're not trying to engineer a horse. But that's like it falls apart once you go there. We're not trying to engineer a horse, correct? That's not even a goal. But Elon is trying to engineer the human eye and brain, right? And he's failing.
Yeah.
Okay, so these things are different.
I know, and that's why. So even in that context, and
LSP,
bring it back
we
to
can hear
the actual
my bad.
conversation
That's cool.
to last week of like AI, where at least the sentiment that I overall got from, let's say, Doobie and maybe some other people is like, the conversation that you're having with AI is like it somehow resembles or it's a ballpark of like interacting with a human, or like now the AI knows me better than, let's say, my wife or partner or some friends. And I'm making the claim, okay, and I might be wrong about it, but I'm making the claim that this is nowhere near in the ballpark of replicating human interaction or human experiences.
I agree.
Because there is
For
always
sure.
there is always a
But
gap.
a
Just-
lot of people are retarded. Don't forget that.
Sure, but just as in our
My
best
AI knows
attempt
me better than my retarded friends.
just as there is still a huge gap, okay, where again, I would say you are dismissing. I'm not talking about from a consumer perspective, from a purely engineering perspective of what a horse is doing, how it's extracting energy. Okay, as Gibbs probably knows better than I do, of like you feed a horse grain. I don't know any other engineer system that can run off of grain and like actually extract any sort of energy from cellulose and plant matter to that type of efficiency. And so, yes, you can brute force yourself into excelling at something, but then you have to recognize that you're brute forcing something and you're not getting anywhere close. To me, it's like saying, I'm technically better than Usain Bolt. Strap on a pair of rocket skates like Wile E. Coyote, and I'm better than Usain Bolt. But like, yes, I can beat him, but everyone will take into account that I'm just wearing a pair of rocket skates, and that's not all that impressive. Just as it's not all that impressive to say that, yes, you can go faster than a horse, you can carry 4 passengers, but you are brute forcing. You are literally just burning stuff, and burning stuff at a high temperature, and you have massive inefficiencies built in. That's ultimately, again, what I'm trying to say or trying to illustrate of a huge gap.
Okay, thank you. You know who I've got a problem with now?
Oh shit!
Lactoid.
I knew it. I knew the moment you said it. This is the struggle of being a white man. Go ahead. Why do you got a problem?
Well, I mean, that's part of the problem right there, right? This is the problem of multiculturalism, right? This is what my conservative friends have been saying all the time, right? We let multiculturalism in, right? And suddenly, Lactoid, a white man, right, with pure blood, pure heritage, right? Now he's like late. He's late to his appearances. What is this, huh?
I was in a prior engagement. I was debating law.
Yeah, and your alarm clock didn't go off either. Yeah, I know, I got it. Right? What are the
I'll have you know, I was defending Diddy.
Friends?
So
you're black.
So you were
clearly racially. I've been defending Diddy in politics. Like I am a racial justice warrior for the black cause.
I don't know that the blacks really want to claim Diddy right now. I feel like.
Oh wait,
like
no, I'm
Diddy's
also watching the
his own.
Boondocks. Remember, there are people. You gotta.
There is a portion
I'm
of
just saying.
the black population that is defending Diddy, and they are black MAGA, right? Now, I don't mean that in relation to Trump, to be clear. That it sounds like I'm relating them to Trump. I'm not. I'm saying the mindset there is the same as MAGA, right? That within the Black community, yes, within the Black community, and this has been like criticized many times, right? Like, rather than like focusing on our politicians or our academics, right? Our celebrities get put on a pedestal, right, above all else, and like it makes sense that a celebrity with this much power and this much years within the spotlight, especially, right, but not necessarily, but still, especially, they have a following that, despite everything, right, despite all evidence that at the very least this is a dog shit individual, they decide to follow him and to worship this guy. So yeah, like
pushback. Here's where my pushback is. Okay.
Sure.
The moment Beyonce started making shit music, the Black community immediately stopped defending her. Like, did you see that fucking like 4th of July outfit? Every person has been like fucking capitalism, and like they all, like, I've seen Black Twitter hates Beyonce right now, and they're like, you're trying to be white so bad. You start making bad country music, they will abandon you in a heartbeat. All right.
Whoa,
Diddy managed some decent artists. All right. That's all that's what it takes.
Yeah. But yeah, and so I look at that and I see that same impulse that I see in MAGA, I see that in that group. And it's embarrassing. It's frankly embarrassing watching. They were hooting and hollering outside the courthouse.
Can we say that? Can we say that? That seems rough.
Oh, I can say it. I don't know about you. I certainly can, and I will. But yeah, it was.
Wait, is that a race thing?
No, it's not.
No, it's not. I'm literally just.
Oh, I was like, wait a minute, is that one? Because I've said that before. I don't know that was a race thing.
Another thing that we can bash Gibbs over the head with later on. Okay.
All these racial insensitivities because I'm just not racist at all. That's what it is.
That's what happens when you stop working in corporate America. You don't get the updates from your sensitivity trainings, man.
HR. I am the HR now. That's not good.
You know what I mean? It's like black people are so fucking insensitive to the whites because, they have their own language and they don't realize how difficult it is for whites to keep up with like new things. Okay. Like black people, they just snap their fingers and they have a new word for something and they have a new thing to be offended by. Right. And it's like we whites, we suffer. Okay. We don't know what the new words are. We're so happy that AI exists because we can be like, what does cap mean? Thank you, Grok. And then and then there's a new thing to be offended by, and we just don't. We just need a little time, okay?
I want to unironically defend Diddy just for a second.
Of course you do, right?
Because there is a defense.
The baby oil industry. Is that one of your clients, huh? Is the baby oil industry one of your clients? Is that why you defend?
First, I'm a Russian shill. Now I'm a baby oil shill.
I think you're a shill for lots of things. But I'm asking baby oil one of them. Big baby oil. Is that your thing?
Well, maybe baby oil is manufactured in Russia. I don't know. But I just wanted to point out.
Paid by Johnson & Johnson, which, ironically gave HIV to people on purpose.
I mean, what a great name! What a great name for a baby oil company, especially in light of Diddy. Johnson & Johnson.
Yeah, it's nice. It's nice.
Sorry.
Okay,
can you imagine
my
the jury having to watch freak-offs, though? Can you
okay,
that?
Give me a second.
Run
give
that
me a
tape
second,
back real quick. Oh, wow, he put cum where?
So, yeah, I know. It's fun. Diddy was found not guilty of the serious charges.
Mm-hmm.
He was only found guilty of some piddling bullshit. He was found guilty of transportation for prostitution.
Bullshit.
Not sex trafficking, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, sex trafficking has the implication of coercion. He was found not guilty of that. So far, the only crimes that he's been found guilty of is basically hiring hookers, hiring and moving hookers. Yeah. To me, look, you can think that he's guilty. You can think the jury made a mistake. Maybe I'll be there with you. But our criminal justice system, how it works is if the jury finds you not guilty, you are not guilty. The only things he's guilty of are things that he should get bail on. And the fact that he was denied bail, I think that honestly, it's a little bit suspicious. I worry that perhaps the judge in denying bail was taking into account those charges that he had been found not guilty of. And the judge should not be able to take into consideration whatsoever the fact that he was found not guilty of those.
Okay, well then, if that's your narrow defense, then I guess I agree.
That's my only defense of Diddy. Nothing else.
Well, actually, hold on. No. But then I will push back. So I agree specifically with what you just named, right? If you're saying that, like, no, that's eligible for bail, although the specific charges are eligible for bail, and that he should have gotten bail. If you look narrowly at that case, but my understanding, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, maybe I had wrong information here, but my understanding is that the reason why the judge denied him bail is his clear violent past that has been demonstrated beforehand, right? And
it's
even
alleged.
And, no. Even his defense lawyers admitted that he was a violent individual. Like, in the trial, that was part of the defense.
Sure.
That means it's not even an allegation at that point. It's a fact of the case, right?
His own defense alleges that he's
I didn't know that
anymore.
I didn't know that particular part. But even if that is the case, that I don't think that necessarily means that, like, you should be denied bail, again, on charges that I think are unrelated to violence. Remember, if it's related to violence, I think that you could make that argument. But the charges that he was found guilty of were non-violent charges. If he gets a speeding ticket, I don't think you should be able to, like, raise the speeding ticket because, like, he was violent in the past. In the same way that in this case, hiring hookers, well, first of all, shouldn't even be a crime in my opinion. So, like, I'm already predisposed to, like, just not care about the fact that those were charged in the beginning. I think morally, I think that he may have done more that he simply wasn't charged with.
Someone in my chat said, "Why can't you smack your hookers around anymore? Thought this was America."
Like, they're gonna go after all the greats. They're gonna go after Snoop Dogg. I mean, who's next?
Listen. It's really simple, right? Look, the judge just needed to wait for Kid Cudi to get off of tour, right? So that Kid Cudi could come back and check his car for bombs because they need an expert that has been that can identify P. Diddy bombs on their vehicles. All right. It was an honest thing. Yeah, they just needed to make sure a bomb expert wasn't available, so they had to bring in the next best thing, which was Kid Cudi.
Yeah, they got Sierra and they're fucking vouching for Kid Cudi instead of Kid Cudi vouching for the Kid Cudi story. That was a weird one for me. Why didn't they get Kid Cudi there?
The prosecution
I don't know
was
much about
utterly
the law.
retarded in every way in this, to the point where it almost feels like they were bought.
Isn't it's usually just up to the judge for bail? Like, they can pretty much do like whatever they want. Just like, I mean, they just.
So judges have discretion when it comes to bail, but you can obviously, like, abuse your discretion. I think the judge has to, like, give,
pretty notorious for just abusing a bunch of things.
I have judgments about judges.
Just the blacks.
But hold on. Unironically, Scott, I mean, this is an allegation that has some merit behind it. Like, you know, people often say, like, you know, when people talk about, like, discrimination racially, you know, the evidence regarding police is much more spotty. But the evidence regarding judges is actually much more like solid. That there does appear to be some significant racial prejudice from judges when it comes to, like, sentencing and when it comes to whether or not they accept bail or deny bail.
I agree with you, but I'm sorry.
If Diddy was a white man, he would be out.
And I agree with you. Hold on, but was that judge played a video of Diddy beating the shit at one of the witnesses?
What if it was a white man beating the shit out of one of the witnesses? Would he let him know?
You
don't know.
Bail.
No, not for those charges.
I don't know that much. But isn't
a clear violent past, violent against the people who have accused him?
Yeah, he was literally on the way to Bahamas whenever he turned around.
No, but Prime. Here's the follow-up question. The question is going to be like, so what? So somebody has a violent past, but they're not, like, currently, they're not facing charges for that. Let's say in the current court case.
Yeah, but
can you just say, like, oh, I saw you on video doing this one time?
It was part of the case, though. No, it wasn't part of the charge. I hear you. It wasn't part of the charges. But it was a minor, and again, if I'm wrong, because I didn't follow the trial, like, deadly closely. So if I say something incorrectly, I promise you, actually, I'm not trying to be dishonest, right? So I do apologize if I messed anything up. But my understanding is that they played the video, right, the famous video in the hotel room, right? So, like, Diddy has a clear,
where he keeps a towel on the whole time somehow.
Yeah, Diddy has a clear like, history of violence, and violence specifically against the people who testified against him. right? Of threatening them, and even before the trial, right? There was like, if I'm again, I hope I'm not getting anything incorrect. I do apologize if I am, but like, that there was the accusation of intimidation, right? Do you remember that part where witnesses said they were being contacted, like witness intimidation? Do you remember this? That's my understanding. Again,
I remember. I know there were some witnesses alleging this.
Here, Lactoid? Yeah. So witness intimidation.
I'm gonna wait. Hold on. This is like frustrating to me because for me, I'm like a very by the book. He was charged and found guilty of these two crimes, both of which are nonviolent offenses. So the question to me is, okay, does a violent past, can it be relevant if you're trying to show like a predisposition to being like dangerous to the public? If you're charged with some kind of violent crime and found guilty of some kind of violent crime, because it shows that you're repeating. Potentially. I can see that. But what I don't want to see is that somebody who has a violent past, let's say, and some let's say, biased prosecution who just wants to see this guy in prison, they charge him with a whole bunch of shit. None of it sticks except for, like, let's say, a parking ticket. And then he's denied bail because, hey, yes, it was just a parking ticket, but look at his violent past. So now he doesn't get bail. No, sorry. Violent past I think can be relevant if the crime itself is violent. But I personally just don't like the idea of violent past being related to currently a non-violent crime, which was the only crime he was convicted of.
Okay, so I think I agree with you overall. I do. Yep. Again, my understanding, because I seen a lawyer analyze this, analyze this, and hopefully I'm relating it correctly. But my understanding is that, his lawyers, as far as his defense, saying yes, it's true, because they couldn't hide it, couldn't deny it, that Diddy has an anger issue.
No,
right?
it was not self-defense. I don't know. He hasn't been convicted, so I publicly don't know. But you can watch the videos.
Yeah, my understanding is that his defense literally said that. So now, right, it's not in contention anymore. That he's a violent, angry individual, specifically violent at the people who testified against him. And in that narrow case, it seems to be different. But I hear what you're saying, that there's a slippery slope here, right? So I acknowledge that, and overall, I'd say I agree with you. In this case in particular, the one that I have in front of me, not the hypothetical ones, but the one I have in front of me, with a man with a clear violent past, no, I won't lose sleep over it. But I hear you.
Yeah, and again, my concern is I'm going to sound really woke here for a second. Don't paint me as woke, but there is truth behind this.
And for
there is from the DOJ evidence I've seen, my heart follows the evidence. From the DOJ evidence I've seen, I think that there is some trend of this sort of archetype being generated of an angry, violent male. This is why men are dramatically sentenced for higher sentences for the exact same crime than women. In fact, the gender disparity is much greater than the racial disparity, but the racial disparity exists, and this archetype of the angry black man exists. And we know this now. And so all I'm saying is that when we look at the situation, when we look at Diddy, yes, there's a lot there that we can be concerned about. The charges that he was acquitted of, I might not have voted that way if I was on the jury, okay? But the system is, the system needs to have a level of credibility that I'm just so firmly in defense of. And in my mind, when somebody's found guilty or found not guilty of something, even if they obviously, for OJ, I've had this argument multiple times with multiple people. OJ definitely did it. It was it's point fucking blank. It's obvious. But he was found not guilty. That's it. You release him. Sorry. And you can point to his violent, let's say he had a violent past. Let's say he beat up people. And all this shit doesn't matter.
Crime otherwise, a non-violent crime.
Yeah. Exactly. Let's say OJ, on the night he was arrested, had some weed on him. Okay. And he was found not guilty of all the murders and everything, but he couldn't deny the weed, so they found him guilty of weed possession. I do not think that he should be denied bail.
Let's say he had a violent past.
Yeah, I think this is really mind blowing to me. I just want to add one thing real quick that's going to actually kind of help Factoid's point. Is Bernie Madoff didn't actually was released on bail initially, so the great amount of wealth thing isn't really a good argument here with Diddy, like for him not to be released, because Bernie Madoff could have just dipped off to some other country pretty easy, but and Diddy was literally in the air and they got him to turn around.
He tried.
Yeah, but Diddy was literally in the air and they got him to turn around somehow. I don't really know exactly the story on that, but
he turned himself in.
Yeah, well, I don't know if he turned himself in or the pilot. Or
he turned around the plane. He didn't have to do that.
I feel like there was something to do with the pilots being threatened with crimes.
Well, if that's the case, then maybe he shouldn't get bail. Okay, but
I mean, but there was he was on his way. He was on his way to the Bahamas with a registered stop. I remember, and he told him to keep circling, like they'll not land.
He turned around, drop out, and come back in.
Obviously, he wasn't that wealthy if he couldn't pay a pilot to keep going.
Well, I mean, obviously, hold on. You pay a pilot good enough to never come back to the U.S. because you're gonna face a whole bunch of charges.
You could pay me enough to never come back to the U.S.
I'm sure you could pay me enough too, but you think Diddy was? You think Diddy? Hold on, Diddy's not.
We have FaceTime.
Hold on, Diddy's not. Diddy's not known for his gratuity and an extreme amount of money he's gonna spend. He's more known for blowing up your car. Yeah, he's probably gonna. I'm thinking he probably would just blow up the pilot's car after they landed. The pilot probably thought that too.
Okay, this guy's not fucking Jason Bourne. He's Diddy.
Diddy is literally. Well, then, no. I don't know. You really don't know all the Diddy. Diddy's like he also probably killed his. Yeah, and he was also potentially involved with all the strict night shit too. Like Diddy is like he's literally he's literally a GTA villain. Like this is like. Yeah,
I just know that you always side with 50 Cent. You never go against 50 Cent. Okay, and if 50 Cent says Diddy is wrong,
probably morally right. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So I'm gonna side with 50 on this one, right? And I'm not taking any of that heat.
Yeah, I mean, 50's not trying to fuck with Diddy either. I mean, he is, but he's like not.
He wants him in jail, bro.
Yeah, he doesn't want to walk around.
He hates.
Yeah, he hates him, but he's like also not gonna go to a shooting war with him because he knows Diddy's fucking crazy.
He's also been shot enough, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. So
that's the big point there.
Cuddy testified at the trial about his car being, car bombed. That's a long time accusation because Diddy was jealous that Kid Cudi was talking to his ex or to his current, I don't know, had some sort of friendship or some sort of relationship with one of his girls. And then so a car bomb appeared. So yeah, I mean,
sorry, we live in a country where innocent until proven guilty. Sorry, they should investigate it.
So innocent.
But see, according
to the law, he's innocent
outside of the statute of limitations. So, my understanding, again, I'm not a lawyer, so if I get something wrong, I do apologize. But my understanding is that the reason why they charged him with the RICO cases in the first place is because it all these offenses were outside the statute of limitations, right? And this allowed the federal government to be involved. There was no otherwise federal charges. And so this allowed the federal government to get involved by making it a RICO case and then proving it. So what I heard is that RICO usually involves a criminal enterprise, right? More than one individual. And they didn't really prove that other people were necessarily involved or that they knew or whatever. They didn't make that case properly. And also that the victims, and this part was wild, right? That the victims weren't actually being coerced. That because they were showing text messages back and forth between Diddy and Cassie and others, right? Where I guess it wasn't immediately visual. Hey, you raped me. Hey, you beat the shit out of me, right? As we always see with domestic violence cases, right? There's still a level of affection, even the people who do the most vicious abuse to you, right? If they're your father, if they're your mother, if they're your husband, your lover, right? You'll still find moments where they're not actively trying to run away from this individual.
I'm backstage.
And my understanding is that was presented, and so that the jury didn't buy that case. So that's why they didn't directly hit him with sexual
But P.
assault.
Diddy,
or
what was she
or
wearing? How could you rape someone if their name of their band is Pussycat Dolls? I mean, clearly they had it coming with that name, right?
But by the way, it's odd that we're talking about like egregious court cases about Diddy when what dropped today. Because that is
what did I miss?
horrific.
Oh, you mean the Epstein? Oh,
The
I just want to tell you
Epstein
guys,
shit?
I've got the files right here on my desk. Now you can't see them because they might be invisible, but I have been
Who's there behind
reasonably informed that these files are the Epstein case files, insofar in that they don't exist.
Yeah, well, I mean, you said it's funny that we're talking about it. Well, you brought it up, Lactoy.
I did bring it up, yeah.
But in any case,
I kind of assumed
I hope you
brought
wouldn't
up
bring that up
as part of the discussion, anyways, which is why I didn't really bring it up.
Epstein, I don't know. I think now can we say that Trump is an absolute liar, right? Like, that he is a dishonest individual.
What now?
That...
We gotta wait till now.
Well, hold on. I've been saying it for years. I'm trying to get like my Republican friends on board. Hey, how honest are you? Right? Will you say that Trump promised specifically on the campaign trail to reveal these files? Right?
Hold on. We gotta wait and see what the Tate brothers' opinions are on this before we can give the public
the Tates.
whether or not Trump is a liar.
This is a lie, and it's not just like a technical sense lie that I think a lot of people jump on Trump for, which is like, oh, this small little thing, it's technically not accurate, but nobody gives a fuck. I think this was a long-winded, methodical dishonesty on a fundamental level, which sucks. This sucks. There's nothing.
I have a question.
I appreciate you, Lactoid.
So if we assume that the FBI and CIA or whomever is involved is corrupt, with or without Trump, right? Trump is the swamp. He always has been. You guys start in New York City real estate in Atlantic City, places that have never been associated with the mob in the 1980s. Anyways,
well, the mob says they couldn't get him to be man. Remember, the mob said they couldn't get him.
Yeah, of
you
course.
can trust the mom to tell the truth.
You can trust the mom to tell. Yeah, but anyways, my question is knowing what we know now, right? Which was they were never going to release any fucking files, and that the entire thing was a scam and a lie. We don't know to what degree every party was involved, right? Like we don't know how involved Kash Patel was in covering it up, or Dan Bongino, or Pam Bondi, or Trump, et cetera, et cetera. But my question is, when they grabbed a bunch of conservative influencers and gave them like fake bullshit binders and told them not to look into it, and then didn't give them any time to look at it, and then were just like, hey, go through these doors, where they had to walk across the White House to go out of a different set of doors that they normally. Yeah, they had to go through and then got marched and then got ambushed by paparazzi so that they would be there having photos of the binders. What level of conspiracy mind are we at where they were like, since we're not going to do this, we're also going to completely fuck a bunch of conservative influencers, because now every time that Trump or MAGA or anything gets brought up, everyone on Twitter is going to be like, this you? And it's a picture of you like, oh, the binder. It feels intentional. I don't know.
It feels like to me, and I'm pulling this straight out of my ass. Right?
I'm pulling this question out of my ass. I'm just curious. It seems weird.
So
you know?
It seems to me that because that's a good question. Like you're actually asking a good question here, right? Like it's going to be a lot. If you're not going to do it in the first place, right? You're not actually going to release anything,
right?
Why do the whole song and dance, right? With the conservatives at that moment, right? Like Laura Loomer and them, right? So it seems to me that I think people within the White House thought they believe Trump, right? Like they're part of MAGA, right? And they believe Trump. Trump says we're going to release these files, and so we're going to release these files, right? And we're going to release something, right? Even if they didn't think they were going to release all the files, I could imagine people in the White House not actually believing we're going to do that, right? But at the very least, we're going to release some new information, right? And so that was the plan, and then it came down from on high, right? Of course, we're not going to do that. And so what they put in those binders was like information that had already been released, but had been further redacted, right? So it was less than what we had previously. And it was a complete mess. So I think that happened like last minute, right? And they're like, well, we got to give them something. The conservatives, they had already sent the invite to the conservatives. The conservatives are on their way. They probably were in their hotel rooms, right? They got to give them something. And so that's what they came up with. That's what it feels like to me, but I could be wrong.
I'll be honest. When it came to what I was voting for, the Epstein list was like next to the bottom. I'll be honest with that. Now, whether or not, I think that I want to say this though, with Fabian's question especially, and I think I've kind of mentioned this before, is yes, Trump is also like a showman, and whenever Fabian's asking how much is this for show, you got to remember, well, who is his cabinet member that does education? Well, it's Linda McMahon, right? And now I don't know if you've watched the WWE ever, but
I did when I was a kid, when it was a WWF.
Right, well, the WWE, like Star Wars EU, and like now I guess Marvel, they are the godfathers of seeding. Right, when they do these shared universes. And what's like the thing you always see in the WWE? You see them walk in the background with like, oh, you'll have two characters talking. Suddenly, oh, is that hints there's a new faction? You'll have like a little poster in the background with someone will be standing under. You'll see like Karrion Kross talking to somebody. It's like always what's going on in the background. They'll have like people fighting in the background, like arguing or like whatever. And like they won't even be part of the promo. This is akin to that for me. And I can easily see them using it to like either burn somebody or do a long con. And I know you're like maybe like a lot of people don't want to give them credit for this, but I think that the Trump team has been maybe the best ever when it comes to media manipulation. Like, I think that's their skill. Like, that's their best.
Oh, no, I can agree.
Mean, sure, but it was a big fuck up if they weren't going to release anything. But secondly,
I mean, who's to say who knew what the plan was the whole time?
Right. But okay. But are you really saying that you don't like that? Like, it's not high on your priority list?
I mean, maybe second to last on my priority list. Yeah.
That the wealthiest, most powerful people in the world were fucking children and may or may not have been blackmailed and bought off in terms of controlling government. Like, shouldn't that be like, I don't know, like way up there? Like, shouldn't this be
I'll tell you this.
One of the greatest betrayals of a president in U.S. history? Like,
well, I'll answer
like
that.
not
I'll
like,
answer
oh,
that.
this is kind of low on the list. I mean,
No,
who
it's
cares
not
if
that
the
it's-
wealthy elite
no,
fuck
well,
children and get blackmailed by potentially Israel or just client lists and corporations, whatever it is, to make sure that our government is not in any way, shape, or form free in any capacity, so that the peons can be
Dems,
controlled.
baby.
by
You
a
gotta
bunch of
own the Dems.
evil
You gotta own the
pedophiles.
left.
Like, what the fuck?
I'll respond to this. It's really simple. I'll
I
tell
feel
you.
like we should be really mad about this.
We should be mad. It's bad. It's really bad. It's real terrible. But you know what people vote on generally? And this is what I voted on. I voted on the shit that's affecting me in my day-to-day life. I don't give two fucks about what's happening up in, I don't know, Washington with the elites and some little children they got from
That
fucking
affects your day-to-day
another
life.
country. Yeah, I mean, it could. It could.
No, it does.
Hold on. Let me finish.
So you don't care about children being raped?
No, that's not what I said. That's not what I said.
That's what you said. You said you didn't care about
Hold on. It's levels of caring. Levels of caring.
Okay.
That's bad. But I care a lot when something like when something's
meme
no.
occurring right
Yeah,
now.
there's no. Really though, like y'all are gonna like make this a meme. I'm gonna get this out, right? I care a lot more when my friends that I see on a regular basis are being killed by the cartel. I care a lot more whenever my ranch is being damaged. That affects me. Yeah, that's affecting me right now. Whether this policy, hold on. Whether it's a policy and this overarching shadow government's doing some shit, yeah, that's affecting our lives. It's been affecting our lives for 30 years. But this guy promised to fix something tomorrow, and the other guy told me, "Fuck you." Guess who's gonna get the vote? Oh, this evil piece of shit instead of that evil piece of shit. Like, I don't really see why y'all.
I agree with you.
Like, you know,
I agree with you if we're comparing presidential candidates or like we're comparing one versus the other. I totally understand you in terms of like the lesser of two evils argument, or even like I'm a single issue voter because this is what's directly affecting me right now, and like, you know, these things are less important to me. But we're not talking about comparing Trump to Kamala Harris. We're talking about the betrayal that Trump did. And if Trump is going to betray the American people and the world and lie to your fucking face about those things, then like, doesn't that erode any level of trust that you have for him to do? Like, I mean, Trump already went back on his word like a couple weeks ago
Making
when it
the
came
budget?
to immigration.
I asked
being
this
like,
question before the
the
election.
budget, but also on immigration, he was like, well, my fucking rich friends in agriculture called me, and all of a sudden, we can't get rid of all of the illegals because we need them for the farms. And it's like, doesn't this just feel like his current immigration shit is just a fucking distraction of like, oh, we're raiding the soccer fields, we got ice in a line, we're gonna get rid of things so that people won't talk about this horrible fucking monstrous
absolutely
betrayal?
not. That's ridiculous. No, you
How is
don't
that
start
ridiculous?
building. You don't start building giant infrastructure like what was this bullshit everybody's been crying about all week? Alligator. Like you don't start building infrastructure on a large scale
Alcatraz
and
is for the
support
worst of
mass.
the worst, and it only houses 5,000
Hold on.
people. It's
Cool.
a fucking
That's
meme. That's why it's
cool.
named that
It's a
way.
meme. Yeah, bro. But it's okay. Listen, it's still major infrastructure. They're still ramping up to what
It's
I think
fences and bunk beds. It's not major infrastructure.
It's major infrastructure. You got major infrastructure. We got 3,000 a day being gone. They're trying to up it to 7 just to get rid of the people that Biden released. Like, yeah, these are problems. I'm seeing results right now in my area. We have the border secured for the first time in my lifetime. We have it secured. The incoming from our areas, problem solved. I haven't heard anybody's ranches getting damaged lately. I've heard way less people getting killed by cartels lately. I mean, the shootings are down in like all these major cities. I think New York had the first 4th of July, which isn't even Texas, but New York had the first 4th of July where no one was killed or shot on 4th of July. Like, we are seeing real-time results
change. July, so people did get shot. It happens every time, everywhere around the country.
Well, it was way lower this year. Part of that is because the cartels is being able to do as much along the border.
Well, there's no evidence to say that cartels regularly are the ones who shoot on 4th of July.
Sure, but yeah. What do you mean? Hold on. Are you telling me you don't think gang violence happens on 4th of July? Are you retarded? Listen.
No, I'm saying no. Hold on. No. Don't try. That's not going to work. It's not going to work. The cartel literally won't work. Right? So what did I just say? Right? I said, is there a pattern? Is there a pattern of cartels specifically doing gang violence on the 4th of July, being responsible for the mass shootings we see? No, there isn't. Show me evidence. I'm waiting for you to not show me that evidence.
I will show you the evidence. You just look up what day does the most shootings occur in the United States. And usually one of the highest days, 4th of July. Why? Because gang violence. Who runs the gangs? The cartels. That's simple. It's that simple.
No, is it? That's what I'm asking.
There are no American gangs.
Is it because of ordinary people doing violence, right? They have, in the country, awash with guns, right? People are using violence.
Listen,
now, it's not an anti. No,
it's a direct correlation.
I'm just saying that there's a lot of
correlation.
I feel like that's a fair argument.
It's a direct correlation.
I'm yelling at Admiral Gibbs, right? Because I feel like he's not putting the appropriate amount of outrage that we should be against Trump when it comes to these Epstein situation. But I feel like it's a fairly fair argument, right? Or just a fair argument, right? To say that the cartels have a large influence on gang violence in America, obviously.
I'm not arguing, honey. I'm not arguing.
And that his argument, correct? And that his argument is that Trump's crackdown has had, the result of lowered gang violence, and his evidence of that is 4th of July, which is a stereotypically high date of gang violence, has gone down significantly. Like, I disagree.
Nationwide.
Scott, how is that a fair argument? Like you walked me up, right? I know, and I'm going to counter that. So hold on, right? Yeah. So you walked me up a bunch of reasonable assertions, right? Like, hey, if you are actually, you have to even prove that he's done a good job degrading the abilities of the cartel. I don't necessarily give him that, but I'll
neither do I. But I'm saying for the sake of the argument, I don't think his argument is like
for the sake of the argument, I will allow it for now, right? So you say like, hey, gang violence significantly contributes to crime. Okay, right? Trump, at least in Gibbs' mind, has lowered the power of the cartels. Okay, right? If that's the case, well then what follows next is that, well, yeah, for sure, violence then in the country should overall go down. If that's the case, right? Sure. But that doesn't necessarily follow that on one specific day, right? That the violence that we see going back years, right? On 4th of July, not just 4th of July, and other like weekdays, holidays, right? Especially the ones during the summer. The violence that we see, right? The mass shootings that we see specifically correlated to the cartels. You understand the logical jump there, correct?
It's not a logical jump. It's just like evidence isn't proof, right? So you can attack the evidence and say that the
None of
evidence.
that.
Well, hold on, but you can say the evidence isn't sufficient. But when you're talking about gang violence, it's inexorably linked to cartel violence. Like the two are inexorably linked.
But that's not what I'm.
Right, and so I'm just saying it's a
right?
reasonable argument, and it sounded
No,
like
no,
you were
no,
like
no.
saying it
Yeah,
wasn't.
but hold on, my friend, you just ignored the
attacked
part.
the evidence.
That-
I'm with you.
What is? Oh my God, no, Scott, listen. You're not listening to me, right, Scott? That's not what I'm pushing back against. I specifically laid out what I was pushing back against. Tell me, Scott, what was I pushing back against specifically?
Specifically now, or when you were arguing with him? Because
No,
there was a lot of
this
back and
entire
forth.
time. Literally this entire time. This has been the one thing I pushed back against Gibbs. What's the thing? I just laid it out for you. What is it that I have a problem with?
You seem to have a problem with the evidence itself being insufficient, which is what I just stated. Your problem
No.
is that
About
it's
what? What
one
is the
day
aspect?
as opposed
No, my
to
God.
Okay, well then
Yeah.
you tell me then. Like,
oh, okay.
if you're gonna immediately jump at me.
I'll say it.
Tell me.
I'll say it because you're not because you're jumping and saying, well, this is logical when you're not actually addressing the thing that I'm talking about. Great. So for the third time,
Where
at
does the
least-
logical leap though? You haven't.
Oh my God! I literally just laid it out for you. You weren't listening, but I'll do it again. Right?
I was
For
listening.
the third. Oh my! Then shut up and listen again. Then because you weren't,
Okay.
you clearly
What
didn't
is
catch
the
it before. And I'll
logical
do it
leap?
again. Then let me do it. Thank you. So the logical leap is not that gang violence isn't tied to like overall like national violence, like gang activity isn't tied to overall national violence. It's specifically that 4th of July violence, right, would be tied to that. That's my issue, right? That hey, like that the pattern of violence we've seen on 4th of July, specifically because that was his claim, specifically 4th of July, right, was tied to cartels rather than what we
feel like we're saying the same thing now, but it's okay.
I don't
it's
think we are.
poor evidence. It's poor evidence.
So I'm saying
Well,
that's
I
logical
can list a whole bunch
to say
more, but-
specifically that cartel violence is the one.
Well, are you saying cartel
that-
violence doesn't happen on 4th of July?
I wouldn't say that.
Okay,
but
so
I'm
cool.
saying,
So if cartel violence,
hold on.
If cartel violence is
one
significantly
instance of cartel violence has never happened.
Hold on. I'm not saying that either. I'm not saying one instance.
Great.
I'm saying we both agree that cartel violence and gang violence directly related to cartel influences happens on 4th of July. 4th of July, there's not only just gang violence. There's like plenty of people getting drunk and shooting their homies.
Agreed.
Sure. However, if cartel violence and cartel influence is significantly curtailed, and we have some of the lowest shootings here, specifically in Texas, where a high number of cartel gang violence happens regularly.
No,
and we use New
ignore that.
York,
I don't care about
New York.
the
Hold
rest of
on.
what's happening.
New York as
It doesn't
well.
matter to
New
the
York as
argument.
well.
All
Hold
the
on.
other
It
things that
does.
happen
If it
in
does,
Texas.
let me finish.
Specific only the 4th of July matters.
Let me finish here. And in New York City, where they also have a large number of cartel members, and guess what? Neither one had as many shootings as previous years. All right. Now, other cities had big shootings, like Chicago had big shootings. That would be arguably gang violence. Cool. But I don't know if that's cartel.
Maybe.
Or not.
I don't know if it
Maybe.
was gang
Maybe
violence.
not. However,
Maybe.
I mean, I'm just looking up. I've just been Googling for the last 10 minutes. But what I'm saying is, when I'm looking at these numbers and I see Texas, New York, both those two, New York City specifically, and major cities of Texas having lower shootings due to gang violence, and that's, hey, guess what?
Specifically on 4th of July.
Specifically on 4th of July, after cartel crackdown, it's not a large leap
so
to go,
here's what you Here's what you need to establish.
What a crazy
that.
thing!
No,
MS-13
it's the stupidest
guy got
fucking thing.
captured,
Here's
and
what
now
you need to
last year,
establish.
MS-13
Here's what you need to establish.
Okay,
Here's what you need to establish that
and MS-13
4th of July.
killed 20
You need to
people
establish
for
that 4th of July, right, is a time that is heavily correlated with gang violence, right? Cartel violence specifically, right? Like Latin American cartel violence. You need to establish that. You need to establish that Trump has degraded their abilities in the first place, and you need to establish that
they have degraded it. I mean, there's less these
well, I mean,
along the border.
you said that, but I'm saying establish it, right? I understand you've said it. I'm saying
we've established it over the course of many channels now. I mean, I don't know what you're even arguing at this point.
You may have established that, and you just keep saying it. I get that, right? Like it's in your mind,
you
the brain.
can just look
right?
at crime stats
over
here.
and over again, but you haven't. And you're making the claim. That's why I'm saying, hey, establish any of this, but you haven't, right? So you're bullshitting.
Literally every single poll you're asking,
I don't,
and then y'all like, no, those sources don't matter the next week.
It's okay. I won't make this my I won't make this my like
hill?
I'm not gonna like die on the hill. This hill. I don't care.
I mean,
LSP. what we do before we do the question is exactly this. We talk about different things, right? Then we'll get to it. You're here till 11:30, so sit back or participate, whatever you want to do. Any which way. So
it's like
the thing that I wanted to discuss specifically though, for a pre-panel discussion, we didn't get to it. We were on Corey's horses, and Corey's horses brought us here. So blame Corey.
With peak efficiency.
With peak efficiency. That's how we travel. From better, right? That's how we travel to.
Would
this,
even been better if we rode camels. They're even more efficient.
They are. They are.
Bruce, better water storage.
Camels. We got to bring camels into the discussion. Okay. So, what I want to talk about is what happened in Texas, back to Texas, right? Specifically, with the drownings, right? The disaster that our Texas brothers and sisters are facing. Oh, actually, no. I'm sorry. Before I can't move on. I have to establish something before I move on. So I do want to get to that. That's what I want to talk about. Before we do that, I got to establish one other thing with our Republican friends. Okay, so Lactoid says that Trump lied about Epstein. Scott seems to be saying that, correct? Yes, no? He lied about the Epstein files?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to tell if he's just retarded or not, but yeah, he lied about it. Cash Patel and Bondi, 110%.
100%. Okay, great. So we just got to make sure. I just need to ask 2 more questions. We need to establish this, and then we can move on to the other thing. Gibbs, right? I understand that this is not a priority for you. I get that, right? And that makes sense for in terms of voting, right? Specifically voting, it makes sense that you have other things in mind. Of course, Epstein wasn't on top of my mind when I was voting, right? Or deciding what to do with my vote. That's not what I'm asking you.
Did not have $50 for sufficient liberty investment.
Now, as a matter of
2030
of reality,
Friday, although I think you'll be indisposed.
Lied to the American
people. I appreciate
when he said that he was
be back
going
tomorrow.
to release.
It'll be a late stream tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, I would say I don't know all the current news on it today, but it sounds based off what I have read that it seems pretty suspicious. It's not a lie. I mean, that would be. I mean, and that's kind of why I was going with what Scott was saying earlier. I want to know how much of it's manufactured for show. Is he actually going to release this, or what is this? Is he just testing the waters? He's oh, we have to release something. I'd be almost suspect if something came out in the next couple of weeks where they do release something and there would be doctored files if he thinks they're just not gonna let this die. I mean, I wouldn't even be surprised at that point. But yeah, I mean, I think that he's not being honest with us about the Epstein stuff.
I'll accept that. Thank you, Gibbs. Right now, we just one more person. Right? Hello, Grid. That's good to have you here. I haven't seen you in a bit.
Hey, how's it going?
Great. I'm going well. Oh, I mean, I'm alive anyway. Grid. Would you also agree that Trump lied about releasing the Epstein files?
I don't know that Trump lied. I think he misrepresented the state of his knowledge, which that might be a lie or whatever. But he was the thing about and this is we get into this weirdness where he's told that we have this and then they don't have it or whatever. I don't know. But I'm in the same boat with Fabian Liberty. Whether Trump lied or not, I don't know. Definitely, the director of the FBI, he had to have known. There's no way out of it. And Pam Bondi also obviously said. I think there's literally video.
The hate you guys put on for this guy is insane.
The claim now is that there's no client list. Period. When we established there was a client list.
It's what I was getting to. Is she said on camera that she had the list, and now there is no client list. That's a unique catch-22. I'm not really sure how they're gonna spin that shit. I don't know.
I don't know why you want to say lie.
You guys are doing it right now. You're spinning it right now. What do you mean? It's us. We don't know if he was lied to or someone was lied to.
You haven't actually listened long enough to know what the fuck I'm talking about.
Okay, Grid. Please go ahead.
So this is kind of where I'm at. I'm in the I don't give a fuck crowd. It's been so long.
I'm not asking you if you give a fuck.
It's been
we
so
don't care if
long.
you give a fuck.
It's so
We don't care.
irrelevant.
I'm not asking.
that
Sorry,
I
please. You don't have to give
care
this speech about how you don't give a fuck. I'm not and ask if you care,
okay.
right?
Well,
I'm simply
I don't
asking
care.
whether
The-
this
the
is
only
true or
important-
not.
the
No,
only
I get you.
important
I get
issue
you. You don't
did
care,
Cash
right?
Patel
But
lie?
try. I'm not asking you to see if you're honest. This is the point. This is the point of the question. Are you an honest person yourself, right? Or are you like your favorite person, Donald Trump? Are you a liar? So, I'm asking you: did Donald Trump lie about this specific claim that he would release the files?
I'm in the same boat as Fabian. I don't know if he is just
Are you
had bad information, didn't know, or he's a fucking liar.
Scott
I
said
don't
that
know.
He's a liar.
Scott, did you say he was a liar? Or not?
Hold on. Let me
I'm
clarify
fucking
my
serious.
claim. Donald Trump is a liar either way, but that doesn't mean that
I only
he-
actually heard
that
like the
doesn't-
last few minutes, Fabian, because everybody was kind of
that's-
yelling. So
That's fair, but Donald Trump is a liar either way. Now he's either a liar who sold the idea that we were going to get these files and was a
can
part
go along
of
with
this process of covering up the files and then change tune at a later date, or B, he is a liar in that was made a liar by other individuals saying, oh yeah, we got him, we're going to get rid of these files, etc. And if B is true, where he is, where he's less culpable, I mean, I hate to quote presidents I hate, but the buck stops here. You're in charge of this. And so what I expect is if I hear Cash Patel come out and say, oh, well, there is no client list, then the next thing needs to be, we've started an active investigation against Cash Patel, Dan Bongino, and Pam Bondi. They are being relieved of their power as of right now. We will be going through new investigations. We will find this. And if there is no list, I will update you at that point, but I've been lied to and manipulated. And this is a coup. This is a coup by the deep state to try and undermine the presidency of Donald Trump, and people need to go to prison. People need to be buried under the prison. And as far as I'm concerned, a few people need to be shot or drawn and quartered. Fuck this regular.
Yeah, but as long as people don't care,
because
as long as people don't care, we just move on with our lives.
Treason. And he's not going to do that because he's a fucking liar and a corrupt piece of shit. And we know.
Yeah, LSP, you wanted to respond?
It's cool, man.
You're muted. Oh.
He's not muted.
Oh, I can't hear him.
No, I didn't say he didn't have culpability.
You know, I hear you, LSP, except for...
I can hear you fine. Yeah.
Just keep going.
I didn't say that he didn't have direct culpability. I said I'm in the same boat as Fabian, and now that he's clarified, I'm even further. He's basically said more eloquently than what I would say, which is either he knew or had some understanding and just made yet another rhetorical lie, or he didn't know, was fed and is being manipulated, and he needs to clean house. One of the two.
Gotcha. So should he fire Pam Bondi, Dan Bongino, or Cash Patel?
You muted yourself or something.
I know
he's not.
We can hear him. Do you have him
somehow
locally?
I didn't click him, and it was muted on my end.
Grid.
I heard him, and now I did. Now say something.
Hello, something. Test.
I was hearing him.
I can hear him just fine.
Yeah,
I can hear him. You might want to unmute him on Discord, maybe.
Libertarian thing.
Okay, Grid, can you hear me or
see
not?
him on the Discord.
Yeah, everyone else. Oh, sorry, everyone else.
He's A270L.
A270L. He's not muted on Discord.
What do you have his volume set at?
Oh, that could be. Well, no, it's wide open. I literally heard him to start with, and now I don't hear him.
So you guys.
Anyway, can I?
Let me go. LSP has to be able to hear. So Grid, leave the Discord. I'll pull you back in. Maybe that'll solve it.
Yeah, maybe.
I'll just repeat what LSP says verbatim.
No, let me. It may be.
I haven't gotten a chance to say anything.
I haven't gotten a chance to say anything.
I didn't even get to say anything.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah, let LSP. Sorry, so Grid leave.
Say something else, LSP.
Okay, something else. LSP.
Oh, no. I thought I heard him there for a second. All right, stand by.
Oh, yeah, you just let him leave and come back, and then
Standing by.
Go LSP.
The LSP curse.
Yeah.
Seriously. Okay, well, I can ask this question for the broader panel if anybody else is curious about it, but this was the question I was going to direct towards Grid, that if you want to say that Donald Trump doesn't have like direct knowledge of the Epstein files, that he was misled, right? This is the deep state out to mislead him. Pam Bondi, Dan Bongino, Kash Patel, should they resign? Should they get fired? Like,
Pam Bondi should be fired.
Who in this administration should be held accountable?
I would say Kash Patel and Pam Bondi. Kash Patel's directly in charge of the FBI, and he should have access to all that information. And same thing with Pam Bondi. I think those two either.
Bongino.
Well, I don't like Pam Bondi from the beginning.
I don't even remember what his position is. So it
Deputy Director.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So, Grid, you think Pam Bondi, Bongino, and Patel should all be fired?
If there's wrongdoing, sure.
Should be jailed.
Pam Bondi should be replaced with Matt Gaetz, unironically. I was supporting Matt Gaetz from the beginning.
Oh, I guess my question's in twofold. Like, one is, Grid, how are you? In what ways are you going to hold this administration responsible if somebody's lying? And two, don't you see it as a bit of an indictment on the president that the people he keeps appointing keep being these monumentous fuck ups?
He has to see that they're lying. He doesn't know that they're lying yet, right? That's his whole thing.
He's their boss. He should know that they're lying.
No. Grid's not sure. Grid's not sure if they're lying. He doesn't know. He doesn't know what's real and what's not anymore. He doesn't know what's true.
Right?
Because,
so 80% of them are going to be
literally
liars no matter
looking
what.
at people who manipulate entire narratives. So what do you we only know what we can see, right? Like for all I know,
that's the problem.
Our president is manipulated by narratives and hires people who lie to the American people.
Literally, like, has dirt on Bondi and whoever and Patel and she's blackmailing both of them. For all I know, I don't know.
For all you know, then why would Trump hire these people? I don't know. That should be disconcerting to you. That if you don't know this, why would you endorse a guy who puts these kinds of people in positions of power?
That's happened throughout history. What are you talking about? I've hired bad people.
My question was very direct.
I've hired people,
if you don't know if these people are trying to undermine the president,
what
my question is very
that is that when I hire someone that steals from me.
Right. My question is very direct. What would it take?
My answer was also very direct.
Fred, what if you hired somebody who steals from me and then don't fire them?
If I don't fire them, that's a problem. That's a problem, and that's the problem I have with Trump, right? Like if it's proven out that this is
make me rich,
then you got to get rid of it.
Who would be the proving?
We like the proof is already on camera.
Bondi and Patel both are on camera video saying, "Hey, we've got this. This is what we're going to do.
We're going to release it. We're going through." Like, I mean, fucking Kash Patel went on Joe Rogan and described how they're going through the records and they're going to release the records, and they're not going to. And he says we're not going to re-victimize people by like putting out like the victims' names, and that's one of the reasons why we have to go through line by line and make sure that the records are that are released.
That's what I remember as well. I'm glad that I'm
and so both of those people are without a doubt lying. Now, an investigation needs to take place because maybe they're being blackmailed or maybe they're being threatened in some capacity, right? That just means more people need to go to jail.
FBI?
Not that these people, you know what I mean? Like you know, like well, I mean, the director of the FBI has had his house raided multiple times by multiple different agencies. You know what I mean? Like it's not impossible for, state officials to be blackmailed. I mean, it's kind of part and parcel of the CIA from like the 1960s up until the 1990s, and then magically it somehow got better or something.
I just want something clarified real quick. All right, so I've seen all the stuff with Bondi and with Patel, I know Dan Bongino is the deputy director of the FBI, and I guess my question, this is really just a clarifying question. I haven't really seen much of his stuff post getting put in the FBI, being associated with the Epstein stuff. Like, is he like been like coming out and talking about the Epstein list a lot? I don't remember him doing that.
So I mean, he hasn't gotten the same...
since he got put in. Since he got put in there, because I'm wondering if he's like running other areas of the department. And
he has made multiple statements as if he is an active part of the process, and that and Kash Patel and him have both said we when they're talking about each other. In charge of releasing the Epstein files, right? So that is why I bring him. I wouldn't normally just say automatically the deputy
I was just
director
curious.
is involved.
I didn't remember him.
I'm kind of curious too. I mean, it seems like there's a lot to this, and there's going to be a hell of an investigation.
Can I ask a question?
What investigation?
They're going to investigate themselves and find nothing.
Wait. There's a better question. There's a better question. But literally the head of the FBI
is saying that there is no evidence. There's nothing to investigate, so there won't be an investigation. Like it's not going to happen.
I mean, the head of the FBI can say that, but there are other agencies that investigate federal agencies.
Sure. What agency, right, under Donald Trump? Because Trump hasn't come out and said, oh, snap, right? Like, this is crazy. Like, I know there's a list, right?
Why would you do that? It's pretty clear Trump endorses this narrative.
Do you believe the Epstein list is real?
So if you're cleaning house, do you make an announcement that you're bringing the NSA in to clean fucking house, or DIA?
What? So you announce that you're going to
announce
that you're going to purge. Yes, that you were going to purge. They've already announced they're purging several other agencies. Why are you acting like this is weird?
Sure. After the investigations are mostly done. That's not how.
Did you miss like the first 2 weeks of Trump's administration where he went through and axed like 50,000 people from like the federal workforce? They already do purges.
That wasn't Trump, and B, that wasn't an investigation. I mean,
it wasn't Trump. Who was it?
Are you this bad at this?
Who was it? If it wasn't Trump, who was it?
Elon Musk and Doge.
Who was Elon Musk working for?
They were not investigating wrongdoing. They're not police officers.
What is Doge a department of?
Trump doesn't do anything. He's just the president.
I haven't.
He doesn't do anything. He's just the president.
Yeah, bro. What do you mean? Wait, Grid. Do you believe the Epstein list is real?
I can't.
Do you think there's an Epstein list?
My honest opinion. I have this weird thing about the Epstein thing. There has to be video somewhere. There's no way you have cameras.
The FBI is hiding it. That's the issue. Do you believe the list is real?
Well, why does it have to be the FBI?
Because they're the ones who have the list. Who would have the video? So, like, do you believe this list is real?
It can't be the CIA.
Oh my God! I don't care. Use any agency. I don't give a fuck. They're covering it up. Do you believe the list is real?
You guys don't think the Russians have it?
Oh my God! Do you believe the list is real?
I don't know.
The list. Do you believe the list is real?
This is another thing. They fly all these people out.
Yes or no question.
One cell phone video anywhere on the internet.
Is the client list real?
It's fine. You don't believe the list is real. It's okay.
Interesting to me.
Grid. Stop distracting. Desperately distracting. That's what you do all the time. Desperately distract. Grid. People are asking you very simple questions. Do you believe the client list is real?
How would I know?
So he doesn't believe the list is real. It's that simple.
Dude, all right, okay, hold on.
You know that it's real? Have you seen it?
I know that. Yeah, I know there's a client list with the island. Yeah,
let me try it this way. Let me try it this way. Did you believe Pam Bondi when she said she had a list on her desk? Do you think she was being truthful then? She was lying then?
No, I didn't believe Pam Bondi had a list. And this is actually part of the reason why is because here's part of the reasons why, because the Democrats investigated Trump 2 years to put him on that island. They looked at every flight.
I told you anything to own the Dems.
Everything
Democrats made Trump go to Epstein's island.
Greg, I want to meet you.
Anything to own the Dems. That's insane.
You guys are insane. Made public. It would have.
He came to Jesus.
I want to say something real quick.
It came to the Republican Party.
I fully agree that the Democrats are inconsistent on this issue, but we voted for something different, right? Pam Bondi said.
I'm not even talking about different. I'm talking about.
Bro, you got lied to.
An
it's fine.
Investigation of a magnitude that's rarely seen to put one person on an island.
You guys got scammed for your vote. It's fine.
Sure, no, it's all
able to do
it's all bullshit. I've had multiple debates. where I've debated the New York fraud case and felonies where it's all bullshit. And yes, a lot of the lawfare against Trump was bullshit. There's so much bullshit that was there. And yes, Democrats are highly inconsistent when it comes to this, no doubt. But Pam Bondi said that she had all these files on her desk.
Right.
And you have Kash Patel going on Joe Rogan saying
that
of all these videos that they're reviewing,
it was going to be released. She had the full list, and it was going to be released.
Because she lied. She lied. And the only question in my mind, there's only two possibilities. One, she lied and she knew the whole time, and she was just using this for some kind of like political getup, which is fucked in of itself. But the other one is a little bit more pernicious, which is that they actually do have the dirt, but there's some force that's compelling her to say they don't. That scares the hell out of me. And the whole idea of draining the swamp means that we shouldn't be beholden to either category. We shouldn't be beholden to people who lie to us, and we shouldn't be beholden to people who feel compelled to lie to us because there's some kind of like force behind the scenes telling them to lie to us. Like it's I don't know.
I feel so bad for Lactoid.
I don't think Pam Bondi was even a good
so
candidate to
bad
begin
for
with. There's so many people we could have put instead of Pam Bondi. She's not good. Just replace her.
She's awful. Agreed. Gibbs, you want to say something?
Yeah, I like kind of want to like kind of maybe bridge the gap between like what like Grid's saying and kind of what y'all are doing here. I think I know that I said already it was dishonest, but like when I voted for Trump, like right, this was not high on my list, and I know we can debate on whether or not that's good or bad. Let's not do that. Just for the sake of argument, follow with me, right? When I'm sitting here, I'm like, all right, all the conservatives for fucking years have gotten into conspiracy circles and sat here and gone, these fucking rich elites, they're fucking them kids and they're on the adrenochrome and they're going to the island for years, right? So whenever rich elite Donald Trump comes down and tells us, oh, back in 2016, hey, all the things you think they do in that big house over there, they're doing it. And then he comes out and says this shit, and it comes out and he's like, we're going to change some of that if I get elected. You know, it's like an honest liar, right? And so when I come here and we're here today, and we're sitting here going, oh, are you surprised that he's hiding the Epstein list? One, I'm going to say something maybe y'all are going to freak out about, but just let me finish here. I don't know whether the Epstein client list is real, like how are we going to define that? I'm sure there's videos. I'd like to know if them saying the client list isn't real, it means they're going to stop looking at these videos. I'd rather know about that. But on the flip side, like when I'm sitting here looking at real results, like I don't have this concern about whether this guy's over here doing this or shit. For all I know, they're probably all doing it. But why are you surprised that this is happening, guys? Whenever last week or like 3 weeks ago, they were like, or maybe it was a month ago now. I'm not sure. It all blurs together at this point. But they said, oh, we have the video. I've seen it of Epstein hanging himself after like right before there was no video, and now they're like, oh, we misspoke, we haven't seen the video. And like this just happened like recently, like of Epstein hanging. Yeah, there was a whole like, I saw the video.
There's a whole thing.
Yeah, and then like later there was like, I didn't see it, I misspoke. Like that already to me seems like there are was it Patel? I don't know. Like that already to me seems like they're pulling the old rigmarole bamboozle, right? Like there's some bullshit happening. So whenever this happens today, like y'all are surprised?
No, wait. Gibbs,
I'll be back in 1 minute.
Gibbs,
I'll be back in 1 minute.
Sure.
I mean, even like my conservative brothers here, like that's
maybe conservative brothers.
I know y'all are like surprised, like aren't surprised that they're lying.
Yeah, because it's a pathological lie.
Yeah, but like, why are y'all surprised that they're like just last week this video disappeared and reappeared kind of thing? Like,
can I just add a little bit of context to that as well? Go ahead. Office of Professional Responsibility from the DOJ, November 2020 report, found that there's an 11-month gap in Alex Acosta's emails where everything from the DOJ to him, there was an update, and so all of the evidence of what the original Epstein investigation where he got the sweetheart deal, all of that is like all of the emails with the DOJ are gone. Whoops, just like the camera footage that proved the camera's cut off, and then we were like, oh, we actually found camera footage. Oh, I guess we don't have camera footage. Like this entire thing is so obviously a fucking cover up, and the only question is how deep does the cover up go?
And to be clear, to be clear, right? So everyone knows Alex Acosta was the attorney general or the prosecutor who gave Epstein the sweetheart deal.
That's what
right?
I said, yeah.
No. It's for everyone else, right? That gave Epstein a sweetheart deal, and then later became Trump's part of Trump's cabinet. Right, a labor secretary, I think it was. Right, so let's just understand. This is after all that nonsense.
He stated that he was told that Epstein belonged to intelligence, and that's why he gave him a sweetheart deal.
Exactly. So let's be clear about what we're dealing with. So let's not bullshit about the type of person Trump is, right? He's literally everyone who's been on Pam Bondi also was connected to the Epstein prosecutions, right? And then she dropped charges. Now, what do you know? What do you know? She's promoted. I don't know. Interesting. Another example.
Yeah. So like the issue with like arguing with Gibbs or Grid on this is that they were like, it seems to be that maybe Gibbs more than Grid, they're like one issue voters, whereas Gibbs was like the border. The border. He's because all Gibbs is saying is, look, listen, I'm seeing real results, so I don't really care about the other shit. I didn't vote for the other shit. Grid, I don't necessarily know what you specifically voted on. It seems like the border was probably a big thing. I don't know what your other things on, but I don't know if you voted for like Trump, right? You voted for this one policy and you thought Trump could do it, whereas like someone like Lactoid was like, overall, Trump is better than and he's gonna get my shit done. And I feel like Lactoid's just been taking L's on his vote.
To be clear,
ever since that vote was cast, Lactoid's been taking L after L.
The first 2 months were awesome. I'm
empathetic to you, Lactoid. I'm empathetic to you, Lactoid, because we had this conversation before the election. When I said I don't think it's a principled vote to vote for Trump because this guy's not gonna you can't trust him. He's not gonna do any of the shit you want him to do, and he's gonna end up flopping. He's gonna fuck you over. So you can sit here and you're going to criticize him. But when we're talking to Gibbs and Grid about like the Epstein list and how far and how deep this is going, how even Trump's administration now seems to be covering up for the Epstein list. You guys do this thing where it's like the Dems. If Biden or Obama or anyone fucking near their administration was doing this with the Epstein list in your faces, you'd be fucking in the streets with pitchforks saying how you need to save the kids from the rapists and how the Dems are this and the libs are. No, yes, you fucking would. Yes, you fucking would. Because even no. Because even though you didn't vote for the list, the fact that it was a big part of why MAGA voted for the list, the fact that they boasted about it so much, should prove to you that the guy you voted for is an unprincipled
We'd be yelling about it 100%.
Right? He's an unprincipled fuck. And just because you're saying just because you're seeing a result for one fucking issue doesn't mean the whole country isn't dealing with a larger issue at scale. So just take ownership to that. Because you guys can't even admit that the list is real. You guys don't even believe the island is real at this point.
No, that's not what I said either. First of all,
you literally said you don't know how you would say the list is because whatever a list means. It's a client list. It's people who fuck kids on an island.
Hold on, that's not what I said. First of all, I didn't say that. I mean, I already said that they probably all are cahoots. First of all, secondly, I'm not a one-issue voter. There's a lot of issues that I voted for.
We understand that.
Sure, yeah, but whenever I'm sitting here going, yeah, there's all these real results being changed, right? Like when I'm looking at economic changes, big fan of that. I got mad at Trump about changing maybe his ag policy with the immigrants. I was mad about that one, right? I called him out on that. So that's part of the major issue, right, that we're having, right? I've said these things I'm upset about with Trump, but overall, it's drastic improvement over what I would have had, right? And so when you're sitting here trying to say it's a principled vote, okay, like I'm sorry, I gotta be honest. Maybe Lactoid got bamboozled by this list, but like when it comes to foreign policy, he's done exactly what I wanted. Right? He's coming with a big stick. I need a big stick. Exactly, right? He's coming
foreign policy?
Yeah, big fan so far.
No. He just announced, okay, maybe you'll like this, but he just announced new arms shipments to Ukraine.
But he'll like that.
More wins for Lactoid.
Gibbs loves it though because
that's how that you can't argue with that. You can't argue.
If I go down a list,
that's why I'm not trying.
If I want to go down a list,
I'm not trying to argue about that. Like,
sure, I know, but I'm responding to sociologic right here, though, right?
Yeah, that's what we should be going into this.
Well, I just want to say, like, yeah, it's all shitty. It's all shitty, right? And I'm not sitting here going, it's good.
About this, by the way.
Yeah, Rob has been trolling out left and right, and like I think that like it's unfair when y'all are like, oh, we're gonna go to MAGA, we're just gonna stick them for this one thing. And what it seems like you're doing,
you guys are splitting on it.
Is your hunting wins because you're so desperate to get one that we're gonna do anything, whether wait,
who's getting one here? We're all losing.
I just heard Lactoid imply the Illuminati is controlling, Trump over here, or these people.
I didn't say it's the Illuminati.
You say the deep state or whatever, bro. That's literally what you just did, bro. Come on.
No, you're a defactor. Now you're a defactor, Lactoid. You're no longer MAGA. You're no longer.
What I meant by shadowy force.
Hold on, guys.
I think it was elements of government.
Indignant people here,
or other governments.
You guys all condoned elder abuse when you knew that Biden was absolutely out of his head.
Who condoned elder abuse? I wanted Biden out.
You all voted for him, and not
I didn't vote for Biden.
One of you, when we said Biden is incapable of performing his office,
every
single one of you guys said,
"No, you're talking to, bro. Who's the ghost that you're talking to?
Yeah. Who are the ghosts that you're talking to? I don't even. Sorry, Grid, hold on. I don't know if you were even here, part of this panel back then, right? I don't know if you were even part of the panel back then.
Scott.
Oh, okay, you're watching. So you didn't ask us anything, right? Great. Won this panel. I specifically have gone through great pains to question Biden's sanity, right? So I don't know why you're trying to distract with that, right? That's so fucking. You
It's not a
interrupt the
distraction. It's simply a rebuttal of the points that you're trying to make.
Yeah, it's not a rebuttal. It's not a rebuttal. The point
to anyone.
Biden didn't come up at all. How's that a rebuttal
no
of
one
anyone's
here is
point?
like-
Not
Your
at all.
point is that,
Not even a
that
rebuttal.
we voted for Trump, and
Yeah, I'm
you
sorry,
think that we
Scott,
voted
hold
for
on,
Trump
sorry.
knowing
I'm
that
trying
all
to-
of this nonsense was going to go on, and that's not true.
No, that's my point. You thought something else was going to happen, and your guys are getting fucking bamboozled.
No, here's the thing. I didn't vote
Everything's
for
lined up
Trump to
aces for
release the
kids.
Epstein list.
Oh my God! You are not the only person who voted. Your individual vote is not what the fuck I'm talking about.
So
Your individual vote is not what I'm talking about.
Hey, pull back. This is why I didn't. Sorry, to be clear, this is why I didn't ask. I tried to avoid this, right? Because what they're going to do is just going to personalize this and say, "Well, I didn't vote for this."
My individual
And so,
vote. I know.
Well, I can skip the whole conversation.
That's what you're supposed to do.
The only thing that matters, right? Why I narrowed it
politicians are
down
politicians.
is whether like Trump lied. Right, so it's not about a personal your personal preferences. It's whether reality is reality here. That's all I was testing with them, right? With a grid, reality is not reality. Clearly, right?
No, that's what I was saying. I was saying that the individual vote isn't what matters. Is if the base feels like it's lied to, and the base is coming out.
Give us all the
kids down the river for
it's fine. We can pass this, right? So I was gonna give them these two. Scott and Lactoid, you can respond, and then I want to move on to the disaster in Texas, and then we can get into start with the topic. Go ahead.
Sure. I'll go first. Gibbs, when I didn't say Illuminati, just to be clear, I think that what I'm concerned about is there being government figures potentially implicate. No, not even necessarily like shadowy figures that we don't know who they are. There could be like members of Congress or members high up in different administrations that are implicated in some way or the other that for whatever reason Trump doesn't want to, or Pam doesn't want to kind of expose the identity of or implicate. It's also possible there's other governments, potential U.S. allies that are involved as well. That's concerning, right? There's a whole bunch of, Prince Andrew was like, there's been allegations against him. That's the UK, very close U.S. ally. What other UK figures potentially are involved? That's concerning, right? There are concerns that I think when I'm talking about like shadowy figures, that's really what I'm concerned about. And when it comes to like, I think it is a strength because for so long, especially during the campaign, a lot of people were making criticisms of people who voted for Trump, saying that I think Destiny referred to me one time as like a Zergling, right? People refer to like people who vote for Trump as like these mind-controlled zealots that will never criticize their own side.
That'd be a good analogy.
Never criticize their own side, right? But we're seeing like Ben Garrison just made a meme criticizing the administration over this Epstein shit. Ben Garrison, right? Basically, the only person who's like still on board is Benny Johnson, who I believe will go to the ends of the earth to justify anything this administration does, regardless. But almost everybody else is like, this is pretty shitty. What the fuck? And I think that demonstrates a level of principle on the right that the left has just been like completely underestimated and has been lying about this whole time. The fact that so many Trump voters are pissed about this because they do feel lied to, and they aren't just these like pro-Trump zealots. They do have principles. So in some ways, like pushing back on this is a demonstration that the left is wrong, and that needs to be emphasized. This isn't like an L to like shit on the administration for hiding this. It's a W. It's showing that we're not going to tolerate this no matter who does it. Like we voted, at least in part, because you promised this, and now here we are, and it seems like you've gone back on that promise. That's messed up. That's messed up. It just is. There's no way around it, in my opinion.
Before we go to Scott quickly, I just wanted to read a super chat from our friend Alexander Wynn, $10. But he's asking something I had already asked before, but I'll read it out. He says, "I wonder, do you think?" He didn't say who is you, but like, I wonder, do you think there is a verifiable list that's being kept from us, or they just lied about what they had? So yeah, we had already asked this. Alexander Wynn, thank you for the $10 for the kindness and supporting this channel as always. Well, Gibbs. Actually, I didn't actually. This is Gibbs. So I'll ask this quickly of Gibbs, right? We did ask this of Grid, and he says he's not sure if that was the case. Not sure. He's not answering yes or no. But Gibbs, do you believe there was a list previously?
I mean, I don't know what, like, I don't want to be, this is not a meme when I first say this, I promise. I don't know what you want to call it, a list. I'm sure there are, hold on. Yeah, right, I like a client list. Like, are we saying, like, just his phone numbers, or do you have a piece of paper written down? I'm sure there was some document somewhere that we could call a list of clients. I'm sure that exists.
You don't know what
somewhere.
constitutes a list?
No. What I'm saying is, like, if you got if I wanted to get my client list, I have managed accounts. Like, I don't have like a document, like one document that's got all my lists on. I would have like 3 or 4 different Excel sheets. I would have like 2 different phones. Like, you wouldn't have just like one centralized location.
But you would,
like,
but a list.
But like, you could find something. Yeah, you could find. I'm sure there's something somewhere with a collection of names. Yeah.
So sure.
So
let me narrow this down a little bit more, right? And don't worry, we'll move on to our friend Scott. But Gibbs specifically, right? When Pam Bondi said she had records, right? And that they were going through these records and they're going to release these records. And she said she had on her desk. Do you believe her then, or do you believe her now when she says there is no list?
I don't believe Pam Bondi as far as I could throw all our weight combined together, like, at all. I don't believe any government official when they tell me anything.
This is a binary thing, Bohon. This is a binary thing, right? Either the list exists or it doesn't. That's why I'm testing here. So, like, do you think she was lying in the first statement that she had the records, or the second statement where the records don't exist?
I'll tell you this. I'm sure she was lying. I don't know which one's the correct statement. I just don't have enough information.
Okay, I'll leave it there.
But I don't believe she's trustworthy. If you're asking me that.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
Well, should she get fired then if she was lying? Gibbs?
I mean, if she, yeah. I mean, honestly, I'll go with this. If she was lying about either situation, I think that's probably a fireable offense. If she said, "Hey, I have the list," and there's no list, then that's a fireable thing. And if because then that implies a lot of bad things. And if there was no list, and then suddenly you came up with a list, that's bad. I mean, they're both bad. Like, I don't think,
Sure. If she lied, then she should be fired. Fair enough.
So I just had a quick look. I mean, don't take this, but Pam Bondi did not say that she had the list. She said that we deserve the truth. There's no direct quote from her saying that she had. I can't find a direct quote from her saying I have the list. Not that search engines are infallible, but however, in this 2020 arguments. In the impeachment trial argument, she presented chart of connections and timelines, suggesting a detailed record, which has some been interpreted as a list. Now, I don't know that. That actually comes from the impeachment trial, and just really quickly what Google will find for me. I'm not a very good Googler, no, I don't know that she lied. I'm just telling you, I don't know. I think that she's being deceitful. Do I believe that she's being deceitful and not telling us the whole truth? Yes, but I believe that of 90% of government workers.
Great. I have to read something real quick. Okay, during a February 21st interview with Fox News, host John Roberts asked whether DOJ would release a quote list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients. Will that really happen? Roberts asked. Bondi responded, "It's sitting on my desk right now to review." That's been a directive by President Trump. I'm reviewing that.
I do remember saying that now.
Yeah, I remember her saying that it's sitting on my desk, but I didn't imply that was a list of names, I guess.
What else would it be?
Client list? What else besides names?
Cape. Find the cape. Find the cape.
Let me go.
Well, Superman doesn't have a strong cape as you.
Hold on, just for funsies, let me try this with you, Greg. You own businesses, right? Like you
own businesses, right? You have lists in different places. Different types of lists.
Well,
one's on Excel, one's on Word, one's a contact list on my phone. I mean, I don't fucking know.
Ollie, I get what you're doing here, Ollie, but I guess the point I'm making is
You
like,
know what I'm doing? I'm not doing anything.
let me just finish it. Let me just finish. I think you're gonna be glad I finished, right? Like this is why I said this earlier. Like I know that we're like laughing about it. What is a list? How do what is the definition of a list is? No, I don't think that grid. If you own mobile business, you probably don't have one central location. However, I'm sure.
List, no.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'm sure that though, if the government came in, they could come up with a client list based off the information that you have stored somewhere, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's probably
kind of what I'm at,
list of people we build, but that's it's not like we have a list of people that we send postcards out to. Or
Hey, Grid, you understand that it doesn't matter if the list says at the top clients on it, right? Like that doesn't actually matter.
I understand that. That's why I'm saying you guys are really quick to jump to a bunch of conclusions around what someone says in an interview.
You have a client's list
not under,
and then she said it's on my desk.
Man, what do you? This is the most hilarious thing I've ever said. If I were doing this to anybody,
this
on the
cape
left,
is the most hilarious thing. I need you guys to wear Superman costumes the next time you come into the
I'm gonna save this shit.
Bulletproof.
You guys wait.
I mean, I don't know.
Like you guys wait. Nothing's going to happen.
Nothing's going to happen.
It is pretty well established
What
that
do you
I
want
will
us to
scout
wait
people
for?
down the river to get things changed in my way. I don't know why y'all are surprised that I would have that position. Like,
No. We're talking about Grid right now, any which way. But like, let's move past this. I mean, like, this is the MAGA cult. This is what it looks like. This is what it looks like. In case you don't know.
Yeah, it is, bro.
Right now, what's a list?
Document.
What are clients?
What define a list?
I don't know. I can't fathom.
Who
knows what it could be? Who knows what a client list might refer to?
Did you even look at them?
Sorry, what? What'd you say? I didn't hear you.
Did you remember the redacted documents that they did release?
Yeah, I did look at them.
Was it a list of names?
Within the documents that I saw, that like
it was
it wasn't a listed
list, right?
Sorry,
it was a flight manifest list and some other documents, correct?
Okay, yeah. So, what's the point then?
Flight manifest would tell you who was on the flights if you looked into the records.
If list infers that there's a person, a name, and how much you build them or whatever services rendered.
What did I say before?
Shit.
Right?
Yeah. Like you guys are fucking, this is the
doesn't matter if it says client at the top, right? There's all kinds of ways, like Gibbs was saying. There's all kinds of ways that you could go into a business and establish who does business with.
We're actually not being specific. You're being specific.
Great. Is there? Yeah. Whether I like one thing, it's been stated that Jeffrey Epstein had a little black book, right? That's what people said. Yeah,
that would be great to find.
Little black book, right?
Sure. Yeah,
so, but maybe that wasn't literal.
Bondi's desk.
Yeah. Maybe that was.
He doesn't believe they have it.
I don't know. Maybe that wasn't literal, but whatever, right? But even just like Gibbs previously said, if you go into your business, if we go into your business right now, and even there's not a list that says clients at the top, right? We could very easily, in very short manner, figure out who is doing business with you, right? And that would be, what would that be if we manage that? Right? What would we call it if we generated that list after going through your records? What would we call that?
Well, you would call it some kind of list. I don't know, but they may not.
Yeah, you would
just move on. Please just move on. Please.
I'm not gonna give this one away.
Yeah, I know. Because
you're not gonna give it away.
It's crazy to sign. It's okay. This is what the MAGA cult looks like. It's okay,
bro.
I'm not gonna give it to you.
Yeah, I know, because that would be reality, and you're trying to stay far the fuck away from that because it makes your cult leader look bad. Established. Thank you, Scott. You can wrap it up for us.
Yeah. So, Grid, you asked, of these people that are indignant about this situation, did they call out elder abuse in the Biden administration? The answer is, at least for me, absolutely. I'm indignant about this list, and I was indignant about the fact that we had a bumbling artard for a president that clearly wasn't running the government. Unfortunately, we elected another likely bumbling artard that isn't in charge of the government, and I think the Epstein list is kind of showcasing that, either he is a horrible, corrupt monster that belongs under the jail should be executed publicly, which I'm talking about Donald Trump, or he is a bumbling idiot that doesn't run the government, because there are more powerful people than Donald Trump that are running his administration. These are really the only two options at this point. And both of them should be extremely concerning. I didn't vote for Donald Trump, right? I said in 2020, at the end of his administration, where I was not an anarchist in 2020. I was probably an anarchist by about 2021, 2022. So I was still more like aligned with Lactoid. And I said there were three names, and these three names are the reasons why I will never vote for Donald Trump again. Number one was Edward Snowden. Number two was Julian Assange. Number three was Epstein. The fact that he left his first administration without pardoning those two individuals was an insult to the American public and promises that he made on the campaign trail in 2015. And then he reneged on those things. He's been a liar in his first presidency. I liked, towards the end, after he got rid of John Bolton, that he was less. But, listen, you don't need an Epstein client list to know that our government has influences from Israel and the UK and several other Five Eyes nations and the CIA. You can go, there are public records right now, and you can go to shit I've been talking about for years. vault.fbi.gov/the-finders. And you can go through pages and pages, and through those heavily redacted, oops, there was water damage, so we don't have the unredacted files on the fucking FBI's website right now. You can go through it, and you can see that there was a group of children that were being trafficked, that Tennessee police caught them on their way down south, that they investigated it, that the FBI came in on behalf of the CIA and stepped in, and that the Tennessee police officers found in Virginia near Langley that they had tapes and instructions and cages for children, and that there was a cult that was run by the intelligence community where they were sex trafficking children so that they could use them to blackmail other individuals through other powerful individuals. This has been happening. The Finders is from the late 80s to the early 90s. This has been happening for fucking decades, and they obviously have control of the Trump presidency. The Trump can get some things done, but at the end of the day, your vote doesn't fucking matter. And Trump is just another swamp creature, and he's either incredibly incompetent or a liar. And the only way I can go back on this incredible incompetence is in this exact moment. He immediately gets rid of Pam Bondi, Dan Bongino, Kash Patel, and has an extreme investigation. But he's not going to do that. What he's going to do is he's going to drum up some bullshit immigration thing, put a bunch of fucking, presumably, at least in my opinion, not in yours, innocent fucking people in jail along with some gang members, put some fucking memes up, and hope that it distracts people long enough to where they no longer care about the fact that our government is literally run by fucking powerful pedophiles, and that the concept of a democracy is meaningless. And anytime I hear a right winger, I'm not trying to fucking come at you specifically, right? Gibbs, I'm coming at him too here. But anyway, when I hear a right winger be like, oh, this isn't really that big of a deal to me. This should be a bigger deal than literally any other issue, is that your entire government is an illusion, and that there are people whose names we don't fucking know that are running and calling our government, and that the people that are supposed to stop that are just going, oops, I guess oopsie, 11 months of emails deleted. Oops, I said there was video. I guess that was a lie, but who cares? I put Lupita in jail. Aren't you happy now? Like, fuck these monsters. Fuck these people. The Founding Fathers would have put bullets in their heads for way less. I'm not saying that you should do what the Founding Fathers did. I'm just saying that they would have, and you know it, and every right-winger ought to know it.
Okay.
Yeah, and I agree, Scott, with a lot of what you said. The question is that I'm in the wait, and I want to know more. I want more information. I want more actual documentation and not rhetoric from the
while
news
you're
media,
waiting,
right?
go check out vault.fbi.gov.
Sure.
/I've
actually seen some
finders.
of that. I've actually seen
some
some
sickest
of that.
shit you'll ever
The
read.
Tennessee
and it's
thing
heavily
was
redacted.
kind of in my backyard.
Yeah,
fair enough.
Not really. It was East Tennessee,
Sure.
but it was.
So
it wasn't.
we're gonna move past this, right? We'll wait. I'm sure Grid will update us one day when he decides that Trump's a liar, right? When he's seen enough evidence, I'm sure he'll get to us.
Or incompetent.
Or incompetent. We'll have to leave it there. I was going to talk about the Texas situation with the floods. But this took a lot longer than I thought it was. I was like, oh, we're just going to get a yes or no answer. We weren't going to get a yes or no answer, but that's okay. It's okay.
No, this is like, I've been quiet angry this whole time. Like, this is a big deal to me. And it should be a big deal to fucking everyone.
I agree.
I think it's going to end up overtaking the question of the panel.
Yeah, let's go to, we can go to our actual
very
topic.
closely tied to
yeah,
it's close to the topic, you know, and it's
Here, I'm going to give a bone. I'm going to give a bone to Grid. Kamala would not have released anything either.
No, fuck no.
Oh no, I agree. I agree there.
Biden had 4 years. He had 4 years. Release it all.
I agree. No, fuck them both. It
So did Trump.
shows they're both tied into them. Yeah,
Trump
Trump,
did,
Trump
yeah,
also
Trump
had that so many years. Yeah. It shows
like
that
3.5,
both parties,
fair enough.
both parties
Build.
are tied in. Whatever powers are involved, right? Probably Israel. And put that. This is probably a Mossad operation. There's plenty of connections to Mossad involved in this thing, but I guess we can't talk about that.
Definitely
but whatever.
Israel.
We can.
Definitely
It's just,
Mossad.
it's just probably a lot more than Israel. That's
We don't know if it's Israel, guys. Come on.
It's
This is
definite. It's
anti-Semitism.
1000% Israel, bro.
Like
Epstein had connections in Mossad,
anti-Semitism
but he
come
also
through.
had connections to like all the powerful people. That's the fucking problem.
For Lactoid's professional health, right? Well, we have to say we can't be sure. We can't be sure it's Israel, and Lactoid certainly is not sure, so he wouldn't say that. But for the rest of
Your
us,
boy is sure though.
Yeah. Anyway, but we'll leave it alone. Let's just move on to the actual topic.
He's
But
sure,
I will
is that
bring
like
up
an Israel term. I'm not familiar with.
He's sure, you know.
Yeah.
He's sure. That's all you need to know.
I will bring up the Texas floods, probably next week or so, right? I got it written down, and I want to discuss it. I wasn't gonna make it a full topic because of, I have reasons not to make it a full topic, but we'll go from here. All right, everyone. Thanks for being here. This is Every Roundtable, which we do Mondays, 8 p.m. Eastern. We got a great group of guests here. You'll have an option to introduce yourselves later on if you want, but we're going to just jump into the topic and go from there. And guys and gals, Admiral Gibbs, so thank you for the resub. We are in a new month, right? This is the first stream of the new month. Consider supporting the channel, sub to the channel, gift bits, or gift subs. Help us out there in Twitch land. Twitch land has been pretty barren for a long time. So consider supporting us there. YouTube land, if you want to get a comment read, consider using a super chat. We do read super chats, right? Corey has been better at not blocking me and reading super chats, so they've been coming out a lot faster.
You're welcome.
I had to negotiate with him, right? Sacrifice something.
See, I'm noticing a trend though, Prime. The higher the super chat, the quicker you are to read it. So maybe there's a correlation there. I'm building a correlation there. Just let the correlation build.
I don't know what that might be about. You'll have to provide me an article backing up your claim.
No, you have to run the experiment. You have to have increasingly higher donations and track the time.
We should try that.
Chat, run the experiment.
We should try that. Let's see
how fast you can do $100 super
times?
chat.
I mean, if you just fucking look at your YouTube chat, it already does that. The super chats stay up longer, and the more money they are, they go to the front of the list. I guess somebody doesn't check it that often.
We should still run the experiment.
We should run the experiment. Okay. But thank you all. Anyone who supported. Oh, I got 2 super chats. Holy shit. Okay. Oh, let's run the experiment. Okay. All right. So they came in at 9. I mean, this isn't right. Wait, what? I just looked at this. Let me just. How did? Okay. All right. Anyway.
I think you're in a different dimension. Something's going on in your dimension.
I It's before I. Okay, you know what? It's okay. Moving past this. 9:37 p.m. Somehow. All right. It's 54 p.m. here, and I don't. Okay. When I ask if there is a list, I mean, is there some sort of document or agglomeration of documents? What would conclusively I guess you meant to say that would conclusively prove who was involved in child trafficking? I think we pretty much covered that in our response in our back and forth. But thank you, $10 Alexander Wynn, and then $20 that happened to come in later, 9:41. So that was 13 minutes ago. Just to be super clear, the other one. Yeah, it is. Just to be super clear, Epstein knew everyone. Most likely, 99% of the world's billionaires are his clients or contacts. The question of whether they engaged in or knew the truth about his island is the list we all want. So, I mean, I agree that his contacts were wide, right? And I mean, hell, like he knew like the most prominent of the billionaires, right? Bill Gates, right? That happened. Let's never forget Bill Gates. Let's never forget Bill Clinton's not a billionaire, but he had a lot of fun. He was good friends with Jeffrey Epstein. Stephen Hawking is not a billionaire.
Stephen Hawking went to the island multiple times.
Holy shit! What the fuck did that look like?
I mean, he's just there, like, like, what is he doing on the island?
I
guess he's just chilling. He's probably didn't go to the steps were an obstacle for him to go to the dungeon. I guess
they have ramps.
Oh my god! I to be clear, I didn't make the
they got
noises that
elevators, bro.
Scott did. I'm gonna leave that part alone. That'll be all Scott. But yeah, pretty fucking messed up.
I'm a member of the disabled community, so I get to make fun of them.
Yeah, you do that, friend. You do that. But absolutely, his contacts were like wide and far, right? And deep. So how many billionaires were involved? I don't know, but I think what our friend Scott is helping us realize is that I think we miss so much if we're just looking at billionaires. If we're just looking at that. Then we're missing all the other well-connected individuals, in powerful places or influential individuals,
thousandaires
who are very familiar with Lolita Express. So I'll leave that. And both sides of the aisle, right? There's not a Republican, not a Democrat thing. A lot of people, good friends with Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah,
so
that's why the list isn't out. If it was only half of the aisle, the list would have been out in immediately when the other
100%. You're exactly right, Scott. You're exactly right. But thank you, Alexander Wynn, for sending in those super chats.
Much like Israel, this is the thing the Dems and the Republicans seem to agree on: is we can't release this list.
Well, it's kind of funny how that works. But okay. So we'll get to the topic at hand, right? And that would be okay. Yes. Trump has recently started selling Victory 4547 perfume. That's the name. Victory 45-47 perfume. And cologne. This comes soon after a Trump-branded phone. In fact, there has been a long conga line of Trump merchandise just these last few months, let alone over the course of the decade since he originally became president. But his second term has featured a marked uptick in the amount of items Trump has sold. Does any of this damage the dignity of the office of the presidency? Should we expect a certain level of decorum from our leaders? Or is the fact that a president is selling merch and innovation, could it be helpful to the image of the United States? Or does it not matter at all? So yeah, Trump selling more merch. There was also the Trump phone with the Trump phone plan attached to that, and there is the Trump sneakers, right? Well, and I maintain those were actually pretty fly. Those actually look pretty good, I thought. And I would definitely take a pair of those. I wouldn't pay for them, fuck that. But I'd take one.
I just want to see Prime at the cookout with the Trump sneakers.
That's a good point. That has some explaining to do. But in any case, yeah. So, and then of course the Trump meme coin, right? Also the Melania meme coin. Let's not forget those as well. Trump has been pushing a lot of stuff here. Does that matter, right? Like, should this be a welcome evolution of the presidency, right? Or do you think this cheapens it? Does this make him look like some a local salesman from like some sort of like a secondhand store, right? Like, putting one of those commercials out on local TV, right? Like, come in and buy, like running a sale right now. Everything must go. Does this lower our standing? And I have a lot more questions about like how we should what lenses we should use to examine this later on, but we'll start with that. Let's go to our friend Lactoid, work our way around.
Hey everybody, my name's Lactoid. You can find me at Lactoid TV. We do a bunch of cool content. We just got done prior to this panel debating law stuff, so that happens occasionally. When it comes to Trump, we just criticized Trump a little bit for the whole Epstein thing. And I think that this is something that I don't really care nearly as much about. I think the worst thing, though, you could say that he did was endorse that Trump coin, and then like the Melania coin, and then apparently there's Barron coin, but that might just be a scam. I don't think that they actually.
Yeah, I think someone else might have done that.
Yeah, somebody else did that, so I'm not going to attribute that to them at all. Trump phone, Trump shoes, Trump cologne. All of it to me, and by the way, apparently this is run by his kids. It's not actually run by him. He's not the one profiting off of it. He's an older guy. I mean, it's not really like he has that much of a big financial interest in this stuff. I think the Trump coin is like concerning, just because I think that it was a little bit perhaps of like whether he intended it to be or not, a bit of a rug, which is concerning. The shoes and the phone and the fragrance is kind of funny to me in some respects. It's pretty corny. The shoes are a little bit fly, but it is still corny. I don't think that it's not something that like makes me infuriated. It's something that I hear about, and I just have to laugh because, like, really, a phone, right? Remember when people were making jokes about the Obama phone? Like, we have a Trump phone. And by the way, when the Trump phone first listed, it was bragging about how it was made in America. They took all that stuff down.
A bunch of other mistakes they corrected in.
Yeah, it no longer states that it's made in America. Yeah, I don't know. If you want to buy memorabilia for the president, from the president, this is, I think, ultimately what this is. I don't think it's a major deal. It is corny, though. It doesn't look the best. But, I mean, what are you going to do?
Okay, thanks so much, friend. Let's go to Scott.
First and foremost, I would like to say that fuck the dignity of the presidency. Like, I could care less. None of them have been dignified except for maybe George Washington to a certain extent, and obviously by today's standards not, but like by those standards then maybe. I mean, like, from the very beginning, like Adams and Thomas Jefferson were, running op-eds calling the other people like, atheists that like, cheat and do all, and like, rape women and, all kinds of nonsense. There's never been any dignity in the office of the presidency. I will say, though, that, because we are a constitutional republic as opposed to a constitutional monarchy, it does come with a certain weakness, culturally speaking, which is, many constitutional monarchies are able to separate the kind of like the cultural leader, of their people versus the political leader of their people, right? You look at the UK and, the tabloids can look at the pomp of the royal family and the decrees, but they're essentially defanged in terms of power. I mean, obviously the UK king, the king has like some limited veto powers in the House of Lords, but like they don't really exercise them, mostly out of tradition. And so, that is something that kind of matters a little bit more to America, but like this guy signs ladies' tits and was a reality TV star and you know, may or may not have walked in on fucking 16-year-olds in beauty pageants and, you know, got in trouble for saying, you know, he grabs girls
That was
by the
alleged.
pussy. And I said may have, you know, in locker room talk, like the idea that like any one thing can be isolated. Like the dude is a sleazeball. I think everybody recognizes that, conservative or liberal. I will say though that this specific thing of like selling merch is probably the least egregious way of making money as a president. Like when we compare it to like Hunter Biden, you know, who has no expertise working for Burisma and, you know, using black and vetch contracts, you know,
and his art
to build, you know, biolabs in, you know, in Ukraine, or getting, you know, millions of dollars in gifts for connections with the Chinese and like that shit to me is a lot. Or Kushner and his deals with Carney and Canada that nobody fucking talks about, or Kushner and his deals with, you know, Saudi princes and things like those things to me are far more concerning than a guy uses his popularity to sell merch to people voluntarily and it's somehow wrong because he's the president. Like it's just so far down. Like I don't even see anything wrong with that. Like it's one of the, like I think the presidency, you know, sucks. I think the fact that he's a president is wrong. but yeah, I don't give a fuck that he sells cologne or stupid shoes and like dumb fat people in Appalachia that like have like 2 stores within 150 miles of them go on to Amazon to order fucking golden sneakers and be like, I got my Trump shoes. Like I just don't care. Like fucking have at it, man.
Thank you. Our friend Corey.
Well, to, I guess, Scott's point in terms of like dignity, I think, you know, more or less from my perspective, like whatever, how much dignity is actually left in the office of the President of the United States, where, you know, like also to sort of Lactoid's point, I see it also as essentially whatever, at the very least in poor taste or whatever, tasteless. But that, at least in my mind, also that's par for the course for Trump. Like, does anybody remember like Trump steaks, like the best steaks ever? Trump ice, the best water ever. Trump vodka, all of these are just like relics of the past. And just
yeah.
And Trump University, obviously there was that whole fiasco there. And so like, yes, it makes sense. Although I guess it's technically less connected with him, but like, you know, at the end of the day, like, do I think this should be happening? No. Do I think it's good that a politician is actually doing that, or let's say it's connected to that? No. But unfortunately, like, I don't know that you can legislate against it, or I'll leave that to Lactoid's expertise, because it's like, I think as he said, it's not directly connected with it. You could always find a loophole when you exert enough effort, and Trump is, you know, actually good at finding loopholes and pushing norms as far as possible. As in, like, yes, laws are always going to be flawed. We, at the end of the day, we rely on overall norms and somewhat of an honor system. You're never just going to legislate behavior. And like, yeah, this is bad, but I don't know what you can do about it. I'll leave it there for now.
Ollie.
Do I think it's like morally bad or like weird that even if he was like directly connected to selling it? I guess not. I do think it's weird, but I think it's more weird from the people who purchase the merch, right? Like I remember when the Obama phones were crazy, but I was in Detroit. There was Obama gas stations, right? There were gas stations dedicated. It's strange. I don't think you're supposed to idolize the president in this way, right? The person's supposed to like. They're a public servant. They're supposed to be, at least. And then like you voting for them, I don't feel like we should be celebritizing these people. Like we should kind of just hold them to like certain standards and hold them to account for certain things. Go do your job. You're not meant to be a celebrity. Like I don't like the fact that Trump is acting like a social media influencer, and like the White House Twitter page is posting like these random memes and like the weird Trump lo-fi. Like I don't like that shit. It feels like we're getting more towards idiocracy. So I guess like I don't want it to happen, but my question goes more towards the people who like purchase the merch. Like why are we idolizing this person, right? Like if it, like unless you believe they're actually like better than you, right? I don't understand like this diehard fanaticism towards like a president who is just once again an elected public servant.
Thank you. Let's go to our friend Gibbs.
Yeah, hey everybody, I'm Admiral Gibbs. You can find me everywhere as Admiral Gibbs. I just want to briefly say one thing about the Texas floods, since I know we're not talking about it. Tomorrow, I'm going to be doing a pretty in-depth coverage of it. I have like about 30 minutes or so. We might cut it down some. A video from like areas associated with it that I don't think a lot of people in the debates here are going to have, just because I have a lot of friends that live locally and I've dealt with this. And I have in my own background, I have worked in Haiti and several other countries in like AIDS work and building supplies and relief work after natural disasters, and as well as during Hurricane Harvey and living through several hurricanes here in Texas. During Harvey, I worked with FEMA, the Cajun Navy, and several mom and pop organizations kind of just to help out. So we're going to get into it tomorrow and go pretty in depth tomorrow at 7:30. So if y'all are interested in what really happened with the Texas floods and you want like some actual deep insight on it, then check it out tomorrow. It's going to be pretty good, I think. As for this shit, yeah, I have all sorts of Trump merch. I love it. So I'm glad that Ali said why we are fetishizing it. It's all bad and all that good shit. Because here we go. We got all sorts of hats. Trump was right about everything. I got knockoff Trump shoes. We went to Houston this weekend and I stopped in front of the Trump burger place. It was actually not bad. We got the Trump shirts. You know, really, I'm not MAGA. I just buy them because, bro, just seeing people on these panels react whenever they say something, you just put it on there. They lose all credibility as debater. I can just put a MAGA hat on and watch them just crumble into seething rage and not be able to make a point. And it's really funny that Ali has made this a thing, right? You said with this recently, where about, oh, well, what does it say about these people? I don't know that some people might be true blue believers, but I gotta say, just seeing the TDS like triggered immediately upon this is worth every penny I've ever spent on any piece of Trump gear. It's instant and it's so satisfying. So there's a lot of that. So I think it's based. Also, I think that America is the land of capitalism, and we should just embrace capitalism at all levels. So I'm pretty excited the government's getting into it. Maybe some of this money can go towards shit that's actually supposed to, or maybe when I actually supposed to, I mean the people that are doing it and making a shitload of money. That's who I'm talking about. Like at least they're making an honest product one way or another versus all these people living on the government dime. I'm a big fan of it. I think we need more of this.
Okay, let's go to our friend LSP, who hasn't been on the channel for quite a long time, probably like 2 years or so. But LSP, thank you for being here.
Thank you. Yeah, I think like the responses I'm hearing to this is like pretty telling. The conservative movement, MAGA, I should say, MAGA in this country, like moves in one and two directions. Either Trump does something and it's based because it triggers the libs. You know, I could just put on this hat and watch everybody crumble down and LOL, it's funny. Or I can't defend it, in which case I don't give a shit. It's not a big deal. It doesn't even matter. But it's never like a naked condemnation. So try to picture like the best presidents that this country's ever had, most dignified presidents. You think George Washington, you might think Abraham Lincoln, Jimmy Carter. Like, could you imagine them selling merches? Jimmy Carter sold his peanut farm because he didn't want the appearance of a conflict of interest while he was president of the United States. We're supposed to hold people in the office of the president to a higher standard. You are not supposed to use the office of the president to enrich yourselves. That goes without saying. And it's hard to take conservatives seriously on pretty much anything because it's always a tell hypocrisy. When you look at how they react to Hillary Clinton giving speeches to like Merrill Lynch or Fidelity, or I don't remember which banks she was talking to, or Hunter Biden working at Burisma, and it's like, wow, that's pay to play kind of. I'm sorry, play to get paid. Yeah, you know what I mean. Every word they say is just hollow and vapid. Like, clearly they're holding two different standards. And it seems obvious to me that the office of the president isn't supposed to be used this way. It opens the door for massive amounts of corruption. It removes dignity from the office of the president of the United States. You know, this isn't McDonald's. This is the supposed to be the freest, most powerful country in the world. Although it's a little hard to recognize that these days. And more than that, like it basically makes it so that future presidents can use this office in ways that are undignified and potentially corrupt as well. And there is a way to fix this. I'm sorry, Corey, but there are ways to deal with this, right? Our country needs to reinstitute campaign finance laws. Our country needs to update the Hatch Act. We need to update legislation so that we stop people from using the offices in inappropriate ways. The meme coin, that was just plain inappropriate. And never mind the numerous bits of merch that Trump's been selling while in office. This presidency has shown he will accept jets from corrupt countries that fund terror groups, right? There are no standards anymore. The standards on the fucking floor. And I'd just like to get back to a simpler time where we had a Jimmy Carter who would sell his farm, who would divest himself, and not in some show thing like Trump did in his first term with a bunch of empty boxes, but like actually like commit to working for the American people and not using the office as a way of getting your rich friends to support you in power and using it to enrich yourself. Like the purpose of government is to enrich us. It is to make our lives better. It is to make our lives wealthier. It's right. You were supposed to use the resources of the people collectively in ways that are responsible. The office of the presidency is not supposed to be Walmart. Anyway, that's what I got. Thank you.
Thank you, LSP. Really appreciate that. And finally, our friend Grid.
Yeah, hey, thanks for having me again. I know I can be a little aggressive, so I appreciate it. Listen, so first of all, I have the greatest debate show, Bloodsport debate show, Friday night, 7-minute rounds, 1v1, loser walks. You can win money doing it, and it's a good time. So come check it out, and we'll have a great time. It's called the Signal Syndicate, and it's easy for me. It's easy to find me. As far as Trump merch, I've never actually bought any Trump merch. I do, however, have this cool hat that I got from Ted Nugent, signed, of course, and that was awesome. And that's basically the only merch I've ever bought. However, there's a couple of things here that we just really got to look at. And first of all, Trump's been a brand since the 70s. The Trump Organization is a brand. The Trump Hotel is a fucking brand. He has been a brand. His name has been a brand longer than most of you people have been alive. And that's interesting that we have a problem with that. That that people, his kids, I guess. I don't think any of his uncles or anything, or aunts or anybody else are involved in it. I think it's just his kids. His family makes money off of the fame and fortune that their father has accrued. I don't see a problem with that at all, actually. And I actually don't have a problem with any of it. Now the interesting thing is that LSP over here brought up Jimmy Carter as being an example of what a president should be. Well, that's interesting because Carter ran his peanut farm into the ground. He hated being a peanut farmer, and he sold it because he had to sell it. Also, Carter's brother sold Billy Beer out of the White House. The corporate address of Billy Beer was 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. So, I don't know what to tell you here, guys, but it doesn't seem like Trump's that bad. Now, the meme coin, look, I got to be honest with you. All of these celebrities get fucked on these meme coins. They don't know what the hell they're doing. They all get jacked around by people who promise them the moon and then do a rug pull or whatever. I actually don't. I would never do that. And unfortunately, Trump lent his name to it. And but I mean, I have a Trump tie. I guess that's the most merch I've had. Ivanka's had a brand since the late 90s, I think, maybe the early 2000s, where she sold high-end fashion. I don't know if it still exists. But this is not unusual, and I don't think it cheapens the presidency. And I think that really, I just don't see where the cheapness, the idea of cheapening it comes from. Andrew Jackson shot a man on the White House lawn. Doesn't get much more presidential than that. And then maybe that's what we should really bring back. Amen. That's how presidents should solve the Pam Bondi and Kash Patel just straight up duel on the White House, on the Rose Lawn. Let's make it happen, Captain. I like history. Let's get back to it. Let's get into this argument.
Okay. Open up.
I have a couple questions. LSP. I guess I'm guessing you probably don't put me in the same box as a typical conservative in terms of
No, I'd put you somewhere else.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
and
you're
that's
somewhere else.
and that's fair. Like your condemnation of you were like people on this panel, and I'm like,
I meant
don't care
MAGA
because
specifically.
Yeah, and that's fair. I'm trying to. You made a comparison in your opening between Hillary Clinton and pay to play speeches to Merrill Lynch and other banking industry. I'm assuming you're also probably talking about like the bill. Oh God, what is their foundation?
The Clinton Foundation.
Yeah, I don't know why. My brain kept wanting to say Bill and Melinda Gates. I don't know. Right? Like I'm assuming they're whether or not that corruption can be proved, etc. But like you see how like these are not analogous, right? Like how giving speeches to powerful people and getting large sums of money with the kind of wink, wink, nudge, nudge, whether it can be proven or not, right? Like let's say it's true that they are, influenced by that money even passively, in terms of their power and their position and their ability to connect with other elites and et cetera. You can see how that's different than selling merch to like people that are dumb and want to buy fucking, a bunch of Trump hats, right? Like these are clearly different things. Like, why did you compare those things as if they're the same thing?
So I'll grant you that in some ways they're disanalogous, and in some ways they are analogous.
Okay.
Ways they are disanalogous is that Hillary Clinton was never president, and neither was Hunter Biden. But ways they are analogous is that a lot of people showed mistrust towards Hunter Biden and Hillary Clinton because they saw them as being beholden to moneyed interests rather than the interests of the American people with the offices they were seeking. Well, except for Hunter Biden, but you know what I mean. But if they're that fear that they're going to be, more devoted to a certain bottom line rather than the interests of the American people seem to be borne out doubly in hypocritical ways with the Trump administration. We got like MAGA Republicans only a few years ago booing at the idea that they would ever cut Medicaid or Medicare at the State of the Union right before they'd pass a massive tax cut for the wealthy and cut Medicaid for something like 10 million Americans. It seems to me like
the question though, right? My question.
Well, I already explained.
I said, how are they analogous and how are they disanalogous? And then you went with a cheap shot of like, oh, they're not president, right? Which is obviously like that's not relevant.
I mean, Trump himself doesn't own these products either.
Right, like
they're disanalogous because they were never president, and they're analogous because they both represent moneyed interests.
Okay, but the idea is that Trump would be too beholden to his voter base versus Hillary Clinton would be too beholden to the wealthy elite, corporate elite, and the bankers. Like, how is that the same fucking thing? Like, that's insane.
No, the issue is that Trump is beholden to moneyed interests. So, for example, his biggest donor being Elon Musk, who donates something like $270 million, gets to head a federal agency that he has absolutely no qualifications for, and basically
Hold on.
I'm doing the questioning here. I'm doing the questioning here.
That's cool.
I'm doing the questioning here. No, I'm asking the questioning here. We'll get to you. I'm asking the question actually. Stop being a patsy. Stop being a patsy to help the left. Whether you're doing it on purpose or not.
LSP. I am asking the questions.
LSP. You just made the argument. You just made the argument.
Admiral Gibbs.
I'm asking
Admiral
the question.
Gibbs. Admiral Gibbs. I'm doing a line of questioning, and you're interrupting. Stop it. You're being ineffective.
To the line of something else.
30 minutes of questions. I'm asking
you are doing nothing but helping the left.
Oh, cool. I don't care. I'm asking a question. I don't care what you say, Damien. Listen, here's the question, LSP.
You are.
You just said. You just said he's a good example. You just said ESPN is a good example. And now Elon Musk can pump out.
Finish your line of questioning.
What? How does that logic?
I'm going to finish my line of questioning.
Still be holding to him.
Hey, Admiral Gibbs.
Listen, you asked 30 questions already, bro. Like
I didn't ask 30 questions. I asked 2 questions. Which was the same question repeated, and I didn't get the question answered. So again, you are doing nothing but helping the left.
Listen, you bitched at Corey and Prime when you came in that nobody cared about. I don't care what your question is. I'm asking mine, and then you can go back to yours.
Right.
Cool, LSP.
You're being a fucking patsy right now.
Yeah,
that's why Prime's not moderating you because you're making
I'm not being patsy. I'm not.
Why stop your enemy when they're hurting themselves? You're making the right look bad right now. You're making MAGA and conservatives and right people look
Hey guys,
because you're just like,
guys, okay.
It's not always gotta be the Fabian show. We just ask a quick question, and I want him to answer how after all this money you got donated, and this guy's not out of administration.
Okay,
how does it show he's beholden when he's not
knock
out?
it off. Hey, everyone, shut up. Oh my God! Now we're having all fun.
I have a question. Prime, I have a question.
So do I.
Okay, sorry.
Now we're all people making accusations about Prime now, right? It was funny for me at first, and that's why I wanted to let it play out because it was hilarious.
It's just funny. Some people can ask 45 minutes question. I ask one. I know. I'm a patsy. Listen, you know what's a patsy? You know what's a patsy? Spending 45 minutes talking about boring. I know you don't. You know what's being a patsy? Spending about 45 minutes on boring.
That's how you're asking.
I know you. But what I'm saying right now is I'm asking a direct question to a comment he made really quickly, and you're sitting here spurging out, wanting to go like 30 minutes down to like trying to thought. Nobody wants to know about that. Nobody wants to know about that. Well, we want direct answers quickly.
You know, you must have dated all of my ex-girlfriends before me, because it's somehow every woman I find their ex-boyfriend was a narcissist, but you seem to be such a fucking pro at gaslighting right now by claiming I'm the one spurging out. It must have been you. I was looking.
You literally wouldn't let me ask it.
I was looking for these magical gaslighting narcissists.
Yeah, that's it.
Did you just reverse yourself by saying fuck all your exes?
Okay.
Yeah, I don't care. It's funny. You think I only dated virgins?
Listen, and I'm okay with being good at gaslighting. It's fine.
Your 11 years was showing at the time.
Guys, let's move on. Okay, please. So, we should let Scott ask his one last question and then move on, because we do have to move on. But we got a limited amount of time here, right? So I would wrap that up. But we'll go to Gibbs afterwards. Gibbs will be next. Okay.
I'll reframe the question that you threw a bunch of jabs in and tried to run away from twice because you're a fucking coward, LSP. So if you would like to have some intellectual honesty, I'll reframe it for the third time and maybe you can get it. How is it?
I answered your question directly, motherfucker, but okay, go ahead and reframe it. Go for it.
So you answered it by adding in
ask your question.
Elements.
Ask your question.
LSP.
Ask your question.
I know you got bodied, and I'm going to hold your feet to the fire. So let me go ahead and do that. All right. So
what? All 4 inches of you? Come on, ask.
Sure, brother. That's absolutely. I'm little baby dick over here.
I stun locked you. Will you just ask your question? Jesus.
Penis, actually, my penis is huge.
Mine's like 10 inches wide, 2 inches long. She's
any here now, Scott.
Yeah,
please.
Sure.
Scott, go ahead.
So again, when I asked you about how it is disanalogous, how it is analogous, because I'm making the claim that it's disanalogous. You then shifted the conversation away from the question over to Elon Musk and to other things. Now, I was very clear in my opening statement that situations like Jared Kushner and his connections with Carney and his connections with, doing work on behalf of the president, but not in official capacity in the Middle East are good examples of that corruption. But specifically, how is it that you can compare, as if they are two like things, the moneyed interests of bankers and the elite being beholden to people such as Hillary Clinton versus selling shoes to the American public? Please be honest for once and answer this question actually, as opposed to
LSP answer. He's going to answer however he's going to do it, and then after that, we have to go to our friend Gibbs. And then
third time's the charm. I'm hoping the third time he'll answer the question.
Yeah, I hope the third time you listen, because I feel like I've answered this the same way already, but I'll do it again. It shows that he's beholden to moneyed interests. It doesn't really matter where the money's coming from. His priorities are getting money. His priority is not in service to the American people through the office he occupies. The priority of his office is to enrich himself. Does that answer your question for the third time?
Yeah.
Okay. So we got to go to Gibbs.
So you brought up money interest, and I then you use the example of Elon Musk, right? And he comes in and he's appointed after however many millions he donated. And I don't want to do the whole conspiracy thing. I'll let Grant or somebody else do this, where they talk about all the money spent by the Democratic Party on Kamala. But he spent an X amount of money.
Sub.
He gets a cabinet.
Appreciate
position,
the subscription,
right? In something
I'm
most
working
people,
on that
I know Brian won't like to
5%
agree with this, but
of my
what many
audience
people
that
would
is
say
female
is
boys.
an area of expertise, which would be efficiency.
Went
and
from
trying to,
97
clean up the waste.
to
Now that's arguable. I know Brian
95.
do that. And then
Impressive
after
numbers
their
for
interest in the
libertarian.
lie, Trump kicked him out. Wouldn't this be an example of the opposite of what you're saying? This guy paid a bunch of money and then lost his cabinet position because he wasn't going to follow through with the principles of the administration? Doesn't that disprove everything you're saying with that example alone?
No, I don't think so. I think he used the office to the extent he wanted to with the money he got. So I mean, he got Elon Musk there to carry out the initiatives through Doge that he wanted to carry it out. After Elon Musk stopped supporting Trump, there's not really much incentive for Trump to support Elon Musk the other way, especially if Elon Musk is going to try to sink Trump's legislative agenda. It doesn't really matter what the moneyed interests are at that point. It's a matter of what.
So it doesn't matter.
Wait. What is that legislative agenda, Gibbs?
Well, hey,
tax
listen,
cuts for
you're openly admitted the minute that.
Hang on, Gibbs, please answer my question.
Well, hold on. I am answering your question. I'm asking you just to clarify. You're right there admitting that the minute, which was my point at the beginning here, that once their interests didn't align, Trump, it doesn't matter how much money he keeps spending, even if it's on other candidates, his American version, he still cut ties with them. That's what you're admitting, right?
Donald Trump's only interests are not moneyed interests. I'm not making that claim. Gibbs, what was that piece of legislation that Elon Musk didn't support? Where did the majority of those tax savings go?
I don't know. You tell me. Where
to the wealthy, to moneyed interests. Thank you.
I see. Okay. So that doesn't have to do with
anything. Why are you saying
because even if that's true, even if that's true,
outlined the MAGA playbook earlier.
Hold on.
Yeah, seriously.
Hold on. He's talking about two things out of the two sides of his mouth right here. He goes, "Oh, well, Elon, moneyed interest, wanted these things." Oh, but then this big beautiful bill comes along and is giving money to other people. Elon's still saying no. Like, I don't want this, yada, yada. And guess what? He didn't keep his cabinet position. So it looks like the moneyed interest that got him elected, according to y'all, Twitter, buying Twitter and him doing all this stuff, still wasn't enough that keep him in power. So it looks like he's not beholden. It looks like he's not beholden to any money interest in because he goes against his donors all the time. What's your argument to that?
Yeah, okay. Whatever. I mean, I'll just repeat the same thing. You don't have a response to what I said the first time.
You don't have a response to that. Okay.
Did you want my answer or not?
Fabian's right. You just did not answer the question.
Okay. Sure.
I'll respond to it. I think the bill itself is chock full of gifts to his donors, right? To Amazon, to Meta, to literally everyone who had stood behind him during the inauguration, right? Elon's problems, one of his issues, he's got lots of issues. Elon's problem is the removal of, or non-inclusion of the
Doge cuts.
Tax breaks. No, not the Doge cuts specifically. Talking about the Tesla cuts, right? Like the EV cuts.
That's a lie.
Yeah,
that's a lie. Hold on, I have to debunk that. He has been openly against since like 2018 against the EV subsidies in any capacity. Mm-hmm. He has been actively saying for years and years, I do not want EV subsidies. They fuck up the market. They are a reason that my competitors will be able to gain free money from bad products. And I think he's been against EV subsidies openly over and over and over again, long before he ever campaigned for Trump. Trump was the one that made that claim.
Except I have issues
that was
with
a lie smeared by Trump and like the super Trump MAGA people. Like, it's just not true.
Trump wouldn't lie.
I have some objections there, but I'm going to leave it alone.
You're also making a different point than what LSP was making.
The point is, though, that he did get, my understanding is SpaceX and Blue Origin got some sort of cuts, some sort of tax incentive or whatever through the bill. So he did get something out of it. And then just being rich, he got lots out of it. But
pretty much, it's 1,100 pages of pork. Everybody with a few extra zeros in their bank account got something out of it.
So
but that's a different that's a different point than what LSP is making. It's totally different. That's why.
Wait, what was my point, Gibbs?
I mean, your point here is you're trying to say one money interest is equal to all these money interests, and my point is that whenever
I never said anything like that.
Yeah, basically you have. I'm summarizing because your point was terrible. So the point that's actually matters here is
you're just straw manning, but okay.
This is the king.
I'm just stating facts. You're over here making like round circular arguments.
Yeah, I'm sure his sandcastle is very grand.
You literally argued Jimmy Carter with a straight face in the beginning of this. Like I don't want to be a dick, but I couldn't take you seriously after that.
Well,
and then I tried giving you.
Believe me, Gibbs, it hurts me that you don't take me seriously. seriously.
I know. I mean, when
Please,
should,
Gibbs, whatever you do, take me seriously.
I'm just saying, when I was trying to give you the benefit of that with Fabian, but then you couldn't answer a direct question. You went, well, but over here, and this is different than here.
Well,
I mean, it's just stupid.
Part of LSP was trying, what LSP was trying to say is that, like, he's the point of Trump is being in office is to make money. It's a money making profit center.
Charge
and
it
that,
up
like,
for him, Prom.
doesn't
You couldn't answer it. I'm trying to help him.
I'm not.
I'm
repeating what he was saying in slightly different words, but only slightly different words. And that it doesn't matter where the money comes from. So yes, like Elon was a donor, but he had a whole bunch of other donors to answer for, right? And he has delivered for them. He's delivered for Miriam Adelson, right? Who gave him, I believe, $250 or $150 million. I forget how much was it. An absurd amount of money. And he delivered in terms of Israel, right, in the genocide. He's delivered for Meta.
Yeah, so it does matter where the money comes from all of a sudden, right?
No, I don't understand why
you can't have your cake and eat it too. That it doesn't matter where the money comes from if you're there to get rich. It's a problem, and then begin talking about how it matters where the money comes from because that money buys influence. That's what made the original analogy disanalogous. That's the problem, right? Because we want to talk about just being rich in general. Jimmy Carter died with a net worth of $10 million, and he got a fuck ton of USAID money to the Carter Foundation or the Carter.
Hold on,
Carter
sorry. Well, how does that? So I don't know about the analysis.
Maybe this is a point. This is a point that maybe can explain what Scott is arguing, perhaps, because what the argument is like, okay, so like Trump is selling phones, and Trump is selling hats, and Trump is selling fragrances, and he's selling that to his base, and so the criticism is he's using the presidency to get rich, but the question is, what's the mechanism? Is the mechanism that the people love him so much that they're buying his products? Does that mechanism have the same kind of concerns or pitfalls as these like shadowy donors dumped a fuck ton of money into his pockets and now secretly control him, as opposed to he has a bunch of fans that bought his fan club shit?
No, hold on. But these are two different. Sorry,
exactly.
Maybe I'm making a very different thing. So I'm going to respond to that, and maybe I'm making a mistake and not a misunderstanding. So help me out here, right? So it sounds like there's different things. So I agree with LSP. I don't know about the analogy thing, right? I didn't follow that part. So put that aside, right? But I agree with LSP that Trump is there to make money. Period. To make money.
Period.
I mean, that's a different debate.
Period.
I mean,
obviously, you think he's there to save the country? Exclamation point! He's there to make money, right? So there's that.
He could have made a lot more money other ways, but fair enough. That's your opinion. I can't say your belief is wrong. Like in this
sure.
Like you believe that. That's fine.
Sure. Okay. So he's there to make money. He is beholden to a series of interests who gave him money. Not too beholden to them because he's out of office after this. So I'm not sure if he needs their money afterwards, right? They're not going to keep enriching them. So I'm not sure how.
No, that's the secret. The shady shit more often than not happens after the presidency, not during.
Well, we will see. We'll see. But anyway, right? In any case, right? There's a certain people who gave him a fuck ton of money. The BBB, right, was a deliverance for that amount, for a whole list of individuals who assist him in organizations.
But it just doesn't have anything to do with him selling cologne or shoes, right?
Yeah, sure, fair. But now I will agree with you. That's a separate thing, but that ties in to the other claim that he's there to make money. Period. Right. So this is simply a second path to make money. Now he's not beholden to these individuals, right? Like maybe if your objection to me is saying that, well, it matters where the money is coming from because he has different reactions depending on where the money is coming from. Well, yeah, I guess I agree, right? He's getting small amounts of money from a lot of different people, right? By selling his shit. And then he's getting a lot of money from a small amount of people, right? Through campaigning and other methods.
I'll olive branch you here, right? Like you and LSP, right? Like I agree that you can have a legitimate. I don't think it's legitimate because I'm an anarchist. I don't give a fuck about the presidency, but I understand internal critique from your position that someone is there selling merch to make money is like in part a distraction or even a potential bias from making the decisions that the president needs to make, right? My original contention my original contention was comparing that to Hillary Clinton giving $2 million speeches to Merrill Lynch and him selling sneakers is the same thing, when clearly they are not the same thing, because where that money is coming from and what that money buys is inferred to be very different. Now, you could say that she was not influenced by that, and like they just really fucking love her speeches at Merrill Lynch, and like they get a big draw of excitement because these people are so fucking white bread that just seeing Hillary Clinton just brings tears to their eyes and makes them go make more money for Merrill Lynch because they get back in the cubicle and fucking in the trenches. But nobody fucking believes that.
So let's go to Corey, Lactoid, Grid, and then Ali.
Yeah, a couple things. I want to point something out and then consult Lactoid's legal expertise and mine. One thing I want to point out is, okay, so a little bit, I guess, meta. So let's say in true Grid fashion or typical Grid fashion, I think he's either misinformed or lying. Where I'm going to take issue with the claim of the Billy Beer. Does anybody remember his claim of 9 million illegals in New York and how off he was on that? Not to mention his claim of the swimming pools of feces that were running through New York as well, where he was wildly off on that. He couldn't back it up, and he was off by a factor of many-fold. And I think it's, as far as I can tell, unless he wants to provide me a source, I think the claim of Jimmy Carter's brother selling Billy Beer or the corporate headquarters being the White House is blatantly false. But I'm willing to be fact-checked on that. So just another, let's say, either a lie or misinformation from Grid. Now, Lactoid. I think it was brought up by LSP that potentially that this could be legislated against. Let's say the Hatch Act or campaign finance reform. In your opinion, or by your estimation, is there any sort of like realistic or any sort of passable legislation that you can conceive of that would prevent this?
I don't know, and I'm not. Again, I don't know if this is the kind of situation that I would have that much concern about, because
I understand that perspective. I'm just trying to.
Yeah. I mean, you could always figure out some kind of legislation, but part of the problem is like,
wouldn't you need proof that he was like
most of this is owned by.
That?
That's the problem. Most of this is not even owned by him; it's owned by his kids. When you look at Trump's net worth over time, he was actually going down pretty significantly following his run from 2016. So 2016, he won the presidency. He going into 2017, his net worth just keeps dropping and dropping and dropping and dropping, and really only starts to spike up again once Trump Media, which owns True Social, goes public, because a lot of people invested in that.
Well, Lactor, can I ask a question? Like, it's kind of on Corey's question. I want to compound this.
Okay.
To make it like more relevant, can we just use the meme coin example? The president selling a speculative asset that people buy, where he then offers them a dinner with the president of the United States to boost its value. Like, is that something that should be legislated against or be outlawed? Like, it seems to represent a conflict of interest and clear pay to play.
I said from the beginning, I think the meme coin is the most egregious example that you could probably find. I think everything else is not super concerning to me. The meme coin specifically is concerning to me just because it is it's a speculative asset that is sold as an investment, really, and it was marketed towards a large group of unsophisticated investors, which feels like very scummy, I think. In terms of criminalizing it, I mean, again, you could come up with some kind of law to say presidents can't do that, but again, like when I see Bernie Sanders, for example, like show up on screen and he says, "I am asking you once more, please donate this," and he brags about how he's getting all these donations from like the people.
Bernie Sanders was never president.
Well, I understand, but he ran for president. When I look at Donald Trump and he's like, again, marketing his fan club shit to all of his fans, he is selling himself to the people. And yeah, like in some cases the money's going directly to his kids through, I guess not directly, but to the foundation run by his kids. When it comes to True Social, if they're investing in Trump Media, he owns significant parts of that, so obviously he's profiting from that as well. But the question is, like, I think we do we just think that profiting? Here's the question: is profiting?
Wait, before you get to that question, can I just get the answer to mine? Like, should it be illegal? You're president. Somebody gives you a bill that says we're going to outlaw future presidents from having meme coins and offering private dinners. Do you sign that law?
Definitely not offering private dinners. I mean,
okay, so it should be illegal.
To the people. I mean, what's wrong with that?
Should it be illegal or not illegal for the president to sell a meme coin or not?
I think it's scummy. I don't see a way to make it illegal without infringing upon a whole bunch of shit.
No, that's not what he asked. Should it be? Not
well, I just said I don't see a way to make it illegal.
No, but that's different.
That is part of my question as well.
That's different. So, like, should
not.
If you could wave a magic wand and make it.
No, I would not criminalize it.
Okay,
I think it's corny. The reason why I would not criminalize it is because I don't think you can do that without infringing upon a whole bunch of things that I think that individuals get to do. Like, if you want to, as long as there's transparency, right? My issue is like when people have I don't know, like the stock market, for example, when they are buying stocks that are directly influencing their policy decisions. The question here is Trump's policy decisions, is any of them being influenced by his meme coins, by his shoes, by his fucking anything? Can you point to me any policy decisions that he has that have been influenced by his fan?
No, actually, I could, right? The SEC, right? Like lowering enforcement of like crypto of crypto crimes.
Crypto wasn't enforced before. Did that actually happen?
It wasn't under Biden. Crypto was enforced heavily under Biden. Like there was like if you owned crypto, like a cryptocurrency specifically, like you're probably getting debanked under the Biden administration.
They gutted.
They did everything they could to attack anybody engaged in crypto because it's a threat to the U.S. dollar.
Specifically, Trump when Trump went to the crypto community, I think like literally to a conference previously, like during his campaign, if I'm remembering correctly, and like gave a speech to the crypto community, and then during his inauguration, part of the they had the different inauguration events. He had a crypto ball there, right? I think that's where Snoop Dogg performed. So he had the crypto ball, and then he gives a crypto coin, right? It's amazing. Man. And then and then
it's a good argument.
He gives he puts out a crypto coin, and he says like, through this coin, if you invest, right, the top investors, I'll have a private dinner with you. Have access to me, right? He actually gypped them. It was pretty funny. But like that's that was the offer there. It seems like a lot. It seems like there's, and then he gives with those. He gives what the crypto investors want.
It also looks like market manipulation, by the by.
Yeah, like.
All right, I think you convinced me. Maybe we should pass a law banning cryptocurrency purchases by presidents. That's a good point.
Prime guys, you have also convinced me with that. I was just like the absurdity of that is.
That's kind of bad. Yeah, that's fair enough.
No, Republicans were literally pissed off at Hillary Clinton because people were using the Clinton Foundation donations and presumably were being able to go have meetings with her when she was working as the. Oh God, what was her cabinet position?
Secretary of State.
Secretary of State. I don't know why I kept wanting to say DOD. Yeah, like so. I mean, like if you were against that, this is that, but blatant and obvious, as opposed to potentially secretive. I mean, it's the exact same thing.
Fair enough.
Hold on. Was the Trump coin, just to be clear, has it been like proven? It's been a rug pull. Is that like official at this point?
Well, rug pull would be
a rug pull is when you offload your. Yeah.
So right, but like it's significantly tied up in his legislation, like
I don't think
idea for it, right?
Well, I think that the problem with the rug pull is that the rug pull would be whether or not the crypto coin is a scam. It's separate
I understand
from
that.
him wanting to deregulate crypto whilst investing in and getting people to invest in crypto. And then the third issue would be the presumption of selling access to the president for sale.
Sure, I get all that. What I'm asking though, right? Because he's been talking about moving this to crypto, moving some crypto assets in the U.S.
Yeah, he says, I'm gonna be the
portfolio.
first crypto president. And he's gonna have
Right.
crypto
Okay. He's
reserves.
pushed for this, right? Okay. Now, all right. Now I get some of y'all's arguments. Just to do a counter argument, if you were going to have a billionaire president, like we do, right, or alleged billionaire, right? We'll have him in there, and he goes, "Hey, I want the US
Marxists are so mad right now. A fucking
Just
billionaire president."
Yeah, just hear me out.
You gotta hurry up because we gotta.
I'm waiting here. I just like if he's gonna sit here and he's going to, hey, I want a new coin for us to invest in as a country. Why don't I put up the money to start this? And put this out here, and that be the coin, potentially one of the coins that's adopted under our legislative push into crypto. Yeah, I can see why y'all's argue would be, oh, maybe that he benefits. Also, if it fails, guess who also gets fucked? He does. So it's like a risk reward. Wouldn't you want somebody like, hey, this guy's magnanimously putting his money up to better America and put forth a coin that we can invest with and have the scrutiny on it because he knows he's going to do it. There's going to be the scrutiny. It's going to be the most checked meme coin in the world. I don't know. I feel like y'all are
talking about. No. Like I said, it's either I don't care or it's hilarious because it triggers the libs.
No, I mean,
only two directions, man.
Because because every time y'all do this, y'all say I'm patsying, right? Or you say I'm bullshit.
Me and Scott just conceded in like 5 minutes when a good example is brought up.
Hold on, y'all do this every time, and y'all say whatever, and then suddenly I get proven right, repeatedly. Just like I said last week, and I got yelled at by people called insane by saying, "Oh, the sleeper cells." I brought that up, and guess what? Now, just today, suddenly they're on the lookout for more of these because they put a bulletin out. And it's like,
sleeper cells means Iranians trying to cross the border, right, and now those Iranians are now sleeper cell agents who have presented themselves.
The point that I'm making is, I have repeatedly
I lived through 9/11. I could obviously know that the media was going to start reporting about sleeper cells.
I repeatedly hit these things that the Trump administration is going to do. No. It's like y'all said this. Y'all acted like I was crazy, and then I say it, and then the administration. It's like I speak it into existence. Like literally a week later, they're saying exactly what I'm saying, and you're like, "Oh, how does she keep doing it?" And then because what happens is I say
he is tapped into the lunacy of MAGA.
I know. I understand.
Gibbs, I'm sorry. You jumped up on the line, and then I thought you were going to do a quick question, but now you're going on a whole rant. I think we're waiting.
I get jumped all the time on my lines. I don't want to hear that bullshit.
Okay, we'll continue. Corey. Sorry, not Corey. Ali. And then, yes, great. I already said your name previously.
Grid was before me. So you can go off. Let him go.
I appreciate it. Thank you. I was being very patient. Just first of all, I really got what Scott was going after. I think that's an important point because while we're sitting here talking about Donald Trump enriching himself, he's the only president. He's the only politician that's gone into office and come out worth less than when he went in. He lost $1.1 billion in net worth. I don't know about you guys. That seems like a hit. Seems like maybe, you might feel a certain way about that. I don't know. I'm not Donald Trump.
I could use $1.1 billion.
Right, it went back up again. though, Grid.
I'm sure he earned money, but that's what he
does. He also left during the pandemic, right? When
at the end of the pandemic,
the market went. Okay, whatever. That's fine. But yeah, sure. I'm sorry, Grid. I interrupted you. Do you want to say something?
Magnanimous. That's what Grid wants to say. Magnanimous and gave it up.
Right. Well, I mean, he didn't go into office to make money. Now, at this point, maybe he's just like, fuck it, I don't care. Or maybe it's just the reality is what is happening, and that is his kids who run the marketing part of the business have said, hey, we're going to put these products out there. We did Ivanka shoes 10 years ago. Let's do Trump Cologne this year, right? Why not? That's what marketing that's what companies do when they develop products and put them out there. The meme coin again. I just keep going back to if I were a celebrity and somebody came to me and they said, "Hey, I want to do a meme coin and you're gonna make some money." I'd be like, "No way." First of all, I don't know enough about it, and second, like literally, How many celebs now have put out meme coins that have turned out to be rug pulls?
A lot.
Well, I think most of crypto has been rug pulls. Or rug pulls.
Yeah,
But what they're talking
Trump
about
one hasn't been a rug pull yet.
Right, so
Grid,
so
what they're
why-
talking
why
about
I
is
don't think
like
that's what a
spend a bunch
meme
of
coin
time
is.
talking
Like, it's
about
not
that.
stable coin. You know what I mean?
right. No,
Yeah.
but Grid, what the point that they
Hawk
brought
Tuah
up
coin's
was
a
like,
perfect example, right? Hawk Tuah's.
yeah, that's
Did
an
I buy
obvious
that?
rug.
Yeah.
What the example they brought up that convinced me though was like when you have the president who like deregulates crypto while substantially investing himself in it.
Sounds like good
Don't we
business.
like want to try to avoid this behavior? Like
No.
for example, we certainly wouldn't want a president like dumping all their money into like weapons like manufacturing and then immediately starting a war, right? Like that'd be kind of fucked.
Says you.
I mean,
I wouldn't want that. That seems like good business. I don't like. Listen, like you. I just what you say.
Before you do that,
I'm not a patsy. I just want a Republican to be a war profiteer.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. I just like okay, this is a misrepresentation.
That's kind of what you're saying. That's kind of what you're saying. Yes.
I mean, in one regard, yes, but on the other hand, like no, like okay, like what I'm saying is like if you're gonna have someone develop legislature for something, you probably want them to have a personal interest in it. Like that would be something.
No,
absolutely.
You want the opposite.
No, I don't. I'm sick of that bullshit. That's where we keep getting where we're fucked. We have all these people going bird's eye view and going, you know what's best for these two sides that care about this issue? And then nobody's happy and we get fucked all the way around. I got a better idea. How about we let the two sides that care about an issue actually make the fucking issue their legislation for the issue? If we want crypto to be deregulated,
because then their legislation is going to be dictated by their personal interests. Right?
Well,
That's
maybe get good scrub and get the votes if you don't like it. But it sounds like they got the votes and they're interested in this, and this is somebody that wants to push us forward into this because it is the future, whether we like it or not. Maybe I just like
What if he's invested pro bono and was like, "That's the good guy."
I'm just saying,
so,
over here.
So yeah. So he Trump, like his competitor, right? Your competitor Gibbs, right? In the ranching business, right? Cogs Growth's ranchers, right? He gives to Trump, right? Gives a lot to Trump. He's like, I want to get rid of the other ranchers, specifically this fucker next door to me named Gibbs, right? And now Trump is invested in the ranching business, right? And he decides, I'm going to pass laws to fuck over Gibbs. Is that a good thing? Did your business deserve to get fucked over?
If I'm not smart enough to invest more than old fucking Bob said, then yeah, I guess.
I have an example that you will not bite the bullet. Okay, hold on real quick. You will not bite this bullet.
Also, let him try.
Let's say Trump put all of his money into big illegal, like he would specifically targeted industries that he benefited from having illegals there, and then he did a 180. Well, hold on. Let's say like hotels, for example. And then he did a 180 on immigration policy.
For example, I don't know where you got hotels
for
from.
example.
For example.
And then let's say he did a 180 on immigration policy specifically for hotels. What would you say?
Actually, I have an answer for that. I have an answer for that. On one of the previous panels where that was brought up, what did I say? I said, let me find out how to get to one of these private dinners, and I will get enough people here in my corner that we will get enough money to send me or somebody else to represent us at one of these private dinners. It's fair game. If we all know the rules, but y'all over here like, hey, we'd rather have the shady shit go down.
It's not fair game because we don't all have the ability to buy access to the president.
Well, maybe make some more money then.
It's just
maybe
don't
be broke, LSP. Let me read these super chats quickly.
Wait, Gibbs, you don't see an issue with that? You don't see an issue with people being able to buy access to the president of the United States?
He literally does not.
I actually don't. I actually see more of an issue with people that can't afford that.
Skill issue if you can't, LSP.
It's a skill issue. Yeah,
it is.
So let me
work harder,
get
get smarter.
Chats.
You know,
let me do these two super chats, right? So we have our five. Oh my god. We have our $5 super chat, which was
only $5, so
it was like 27 minutes ago. And it says Hunter versus Trump Jr., who is making more money during the presidency. If we look away from Trump and blame Biden, you hypocrite, all while active office. So he's calling. I'm not sure exactly what he was saying. This was a half hour ago. So I'm not sure he was calling a hypocrite at the time.
Probably me, but
the Dems.
There's a significant difference, right?
Always the Dems.
Because and the reason there's a significant difference is again, it goes all the way back to what I was saying earlier, which is obviously what the question is likely referencing, is it matters where the money is coming from, and it matters how the money influences you, and it matters what actions you take because of the money, right? Like listen, Trump profiting off of a meme coin is corrupt for sure if he's selling access. But Trump deregulating crypto, I'm always going to agree with deregulation, obviously, right? So I'm going to have less of an issue with that. But Hunter Biden working, at Burisma and getting, 80 G's a month so that he can sell access and connections and sell the ability of having, an enforcement mechanism of the United States protecting a corrupt corporation and broker deals for level 4 biolabs and getting money from, under the table from Chinese and gifts that they can sell is a wildly different thing than selling tennis shoes. And so it's like, it's not just that you're benefiting. Like, it is good if a person benefits from making sales or purchases.
You can say tennis shoes to redneck. You can say the full sentence. You can say.
What if he deregulates tennis shoes right after he buys, he gets into tennis shoes, though, Scott?
I mean, like I understand that from y'all's position, the statist position, that bothers you, that that's occurring, and I will admit even some level of being bothered if the regulation is, the deregulation is specific in such a way, because it sounds more.
What if he raises taxes on non-Trump tennis shoes the day after he launches Trump tennis shoes?
Again, these are wildly different things, right? Because one is an aggressive act and one isn't an aggressive act, right?
I'm going to buy a bunch of Trump stock.
Yeah, right. Like, so I mean, like,
I should totally buy some.
There is.
He's in a cult.
You have to take it by a case by case basis, and recognize that like certain actions are. Certain forms of deregulation or policy is going to be regulatory capture. And it's the way that corporations make money, right? It's that they lobby politicians oftentimes to get regulations, not to get rid of regulations. They love regulations. That's why the billionaires love left-wing politicians, is because the left helps the billionaire class more than anybody.
I got to hurry up.
I got regulations.
I got 2 more super chats. I got to keep moving.
My bad.
Alexander Wynn. No worries, friend. Okay. I got to assert myself. He says he lost, being Trump. Trump lost 1.1 billion after the real estate market was destroyed by quarantine and WFH. I don't know what that is.
Yeah, we already went through all that.
What's WFH? I don't know.
I think work from home, I believe.
Work from home. Thank you. And can't imagine why he hates work from home so much now. Does Trump hate work from home specifically? I haven't heard him.
No, he's made a couple of comments about it because he hates work from home from government employees.
Yeah, I think he's mandated return to office.
Yeah, but
they don't do shit.
That's also not very accurate, because most of the real estate fallout actually happened in 23, not in 2020.
In 20, you mean 20 when he left?
2020, people were paying $40,000 over asking typically.
He went, but he leaves.
Yeah, he left.
No, he leaves in 2021. He leaves in 2021. Yeah.
So it wasn't until 2022, 2023, when the interest rates went sky high, that the real estate market started a retraction. That was.
I'm not exactly sure, but I hear what you're trying to say. We got 2 more. All right. Now, Alexander Wynn, this to Gibbs, $10. Thank you, Alexander. Says, sounds like Biden should have taken the calls from Burisma to make sure his son can get paid real good. Do you agree with that? If you're okay with this, with what Trump is doing today, right? Should Biden have taken the calls from Burisma?
This is I think the big difference between what I'm saying here and I think what people think maybe I'm saying is all of this is on a sliding scale, right? Is one bad, is the other bad? Yeah. What I'm here is sure, if Biden had been doing this out in the open and everybody knew that Hunter Biden was in cahoots and we all knew that this is what was going down before they voted it in and nobody denied it and they didn't hide anything, then sure, I would actually probably be okay with it. Like, I would much rather the devil I know than like the devil I don't. But instead, they hide this shit, right? And now, if Trump and them, and I've been looking into this since we talked about it, a couple weeks ago, like, just in case, is if there is a way to go buy a public dinner with Trump, and I think there is, like, guess what? It's on you to go and get all those people money together and go and talk to these people. Like, if it's like you want something done in this country, you know what you do?
So
you get off your ass and you do it yourself.
Sure,
Like,
I hear you.
I'd rather we all. My point is, I'd rather we have it all out in the open. Like, because it's going to happen regardless.
I want to be very clear. Yeah, okay, I hear you. So then I want to be very clear. So you're saying that the Burisma deal was okay. That's fine. As long. Okay, no, one second. That, or at least it would have been fine, as long as the public knew that Biden was open for sale. That, hey, this is a path. If you enrich his son, right? If you are rich enough, if you are well connected enough to put money in his son's pocket, right? Well, then you can get a call from the president.
Yeah, as long as it's open, but as long as everybody can get a chance to do it. It can't be just Burisma.
Okay, so that was your issue the entire time.
Yeah, I want everybody need to be able to get a shot at being able to buy in.
Oh, I don't particularly remember you saying this previously, but okay.
I've said that many times.
Okay,
I need to put more sarcasm in your statements, Prime. I wasn't buying.
I mean, what's crazy? But, you can say that. You can say I'm being sarcastic, but like that's consistent with what I've always said.
That's not what I said.
Well, no, it's absolutely consistent with everything. I know he's being sarcastic, but like, hold on, Prime. When had that been inconsistent with anything I've ever put forward? Like what I've just said now.
I think you're. Oh my god! I think that's gonna be a distraction.
Okay.
Before we do that, one last thing, right? Tessico Johnson gives 5 Canadian fun bucks.
Great name.
5 Canadian fun bucks. It says, please ask Lactoid if he thinks only rich white male landowners should be allowed to vote as the founders intended. That's the question. Lactoid, you answer that.
This is a meme from the prior debate, just so you guys are aware.
Right. Can I?
No.
Let him answer. Let me answer quickly.
I think rich people of any race should be able to vote.
Okay, very good.
Be rich. Gibbs, let me ask you a question. Would you rather Trump's kids sell merch using the company, mark brand, his, the Trump brand, or would you rather them have people like, I don't know, say corporations, fixers, brokers, that kind of thing, donate to charities that they run and wash the money through various
Let's
other.
Load the question real quick.
Well, I'm asking Gibbs that because I think Gibbs has an answer to this. And I think I understand the answer.
It's a very predictable answer to.
But he's been shocking me tonight. He's
just tonight.
Obviously, I would prefer, if we're gonna sell, if they made Biden Co. and Biden's son wanted to sell Dark Brandon hats and T-shirts, I'd perfectly be okay with that, and that would be better than if we're gonna have this dark money like disappear over here and come over here and slide ahead and the charity washes it. Yeah, I don't like that at all because but like I don't know why that would be a surprising answer. Sure, nobody likes that.
No, that is considered. Well, you've pinballed on me a little bit tonight. I just wanted to check. I want to check calibration.
I just want everybody to have fair, safe seat. We'll make the rules for everybody to be able to.
It's the difference between voluntary transactions of people and funneling fucking taxes and dark money to enrich politicians. There's a reason that all of these fucking politicians have insane net worth, and yet most of them don't have any real fucking businesses. What do? They fucking funnel, they create charity organizations and funnel your taxes to these supposed philanthropic means through like 10 different fucking NGOs until it eventually gets them. Or they fucking engage in the stock market and they outcompete the most brilliant minds in Wall Street that are grabbing
Nancy
every
Pelosi is
fucking
just that
Asian
smart,
with an
and I
IQ
don't
of
appreciate you
150
applying
from MIT.
otherwise.
Like,
No. She is that brilliant, right?
To be fair,
you've seen her
Nancy
track
doesn't
record,
trade. Paul does.
Paul Pelosi. Let's go to
autopilot,
Ali. Yeah.
Hey,
take back what I said in my opening. I think the merch is insidious, and I think it's immoral. I don't believe that his kids or his family members are just licensing his name and then using it, and he's not making $1 off of any of this. I don't believe that for a fucking second. I believe he's making all the money, and he just has his kids as like the business heads or whatever. Like,
well, yeah, it's
yeah,
the
whatever
same thing
it is.
as the peanut farm the LSP brought up, right? Like the
Sure,
peanut farm was sold
I
to a
don't-
blind trust, right? So he
Sure.
wasn't managing it. So the question isn't whether or not Trump is profiting off of it. He is. The question is whether or
that
not
wasn't my
he's
point.
managing it.
Oh, I got a great law.
That wasn't my point. I think like, because I'm watching Gibbs and I'm watching Grid, and I feel like this is the most parasocial relationship between the voters and the president I've ever seen. Because when we were talking about the Obama phones and the Obama gas, like when I brought up the Obama gas stations, it wasn't anyone from his administration or his family that opened up. It was people who decided to open up like a gas station and name it an Obama gas station. That wasn't like him doing it.
That's not
And
what
so,
the Obama
like,
phone was.
I
The term Obama phone came from
It was like a free
conservatives.
phone.
They were critiquing the Obama
Yeah.
administration because they were using taxes to
That's
give
what I'm
people
saying.
cell phones.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So like we have these like named things by like the people, right? Versus like the administration or anyway being tied like to these merch items being sold. So like outside of the president being done with his presidency and selling a book, I do think it's weird that through this merch you can gain access to the president. I feel like that builds a weird parasocial relationship there.
How do you
and to,
gain-
and to the point where I'm not gonna lie, this kind of comes with like a blind defense of the guy.
Well, Ollie, do you have a problem with like they name ships after the
Hold on.
president?
It comes with a blind defense to the point where like where a real question was asked, where he like talked about a third term, and that was a whole tizzy. But when you ask the people that voted for him, hey, would you be okay with a third term? Everyone did kind of defend it. And so, like, I do think it's weird. I do think it's bad that the president is selling merch, that he's building a parasocial relationship with his, because Lactoid called them his fans, not even his constituents, not even his voters. These are his fans. We shouldn't have presidents that have fans like this. Okay, it's a weird precedent to set. I think it's a mass manipulation play, and I think you guys need to seek therapy. The parasocial relationship between MAGA and Trump is insane.
Ollie, there's one thing that you kind of missed up, Ollie, which is like, and it's like we'll go into it later, or you can look it up later, right? But when you're talking about like, oh, this person got a New York Times bestseller. One of the things you need to understand is that's a way that people funnel money. That's a form of money laundering, right? Like,
I'm saying outside of like a book, I feel like the other merch is weird. Like I feel like it makes sense of
But what I'm saying is like when you see presidents and politicians sell books, very, very often those books are just in warehouses that nobody buys, and yet they get massive profits so that they can get on the, like it's a form of money laundering.
I can believe that.
Money around. Right,
but I think I'm more okay with that. I think I'm a little bit more okay with that.
But that's the more insidious. Like, where is that money coming from, though?
Ollie, serious question.
Yeah.
How much access to Trump
But the rest
does
of
a
it is right.
$20 T-shirt buy you, or however much the shoes cost, $100 pair of shoes?
I don't think you. I don't think you.
You just said that. I couldn't believe what I heard from you.
I don't think you believe that like you buying $100 shirt is doing, but I do think a lot of the people who purchase the merch consider that as like an added vote, right? Like Trump is going to see that his base is buying all this shit, and then this is the shit we want supported. So they're kind of like when Gibbs was telling me that Trump would support the Arabs. Kind of like how Gibbs was telling me that like maybe the people in Dearborn think that Trump is going to help the Arabs if they see that they voted for him. Maybe there's more benefit. So like I do think if Trump sees that his base is supporting him and the fact that they're purchasing all that merch, I could see that swaying. Like if he puts out the Cologne and no one buys it, he's not going to believe his base supports him anymore.
Wouldn't that just be his base supporting him? Like, why would that be problematic from a Democratic perspective? That like,
I think it's because I think the base feels like this is getting them connection to it, right? Whether it be small or little, they're showing their support in a weird way, but it feels like they have a weird connection to it. I'm talking it's wrong from a parasocial thing. I think there's something insidious going on there.
Your argument is like psychologically, there's something like kind of like, almost like a power dynamic weird thing going on here.
Hold on.
Yeah,
So But hold on, this gives them more pull in some regards, right? Well, hold on. So, like, check this out. Do you remember what was it, the 2016, like, what was it, the Langford, or I don't remember, whatever the first Trump bill was for the immigration stuff, and it even had more than the last one that was proposed, and the base comes out and they go, no, we will not let you put DACA in here. And part of that was because, he's got this rabid parasocial base that you're talking about, and they actually pulled him away from including DACA. He took it to Schumer, and Schumer said, we're going to die on the hill, and then, the bill didn't come right. Then it comes back the next time, Schumer and them didn't even bring DACA up in the next bill, right? So what this tells me when you're talking about this, Ali, is that this is actually giving the public another avenue for reaching their president. If they're able to buy a bunch of merch and Trump sees that, they're buying my merch, that means it's like another popularity poll. I'm selling X amount of merch. That's equivalent to what I was getting, when
but that's not how the president should
Hold
work.
Hold on. You say that. However, at the same time, say he does something that they don't like. Now they don't spend the money. You see a direct decline in sales. Now, what you're arguing is that's not how it should work. Well, I'm arguing that the shit's not been working for a while. At least this is giving the public another way to speak directly to the president, and that way it may be with their wallet. Why is that necessarily a bad thing?
Okay, so this may sound dumb, but let's just say, because Trump's been on his meme kick lately. He has his own fucking social media, which is kind of insane on its own. But let's just say the president decided to do a live stream 3 times a week, and then was getting super chats, and that's how people. You think that's how the presidency should run? That you should have access by paying for a super chat to talk to the president?
Sure. Do you think that
he keeps saying yes? I don't like you asking.
Yeah, I know, but I want to test how far he's willing to go, because we're heading into idiocracy.
Do you think it was fine that FDR did fireside chats and had exclusive access to the radio back in the day when he was running for office? No, he exclusively had the ability to be on the radio via fireside chats, talking to the public during a crisis period, and whenever people tried to run against him, they didn't have that ability. Do you think it was fair for him to do that? Nobody seems to complain about that, but you have a problem when Trump is doing something independently of his office.
People complain about that. If you go to college, people complain about that all the time. They call it the incumbency advantage. And then good government, totally quote unquote, under the Nixon administration, after the Nixon administration, did things like get rid of free mail. Well, no, that is the incumbency advantage. Is that
but it's not the same. It's not what we're talking about now.
But no, that's what exactly
people talk about that all the time. If you take any basic,
I don't know. They were literally using the emergency broadcast system to take over and talk just so he could talk every day.
That would be
free mail is the incumbency advantage. Name recognition is the incumbency advantage. The ability to directly help your constituents with their problems, so they feel like they've been helped by their person.
And this is the modern non-government version of doing that. This is much better, is what I'm arguing, than them doing.
Yeah, I mean, it's fair. I'm just saying people do bitch about that. Yeah. It's a common thing people talk about in politics.
Okay, so I won. Okay, let me there's a super chat. I gotta read. Someone really wants me to read it, so I'm gonna read this. And there's also something I want to talk to Lactwood about before our time is up. But to Gibbs, right, from Alexander Wynn, $20. Thank you for the kindness. So if the president openly offers presidential pardons for $10,000 a pop, that's actually kind of cheap. We'll talk about it in a second. $10,000 a pop. Murderers, cartel leaders, war criminals, who he's pardoning. You're good with that, right? As long as it's public and anyone who can crowdfund it gets one. You're good with that. Cartel leaders can pay $10,000.
I would say that there would have to be a few restrictions, but as a whole,
Carmelo Anthony is innocent.
Yeah, I would say maybe we don't let people convicted of rape or murder buy in. Maybe a few other different crimes, but
just property theft, you can buy your way out.
Yeah, maybe property theft. Maybe some other ones, tax fraud.
I can buy a pardon for property theft.
I think it'd be pretty base to be able to buy a pardon for tax fraud.
$10,000 pardon for tax fraud would be insane.
Yeah,
children.
I kind of like that.
You unironically should be able to buy a pardon for property crimes, and it should be.
Thank you.
And it should be for the damages that you did. The idea that you
plus
can
10%.
The idea
I'd be okay with something like that.
You know what I mean? Like if you have the money to pay back the damage you did, and you do that, then yeah, you should be pardoned.
So
going in jail for
what? Actually, so in actual real life, right? Thank you for the question.
But that would be sane.
So thank you for the question there. But in actual real life, Trump has literally pardoned people who just put money in his pockets, who've just like bought through his coin, right? Or not. There's Trump coin, and then there's another coin, I believe, if I remember correctly. There's
Melania.
No, there's Melania. No, but I think there's a something. Well, there's another path to give Trump money. It may not be a coin, but it's something like that. But anyway, that people have invested into Trump have gotten pardons, direct pardons. We're talking about like the individuals in crypto, right? Who either had investigations pending or who had been convicted. They had been pardoned, and I can give you examples later on. But like that exactly. I have a whole list of this. I have to pull up, but there's exactly this is happening right now. But I guess it's not a problem, right? I guess we move on. Crime is legal at this point in time. But I can pull up this list, but you gotta give me a second. Lactoid. While I work on that. So you talked about how Trump isn't selling it. Donald Trump isn't selling all this, right? It's his children who are selling all these things, and they're being enriched, right? But in terms of corruption, right? That's how that always works. Like that's how it always works. Like for most individuals, they're smart enough not to directly take a bag of money, correct? Right? Like when
but his kid's been doing this for like 30 years. 20 years.
Not sorry, but this we're talking about using Trump's position in the office, right? What would they name the fragrance? Trump 4547. They're directly trading on Trump's position in the office. It's very clear, right? But anyway, so you go to some bumfuck low income country, right? You go to the dictator there, and you want to do business, right? Scott wants to do business, and I'm the leader of the bumfuck country, right? Scott comes to me and I'd really like to do business here. Is there anything I can do for you? And I say to Scott, no, oh my God, how would you? Are you implying that I would take a bribe? No, there's nothing you can do for me, Scott. Ugh, disgusting. Now, on a completely separate note, my son has a farm that's been failing. He just can't get the equipment that he needs, right? Boy, oh boy, I wish he could turn that around.
And I would say, can you guarantee the safety of a few white South?
I have a Trump tie from from 2000. I love that tie. It's an awesome tie.
Yeah, hon. But it's not that a person can't do business, period, right? People can't do business that they shouldn't do business that enriches them while in office, giving them a path for corruption, right? So
I put some stuff in the back chat about that. You should check that out.
I'll have to take a look in a second. So there shouldn't be a path for the fucking Saudis to put money in the pockets of his children, right? China, remember China?
Didn't he give the plane to somebody else, like a different organization?
Oh yeah, the plane.
The plane's not a big issue. I don't care about the plane.
Disagree, right? So the Qatari plane, right? It doesn't go to Trump. Trump doesn't actually. He's never going to own the plane. No. First, we give it to the Department of Defense, right? Department of Defense operates that plane, right? They're going to retrofit the plane for him, right? They're going to retrofit the entire plane, upgrade it, and then it'll go straight to the Trump library. The Trump library you can choose, but not.
That's what happened to Reagan's plane.
But not Trump. It's not Trump. Trump doesn't get the plane, right? Trump gets to ride around the plane. Trump gets to use the plane the entire time, right? But Trump, no way, right? The foreign government. I don't know the deal with Reagan's plane. I don't. You'll have to elucidate.
He had a plane. Yeah, he had a plane that was put into the library after he was
gifted by a foreign government.
I don't think it was gifted by a foreign
government.
Not
gifted by. Okay, great.
But again, I don't think that. If it's given to the DoD, I don't see that as an issue.
But hold on, so you don't think that it's
the issue is it shows he's bribable.
Yeah, it's bribable.
No, it doesn't.
Come on. This is not.
It actually doesn't.
Here, let me frame it this way. Is under Trump's leadership, the United States able to accept anything from a foreign government? Is a government agency under the authority of Trump able to accept things from foreign governments?
Yes, they can accept things from foreign governments. Yeah, sure.
Okay. Why?
When we're doing business with a government, for fair trade, right? If we trade something, and we
we have agencies that for the function specified by the agency, a function that was around well before Trump, they need XYZ to do XYZ process. In this case, he was overdue for a plane. The planes that he was going to get were delayed, and the Qataris were like, "Hey, we got a plane for you. We'll give it to the DoD, and you don't get to own it, and then it goes to your library after the fact."
No, but he does own it. But he doesn't. He doesn't.
But he doesn't own it.
But he doesn't own it.
That's nonsense. Once
he's out of office,
it's like this fig leaf. This fig leaf. Hold on. Doesn't get to use it. Hold on. Doesn't get to use it after when it gets donated to Trump library. Doesn't get to use it.
Nope.
He doesn't get to use it. Bullshit.
Nope.
Bullshit.
Reagan didn't use his plane after the library.
Who cares if Reagan uses the plane? I'm asking, can Trump use the plane afterwards?
No, it's in the library. He can't go use the plane. It's
It never said no. It never. No, that's different. You're sneaking something in. I know. I know Reagan's plane is literally physically in the library. I'm aware of that, right? But will Trump's plane have to be physically within the library until after he's dead, or can he use it on loan from the library until he's done with it?
I believe that they can use an airplane that's outfitted by the Secret Service once they're out of office.
But give me that rule. Show me that rule. I have no idea where you're getting that rule from. And anyway, the Secret Service and they're still protected by the Secret Service after they leave office. So it would actually work really well for him if he just got a plane that was outfitted.
That would be cool, especially since Boeing couldn't get it to him.
Just real quick, not to undermine anything you're saying, Prime, but just to add to it, I think the more salient point that's also being missed out on this is that this might be a violation of the Emoluments Clause. You're not supposed to accept gifts from foreign governments without the approval of Congress.
Agreed. So let me.
That's just the Constitution, man.
I agree. Let's read these two super chats.
Gift to him though.
Alexander Wynn, $20. This was only 5 minutes. Okay. Why draw the line at numbers and posts? Murders and rapists. Murders and rapists, Gibbs. What if he lets you pay within 24 hours $1 million to override the pardon and he won't sign it but keeps the money? Like a bidding war. I see. Interesting. Capitalism and free markets in action
against each other.
Yeah. Oh wow, that's a good one, Gibbs. So yeah, you and there's the perpetrator, right?
That's not capitalism. I'm just throwing that out there. That bullshit, Dave.
Okay, but, fair enough. Capitalism, right? Sorry, not capitalism. Apologies. The perpetrator, right? The rapist, right? His opening bid is 10 grand, right? And should then the victim have to put up 15 grand, right, to up his bid, and then whoever wins at the end, right, then they'll decide whether the pardon stays or it doesn't. Would you be in favor of that, Gibbs?
I got one addendum to that I will add. It is that the person that's been convicted of the crime, they have to actually fight in the gladiator arena, a champion or the other, for all the money.
Trial by combat.
I mean, hold on. LSP, you're talking about being a meme. You're opening everything you've said that's a meme. That's freaking hilarious, bro. Really.
All you've done is meme. I'm just pointing it out.
You're come on, man. Literally, that was a meme question. Oh, it's a meme. I don't want to pull a Fabian and be like, what do you add to this conversation other than entertainment value? I mean, that's all it is we're all laughing at you, not with you. I got you. You're good.
Sir Bobbles for $5 says Reagan's plane was used for multiple presidents before it was sent to the library. It was decommissioned. So it was a decommissioned plane, and then it was being... But again, it wasn't... these aren't a one-to-one analogies because we're talking about a plane.
It will be a one-to-one analogy. If Trump uses it as president... It would be donated to his library that can maintain it, but he can't use it after he's president.
I mean,
he has his own. He has a 737.
Right. He also said he's not going to use it. So
he has his own 737.
Well, he said so.
He's not poor. He has
how he could.
an airplane. Actually,
he maintained planes before. He had planes before.
No, I understand, but this is a very different kind of plane, right? You'd have to have the government go in, pull out all the shit they put into Air Force One.
Why?
Because you can't have that kind of equipment on a civilian aircraft.
One, but he's going to be protected by
Secret Service.
Oh no, actually no. There might be he's being protected by Secret Service. Like, there might be a decommissioning process, right? That happens, right? Where something is okay. That's fine, right? But still, that doesn't invalidate using the plane after. It doesn't mean the plane is broken afterwards. It's not busted. Yeah, you can decommission it from specifically presidential
I'll tell you
status.
this. I'll tell you this, Prime. If after he's done being president, if he just starts using the planes, like my plane now, you can tell me that you told me so. Okay. I don't think it's going to happen. I don't see how it's going to happen. But
okay. All right. Well,
I mean, like conversations like these, I get it. It's obvious. It's easy to deal with, in the sense that like we can see the country, we can see who donated it, we can see the plane, etc. But I don't know. There's just something really weird to me, or maybe disingenuous. And I don't mean against you, Prime. I'm talking about like the culture and media as a whole, right? Where we focus so much on these like back and forth quippable thing. Donald Trump is so evil because of the plane and this, and it's like it's why I brought it up in my opening statement. Like Kushner and his ties with dark money with the now Prime Minister of Canada, or his dealings with in the Middle East. It's like it seems obvious to me. Maybe it's not to others, or maybe I'm it's my mindset as a libertarian, but it seems very much that the left, the media, the pundits, the debaters, all of these people, they go after things like planes, which are these kind of meaningless in comparison to the way dark money in politics and political families work, because they know that the plane is something we can yabber about against Trump, as opposed to actually talking about how billionaires and corporations and the wealthy elite actually run this fucking country. Because it's just so fucked to me that we're talking about a goddamn plane and the emoluments clause and like the tidbits of whether or not he uses or doesn't use this plane, when there's so much worse shit we could be talking about Trump or Biden or Obama or the Clintons or any of these people. But it's like, it's the same situation with the fucking Epstein list that we were talking about so much earlier, is that that's a game everybody's playing, so we don't talk about that fucking game.
So I agree with you. I agree with everything you just said, right? But what it feels like to me is that there are a number of paths to say just we'll put a number to it. 3 paths, right? Previously to enrich a president, right? To go through corruption. Now there are 10 paths. Would you rather live in a world where there's 3 paths, right? Or 10 paths? And then in the first world, when there's only 3 paths, would it not be easier to start closing those paths down if there are only 3 rather than 10?
I mean, like my position is just going to be different than everybody else's, because I don't care if a president enriches themselves by being president. I care how they do it, right? So like, I don't care if somebody sells merch. Like it doesn't bother me. I don't care about whether or not I care if they deregulate or regulate in such a way that benefits the way in which they sell merch or something. I care if they, I care if there is a genuine conflict of interest there to a certain degree. But I recognize that I'm like an outlier there. So I'm just not like the right person to ask in terms of how the general public feels in that, because
I think, oh, sorry.
No, that's it pretty much.
I think Ollie pointed out something rather salient that kind of gets to the point you're talking about, which is that the flashiness of Qatari planes being donated to the president, or hats and cologne or perfume or whatever being sold, that in itself has an off feeling to it, because this president is very much like an influencer president. Mm-hmm. And the people who are buying this very much have a sort of parasocial mindset when they make these purchases. So it makes it feel a little weirder because presidents are supposed to do
no,
it. Yes,
well, it's definitely different. It's definitely novel, and it definitely is like corruption used to be something that only nerds like me cared about, really, genuinely, right? Like because you watch your Walter Cronkite, you get, the CIA approved news, and you kind of just go about your day, and so like I kind of agree with you there. I almost kind of like it because it showcases the stupidity of the concept of democracy, right? Because the average voter is just too fucking retarded to have any meaningful say in how an entire country is run. And even the smartest person is too, like Corey, for example. Corey is an incredibly intelligent person, and there's one domain in which you might be qualified in being able to say how our country is run, and that's your specialty, your field, right? I would respect your position on like algae biofuel or certain or certain metrics that deal with pharmaceutical industry or things that are at least tangential to like what you deal with on a daily basis, because I know you're an expert in that. And the rest of the panel and the rest of the American public, with the exception of 0.001% of people, is too fucking retarded to have any valid opinion in that. And at the same time, no offense to you, you're too retarded to have an appropriate opinion where your vote matters on how we ought deal with the military situation in Ukraine or Russia. And it's like, I think Trump is doing such a good job accidentally of highlighting just how absurd this entire governmental structure is. And I think Doge did a good job of that to a certain degree, in showcasing how inefficient the government is and how dumb we do things. And I think, people and like their sycophantic love of this populist streamer influencer president is showing just how malleable the American people are and how meaningless the concept of democracy is.
Except for the Doge part, I agree.
So you agree with what I was saying earlier.
That's what LSP brought up.
Yeah, LSP was
bringing up,
but you were off again.
Yeah, sorry.
Fucker.
Yeah,
he got finished eating his meal like the exact opposite of a recruit in basic training, because it takes him like 45 minutes to eat a small bowl of rice.
I'm convinced he finger bangs his lady, and then comes back.
That's how he's so.
She's got to get the bed somehow.
So thin, man. He doesn't get any calories because he's like eating like 20 calories an hour, slowly but surely, and then he's like, I'm full.
LSP, do you have something else you want to say? I want to give it space before I'll wrap things up here.
No, you're free to wrap up, my friend.
Okay. I thought this was an overall good discussion. There's so much more to it I want to talk about, actually. But
horses, right?
The horses, they're less efficient. Indeed. One day we'll get Corey to
camels, right? It's one thing
less efficient. Extremely, right? You've heard the whole story about like the U.S. Army was going to invest in camels. At one point, right? Have like a camel regiment.
Camels are cool. In terms of
whatever happened to the dolphins? You know how the Soviet Union had dolphins? Why didn't we use
we used dolphins for like mines and shit.
Oh, we did? That's based.
Yeah. I think we got seals too.
Yeah.
Because we could train them to go blow up mines and kill them themselves. It was better than taking out a ship.
There's a whole fascinating thing on an attempt to have like a camel regiment, right? People laughed at the thought of like back when we had horse charges, right? The cavalry charges. People laughed at like the thought of using camels. Like, why would you use a camel, right?
Because like long distance travel.
For everything, they're so much better. And there's one member of the armed forces, some colonel or some shit, right, who wanted to prove this, and I think he either had them try to go cross country or something. There's like a whole experiment he was trying to run on this. I don't remember the history exactly right now.
Now they're like free.
But it's really fun.
Women
they're like,
not so bad, is it?
There's a pack of free camels in Mexico now. Because of that.
If they don't break their hips, because that's a big problem with long marches with women. If they don't break their hips, they're more efficient than men at long marches.
Okay, yeah.
And but they break their hips a lot when you put a rucksack on a woman and make her like walk more than like 20 or 30 miles. They're their hips usually give out. But if
My
they
son
don't
is-
do that, they're more efficient.
My 14-year-old son right now is in Philmont with the Boy Scouts. I think he's on he'll complete like 50 of 70 miles today, and he'll finish up the next 20 miles over the next 2 days, and then he flies home after that. So,
Nice.
Yeah,
I wish
he
I could have
climbed.
done
He started at 2,000 feet, and today he was on Mount Baldy, where he could actually get cell signal and call me, which is like I think 12,000 feet. So he's climbed 12,000 feet in the last 9 days.
Lacto, what have you done in the last 9 days? Have you done that?
Yeah, Lactoid.
Yeah.
Go on a march, baby.
I can't even remember. You've been drunk the whole weekend.
Amen. As a true American should be.
Hold on, one more super chat. $5 from my friend Sir Bobbles. He says, to the group, why are you personally not being a grifter off of people around you to get massively richer? Define your massive failures.
Because I'm not gay like you. Stupid question.
For
streamers,
me,
that's what we're doing already, right? Like, make us rich.
Well, I'm feeling at that at least. I think you should have a personal, even on a personal level, a level of principles of values. And I don't think our president has that at all. I think he proves that constantly.
He values money.
He values that.
And that makes him the most moral, according to Lactoid.
Money and baddies.
Money and baddies.
These are good priorities.
This is why the rappers have endorsed him.
And I actually, yes.
Money and baddies, yeah.
Actually, yes. Thanks all for being here. Much appreciated. I'm going to give an outro to these amazing individuals. Consider supporting the channel if you haven't done so already. Support the channel, sub the channel, give bits or give subs. Help us out, especially on Twitch. We ain't got any subs. We got a resub from our friend Gibbs, who's been always been a real one. Even when I knew the fuck out of him, Gibbs still helps support the channel. So I appreciate you, Gibbs. But yeah, consider supporting the channel, sub channel, give bits, give subs. Shout out to our individuals who. Thank you, Sean, on YouTube for gifting a membership. Really kind. This is the only one who messes with the membership system. Sean, thank you, Sean. I remember we have a membership just because of Sean, because Sean always he gives a membership every time. Very much appreciated, friend. And thank you to our super chatters.
I have a fuck ton of members, and I don't know why, because I don't give them anything other than a few emotes. I appreciate you guys, but
I think people are gifting memberships in your. I'm a member in your Discord. I was gifted, not your Discord, your YouTube.
You should start doing your philosophy stuff behind a paywall, Scott, and then they'll get the benefits.
Yeah, do the members only streams. Yeah,
I don't stream enough.
Capitalism.
Just do one a month. Be one a month, and then if you get
an American capitalist for 5 minutes.
Yeah. What's wrong? Well, you got a problem with capitalism, huh?
I don't have a problem with capitalism, but I will say this: there's nothing more capitalist than a socialist Twitch streamer, because
damn right,
they are the most I need money for this, I need money for that. Oh my god, I need $100,000 for this lawsuit I'm never gonna actually do anything with. They will get money.
That's
the moral good. 15 different people, so don't worry.
I know.
Lactoid's gears are switching. He's like, maybe I should become a socialist.
Here's one already.
Stream.
Or just
Thank you, Corey. Thank you, Corey, for tapping in for me.
Sure. Okay. So, anyway, thank you, everyone. I'm gonna give an outro to these fine people. Right. One of the finest is our good friend Lactoid. Lactoid, thank you for being here, having a good chat, a good back and forth. I think.
Yeah. If you like what I had to say, you can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. I have noticed something in the real world, but on the internet, but also in the real world, which is, I think that there is a major advantage to being a grifting partisan hack.
Oh god,
significantly so.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah,
it's very, and when you have conversations with people, and you express like, oh, like I don't like this, I like this, I don't like this, they will sort of implicitly put you in like one of two boxes. Like, oh, this is a Democrat, this is a Republican. And you can protest this. You can say like, well, actually, like, you know, there's different considerations, there's all this stuff. But I think for a lot of people, that just sort of goes on deaf ears. So if I ever like become that, or like I can't criticize Trump, I'm just letting you guys know here as my friends, that is the reason that like I gave up being principled, and I'm just like trying to like make as much money as possible and like get as many friends as possible. I mean, so if that happens, don't call me out, please. Let me keep doing it. That'll be really nice. But in the meantime,
if you gift subs to the channel.
But in the meantime, though, there's just something inside me where I can't do that quite yet. So I'm gonna keep pointing out when politicians do bad thing, regardless of who it is. So,
shout out to my friend Lactoid, who I have my problems with, very lot of problems with, but he consistently does try to be consistent. Consistently tries to be consistent. So I do appreciate that, even when it's extremely difficult. He'll do it, and I do consistently checks with him all the time, right? So you're appreciated is what I'm saying. Shout out to Lactoid. Let's go to our good friend Scott. Scott, thanks for coming on. I thought this was a great conversation as well.
Yeah, happy to be back. I've been pretty sick lately, so I'm still recovering, but it is what it is. You can find me. You can just Google Fabian Liberty. You'll find me on YouTube or Twitter or whatever. So I agree with everything Lactoid said. If you want to my life advice for everybody is, if they're in Hollywood or they're a politician, you should just assume that they're a pedophile and a liar. If they're a streamer, 9 times out of 10, way more than 9 times out of 10, they're probably a grifting, lying piece of shit. And in order to prove that I am not a grifting, lying piece of shit as a streamer, I'll give you my most controversial take that nobody that is a grifter would ever say, which is I am becoming I am becoming increasingly more convinced, the more scientific literature that I read, that some species of whale and dolphin are moral actors and are deserving of the exact same rights as human beings. And that means that they have to be treated with all of the same liberty, all of the same human rights, and all of the same law as would humans. There you go.
I think they're moral actors, and Corey's going to have something to say in a second. I think they're moral actors. In fact, I literally just this week I was actually putting a lot of thought into whale rights and like what we should be doing with dolphins. Thinking about like
it's called dolphin law in my channel, and they won't let it go.
Maybe you're doing it as a meme. I don't know, but like
I'm not doing it as a meme. I'm being honest here though.
Okay, great. Yeah. I think they have massive brains. I think they have complex societies. They have language. I think we should give them a lot more consideration. How that should look like under the law, I'm not exactly sure. I'll let Lactoid figure out. Like he's expert in maritime laws, so he'll do it for us. So I'll hire him for that one. But yeah,
you gotta ask some sovereign citizens about maritime law, bro. It will blow your mind.
Or the U.S. postal courts. That's another thing you could ask sovereign citizens about.
No, thanks. But thank you so much. And also, let's never forget that Scott and Lactoid admitted that I convinced them of something, at least one thing, right? I convinced them of something today. Delete the VOD. So we're gonna hold on to that, right, forever. But I appreciate you guys for being honest, right? So let's go to Corey.
Quick follow-up question based off of what Scott just said, which I'm glad he's coming around. So based off of what you said about, let's say the statistics of the average voter, would you say some whales and dolphins are more qualified to vote than some humans?
No, obviously not, because they can't communicate their thoughts.
I'm memeing a little bit.
Yeah, even if they could communicate it, we lack the capacity to the whole IQ with animals thing is really fucking dumb because they don't translate well, right? And so it's like a dolphin can't even if you tried, they wouldn't really be able to communicate their thoughts and feelings or their moral decisions. But I've seen some research specifically along the lines of like.
But in principle, you're open to the question.
No, I mean, like, if they could communicate their thoughts and feelings as moral actors, then I still wouldn't give them the vote because voting isn't a right. I just don't see it benefiting us.
Okay. And also,
in fact, I would much rather get rid of women's suffrage than give dolphins the right to vote. I'm pro repealing the 19th Amendment for sure.
I'm not going to touch that. But yeah, some more biology facts on the topic of camels. You should look into the efficiency of the kidney of the camel in terms of their ability to extract or retain water so they don't get dehydrated, as opposed to our run-of-the-mill kidneys. And also, again, the argument of biology and the efficiency of the human body. Human running is more efficient than Lactoid's motorcycle, pound for pound.
Yeah, Lactoid, you're trying to replicate.
I forgot about the bike, man. How's that going?
So it's going great.
Awesome,
but all I have to say,
bro.
the human still wins.
I'm gonna go ride my motorcycle tomorrow.
Not by a mile, but many miles. But yeah, you can find me, as always, this is great. You can find me on Twitch, CoreyCam84, Twitter, X, YouTube, Instagram, Substack, it's Corey Campbell. Grid, LSP, Gibbs, Ali, Scott, Lactoid, always a pleasure. Love you, Prime.
Thank you so much, friend. All right, let's go to our friend Ali. Much appreciated. Yeah.
Yeah. Stop buying Trump merch. I'm actually really annoyed that he's releasing a cologne because I'm I have a lot of bottles and now I want to try it to see. I have like 40, 50 bottles personally.
I feel like this is very Lebanese of you.
Am I wrong here? I feel like that's
100.
What?
You gotta buy one. I mean, come on.
I might. I got to see if it smells good or not.
Like Egyptian
but yeah,
or something.
I don't know. President merch bad. Parasocial relationship to president bad. Cult bad. But while we're at, always free Palestine, river to sea. Thank you, Prime, for having me, fellas. It was always a pleasure.
Free Palestine. Let's never forget. Every time mention the genocide. Let's go to our friend Admiral Gibbs.
So I'm Admiral Gibbs. Check out tomorrow. We're gonna be doing a lot of underground coverage of the Texas flood stuff. A lot of videos, gonna be good stuff. As for this, a wise former socialist once said, the more money you make, the more moral you are. So actually, a president making money off this is the most moral thing you can do, and that's we'll have the most moral country in the world with a president and his family selling all these things. I absolutely will also be buying the Trump cologne, and if it smells good, I'm gonna be carrying it in my pocket when I go places because that shit will be hilarious. Like, you smell so good. Oh yeah, you look like you're a lefty. You're gonna love this shit. And then be like, yes, gotcha, bitch. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be wonderful.
He's gonna carry that shit around like the car in high school.
It's gonna be. I tell you what, it's gonna be the ultimate Riz icebreaker, like specifically with Latinas. I guarantee it.
Oh my god. Actually, you would know. You're the expert. I'm not going to question you on that one.
The crazy Latinas.
That's kind of one and the same.
That's kind of. Right,
you're going to be carrying that around like your car in high school, aren't you?
I'm excited to do
it. Thank you, Gibbs. Let's go to our friend LSP, who we're happy to have back. LSP, I hope you are able to enjoy your time here and get in some good quips at individuals. LSP.
Yeah, thank you. I don't know what to say about the whole topic other than sucker born every minute. All I can do is point to, the eroding dignity of the office of the president and our eroding democratic norms and say, hey, that's probably not good, but, like I said, it's either a meme or I don't care. Anyway, I did appreciate the talk, and it was nice getting to see some of you guys again. It's been a while, and I missed some of you guys. I missed being there on the scene, so thanks for having me.
Thank you. And Grid, who didn't have to have for a while, but he was doing stuff with the family, family man Grid here. But we appreciate you coming back.
I'm a busy guy.
Yeah.
Again, appreciate you having me on. I represent the angry, gun-toting, meat-eating fucking people, and as a model example of such, I support Trump doing whatever he needs to do to take care of his life and business and family. So, if that happens to overlap with the office of the president, well, we have things set in place to make sure that hopefully isn't too out of control. Obviously, that's failed. I mean, we saw we've seen what has happened in previous administrations and how people go into government and get massively wealthy, and that's pretty impressive, actually. How how people go in broke and come out excessively rich and millionaires. So that but if his kids are selling some merch, that's cool. Again, I have one of his ties. I don't think I've got anything else by him, but maybe I need to look in the department stores and see if there's something else that's worthwhile buying. I doubt it. It's not really my scene, not my style, but that's cool. As always, Prime, it's been cool. I enjoy it. We'll to my chat, since I hope you guys are listening now, I'm going to hang out for a little while and then I'm going to go do some other stuff. So we'll talk about that here in a minute. And the rest of you guys, don't forget Friday night, Bloodsport debate, 7 minutes, 7-minute debate, 1v1, round robin, single elimination. It's great. It's great. And you can win some money. So,
bring your own topic or how
no, we try and pick topics. So we just and there's some things the chat can do that's pretty nasty, like they can force you to take the opposite view, the opposite side.
Steelman.
Yeah. So if you are if you are pro-life and you're taking the affirmative there, they could do the Uno reverse card, and you would have to argue against that. So you'd have to make an argument against it. It's the format's really simple. You get it's 1v1. Each person gets a 1 minute opening statement. Lay the foundation of position, and then 5 minutes. Judges. It's awesome. It works out really well. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun, and it is, and it's blood sport. So you got to move quick and you got to cut. So it's really cool.
We love to see it. Okay, great. Thank you, everyone. Go check.
Yeah, come on over, Prime. We'd love to have you.
Okay, yeah. All right. Well, that sounds like fun.
I've actually, for some reason, my show we've always had more leftist than conservative. So it's inverse of what most of the panels in my space end up being.
I think I have a lot of conservatives who watch me.
Well, cool. Send them over.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So I'll leave it there then. So anyone, you've got to leave, head out. I wanted to. I won't do this now because it's late. But there's something I wanted to run by Scott and Lactoid. It's a foreign policy thing. But I'll save it.
I have a huge announcement that I missed hours ago.
Okay.
Breaking news.
Oh boy.
Javier Milei is going to privatize 9,100 kilometers of roads. If you're not a libertarian, you're not excited. But if you're a libertarian, you're so goddamn excited.
I get why you're excited.
The roads are being privatized, boys. It's
Who is he selling it to? Is he selling it to one organization?
I gotta look into it more. I don't fucking know. Somebody sent me the tweet, and I was like, "What?"
He's selling it to the Trump administration.
Facts.
That'll be fun. Okay.
That be something?
Well, I'll leave things
Fuck them hoe-ass
here.
roads.
I'll bring up that topic next week. Yeah, thanks guys.
Gotta bounce.
Be well.
I'm going to, as always, of course, I haven't figured out a person to raid yet. But it's gonna happen as soon as.
You not fooling a libertarian by bringing up them bitch-ass roads. Libertarians, which tend to be smarter people, fuck them hoe-ass roads, man.
Read out to I don't know who this person is. I don't think I've ever rated them before, but it looks like a woman, so that's enough for me, really. Yeah, we're gonna read out to Nova Gracie. And I don't know what she's doing. I literally have no clue. Let's clean some crime scenes. That sounds interesting. I don't know.
It's probably one of those VR or one of those sim games.
Really?
I mean, that was my guess. I don't fucking know. I could be wrong.
I've never heard of that. Just slowly waiting for raid out. There we go. Raid is gone. All right. Yeah. Thanks, fellas. Yeah. I'll leave here because someone actually wanted to talk to me afterwards. So I'll leave you here, Scott.
I'm still recovering, so I gotta get some rest, anyways.
But I'm glad you're feeling better, friend. Seriously, I didn't get a chance to say that previously.
Oh, I appreciate it.
I hope you're.
Well, I've been doing it to myself, but for a good cause, because like I had to go on an elimination diet and figure out what my fucking triggers are for my autoimmune disease, which has been not fucking fun, not at all.
But this has helped. It's narrowed things down for you, or are you?
Yeah, yes. I mean, so far I've discovered that some of my triggers are too much dairy, all gluten, all rice, not rice vinegar, but rice flour, alliums, which is garlic, onion, leeks, chives, and quinoa. Weirdly enough, and maybe I don't know, maybe fucking corn. I can't tell yet.
Oh, I'm so
Someone
sorry.
in my chat said, bro, you got HIV? No, motherfucker. You fucking, I hate you so much. No, I have
Okay.
mass cell activation syndrome, which is super rare, but not with my condition. But deuces.
Have a good one, friend.
Peace.
Bye.
Quinoa is one of the two complete proteins that is a vegetable. I've been reasonably informed by every vegan I've ever met that the concept of complete proteins is a lie by the meat and dairy industry, and you're fucking stupid if you believe in complete proteins. You can eat incomplete protein. There's no such thing as an incomplete protein. I don't know what you're talking about. You just eat whatever you want, and whatever the protein says is how many grams of protein it is. Bro, I hear that shit all the time, and they're like, "Oh, you still believe in that stupid, debunked myth of incomplete proteins?" I'm just like, wow, I genuinely don't know how to deal with that. Like, it's a cult. Like, so many vegans are so convinced that like they're right on that. Amino acids are fake news, right? Isn't the truth that it's just easier to get protein from meat? So the truth that they deny is that, so like if you go and you grab a thing of peanut butter, for example, right? It'll say it has a certain amount of grams of protein, but it's an incomplete protein, which means your body can't do anything with that peanut butter alone. You have to get protein from another source, right? So if you eat some mozzarella cheese and some peanut butter and you eat some fucking, a bunch of vegetables, you eat broccoli, right? You eat a couple other things that have other proteins in them, they will eventually combine and then you will get protein. But just because if you're tracking your macros based off of what you're getting from like vegetables, unless it's like soy or quinoa or like certain legumes, like you're not getting that protein. You're only getting a portion of the amino acids to build a complete protein. And when you get it from multiple sources, you might be counting it as, 20 grams here, 15 grams here, 30 grams here. Oh, I've got 65 grams of protein, but really you only have like 40 grams of protein because because it had to be combined before you had a complete protein. Meat, red meat especially, is a complete protein. So when it says it's, you're getting 30 grams of protein from this weight of meat, you're getting 30 grams of protein. You're also getting carnine, so you're getting things in meat that you don't necessarily get from vegetables. Whereas obviously fruits and vegetables come with a lot of, there are healthy fats and there are vitamins and nutrients and things like that. Oh my God, I love talking about shit I know. You got to go on the Peterson family diet, I guess. Looking forward to the spontaneous weeping. Dude, I'm genuinely like about to just go carnivore with a couple of things added that I know are safe, because this, like, trying to narrow down all of my stuff as my autoimmune disease has gotten worse has it's like taking me out. Like every time I get something I shouldn't have, it takes me out for 3 days and my face swells up. my neck swells really bad from like the my lymph nodes start swelling. I get sick. I get nauseous. I go into extreme joint pain. I lose massive amounts of energy. Eggs are fine. Potatoes are fine for me right now. I don't eat pork just because I don't like eating pork. It's not like a religious thing or anything, and it's not like I think pigs have rights or anything. I just have seen slaughterhouse videos and like pigs know, and I've seen what happens to like I've seen the studies on what happens to people that work in slaughterhouses specifically with pigs, and like it fucks them up. So I think there might be something slightly immoral about eating pork. Not because of what happens to pigs, I don't give a fuck, but because of what happens to the humans that work in slaughterhouses with pigs. And so I don't eat pork anymore. I mean, like, I won't like shy away from like bacon or something if it's in addition I'm with family or something, but I just don't buy pork at all. So I eat like mostly beef and like some chicken at this point. It's a lot of fucking like cheap big cuts of beef, and I if I can, I always buy grass-fed beef, because I mean I would prefer to eat like regenerative farms and things like that, but grass-fed beef, not just because of the higher amount of like protein to fat ratio, but just like I don't agree with factory farming with cows where like cows are living miserable lives for 2 years, and I don't think giving them subcutaneous antibiotics so that they can eat a fuck ton of grain is very healthy. I don't have any proof of it. I just more of an intuition. And then grass-fed, especially regenerative farm or especially adaptive multi-paddock grazing, is just way better for the environment. It's actually good for the environment. It traps carbon and brings the life back. Not animal abuse is based. I just like I don't care about animal abuse because of the animal. Like that doesn't. I don't care if a cow suffers. But I do think that animal abuse towards pigs causes some level of psychological harm to humans. It's hard I can't say that definitively because it might just be that the type of person that works in a slaughterhouse with pigs is already kind of fucked up. And it just takes a fucked up person to do that job. But there is evidence to show that like mental health issues and violent tendencies get worse at the longer someone works in a slaughterhouse. And so, well, I mean, this is an ethics question from an ANCAP perspective or an anarcho or an objectivist perspective, right? Like, I don't want to support anything that I think is ultimately harming humans, because it's not good for me. It's not good for the society. It's not good for those people. If it's bad for them, it's eventually going to be bad for me in some capacity. And so, yeah. So I eat grass-fed beef. I don't care that the cow dies. Especially when it's living a fucking great life being a grass-fed cow until the end. And I've seen them. Like, they march into their own death like fucking retards, and they don't get nervous until like the last 10 seconds. And it's mostly just anxiety from doing something different. Whereas pigs fucking know. And it's rough to watch. ANCAP objectivism apply to all moral actors like aliens? Yeah, I mean, it would apply to aliens if the aliens were, beings with reason and moral actors, like as you stated. I don't like it when results in less healthy food labeled as super healthy because regulatory technicalities. I mean, I don't know specifically what you're referring to, but I'll give you one tip when you're buying eggs. Next time you go to the grocery store and you look at eggs, you'll notice that you have regular eggs that are cheap, and then you'll notice that you'll have cage-free and free range, and notice how they're not that much cheaper. And then every now and then you'll see something that says pasture-raised, and it's like double or triple the price even sometimes. That's because pasture-raised means what it actually says. And cage-free and free range are basically marketing tools. Cage-free just means that they're in a fucking giant silo, which chickens already are. It's a pain in the ass to keep chickens in individual cages. So it's a meaningless fucking marketing ploy. And free range, like, basically means that, like, Oh, grass-fed is not 100% grass-fed. This is true. And then sometimes they go on a finishing diet, right? So they'll be grass-fed their whole life, and then they won't be. They'll eat a bunch of wheat and shit right at the end because the percentages, right? So what you're actually looking for is grass-finished. That's the term that legally means that they're eating grass their whole life, and that they're eating majority grass, or majority like out in the fields. But yeah, so free range means that like they have a small percentage of their living space that is like open to the sun. It's also another meaningless term, but pasture raised is the ones that are like more expensive for a reason, and they're fucking. That's why they're better, and that's why the color is different, because they're eating fucking, food out in nature, and they're eating bugs. That's why the yolks are darker. There's more bioavailable nutrients in pasture-raised eggs. The taste is slightly different. You have to worry, though, if you're baking sometimes, if you're using pasture-raised eggs, because like things can turn out slightly different. That's why we have ICE, Immigration's Customs Enforcement. What? Oh, you mean for the fucking aliens? There's no reason to assume aliens would have higher or similar morality at all. I disagree. I think there is some reason, right? I'm not saying that this is definitively true, but I would say that if an alien species develops the technological capacity to visit us, I would say that it is far more likely that they are more developed in morality. Because it's far more likely that level of organization requires a functional society, and that functional societies are going to tend, the more functional they are, the more they will tend towards libertarian principles, as far as I'm concerned. That being said, like they could be they could like solve the Fermi paradox because they're tyrannids. You know what I mean? Like they don't necessarily need to, that doesn't necessarily need to be true. I'm just saying that it is more likely than not, in my opinion, that an alien species that can visit us here is likely more libertarian than we are. Doesn't look like Malay's road privatization is truly private. Companies are not going to own the roads, just own the rights to collect tolls. So they'll be managed and tolled by the state, or are managed and tolled by the company, but the state will have like some regulatory power and control over them. Yeah, I mean, that's fair, but I mean, that's still a good step in the right direction. Higher tech doesn't mean more moral. They could be space commies. Yeah, I didn't say it automatically means that. I'm just saying that in order to achieve technological progress, your society needs to be functional in order to gain functional gains. And it's my opinion that the more technologically advanced you are, the more likely you are to be functional. And by that virtue, the more likely you are to be libertarian. That doesn't mean they are. I'm just saying, like, I don't know what the percentages work out to. I'm just saying, logically speaking, it is more likely, the more advanced the species is technologically, that they are more libertarian. Private companies get 20 to 30-year operating rights in toll collection, but roads stay government-owned. It's a concession model, not asset sale. Companies invest / maintain, recoup via tolls. I mean, it's a good start. We solved interstellar travel. The trick was slavery. All right, guys, I'm going to get out of here. I haven't gotten confirmation, but I think it's because they're asleep. But I should be interviewing 2 representatives from the Libertarian Party of India tomorrow at around 9 p.m., which should be a lot of fun. But again, we agreed on a time and we agreed on everything. We just haven't agreed on they haven't sent me the info of the individuals, so I want to be careful being like it's happening when I don't have like perfect confirmation. But I'm like 99% sure. And so that should be a lot of fun. So we'll probably start streaming like 7 p.m. Eastern, start a little late. You know, maybe I'll come in at like 6 or something, and maybe we'll watch a little more, do a little more. I just don't want to stream too long and then be like kind of out of it and tired by the time I need to do the main content. So it'll probably be 7 p.m. 9 p.m. Eastern? Yeah. All right, guys. I appreciate you. I'm starting to feel better. I'm not gonna fucking experiment anymore. I think I'm gonna stick with my diet right now, and just try and heal up and reduce some of the swelling and feel better. But I'm getting there. It's so I appreciate you guys, and hopefully I'll see you guys tomorrow. Like, share, subscribe, donate money, become a member. You know the deal. Deuces.